in Hungary. There was a lot of action. There was a lot of runs, as we thought there might be. Maximo City here in Budapest. That's another name you could call it. But Group B starts today. We have 4 new teams to this competition this year and some familiar faces to return, including the defending champions. I'm Mr. Maximo. This is the European Cricket Series Hungary, and it starts right now. This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch. Yoragelt, good morning to you wherever you're watching from around the world, and welcome to another huge day in European cricket. Day 2 of this ECS here at the beautiful GB Oval in Sodliget, just out of the nation's capital, Budapest. And we have Group B action starting today. So we'll see 4 of the 5 teams in Group B. And don't forget, one of them will miss out at the end of the group stage. 3 will get to go through to round 2. 1 will get the automatic passage through to finals Friday in week 2. So we're starting with a pretty exciting game, I think, between the Royal Eagles and Kashmir Budapest. It's the first time we've ever seen Kashmir Budapest on the network. So I think this will be a really good one. Suleiman Saeed has the 2 captains. He's got the coin. Let's see who wins the coin toss.
Kashmir, it's your call.
Heads.
And heads it is.
Okay, we will bat first.
Kashmir won the toss and they will bat first.
So Kashmir have won the toss and they've elected to bat, and that's a good, confident move, I think, by a new team to the competition. So we have seen a couple of new teams already, haven't we, in this European Cricket Series. It's a great sign, I think, for cricket in Hungary that we're constantly seeing more and more teams being created and getting involved at this level of competition. I do have a couple of players that we've seen before. I think Rakib could be a really important player for them. Watch out for him. But I do like that they've decided, look, we're going to bat first. We're going to be confident in our ability to put a score on the board. And sometimes with new teams, you see them kind of shying away from that responsibility. For Royal Eagles, though, they're a part of the Royal Tigers organisation, and they did play last year and had a pretty good time, I've got to say, 5-5, pretty decent going. They've got some good players in there. Sachin Chauhan, I think the captain, is the key for them, so watch out for him. Let's talk weather today. Well, hot is what I'd call it. Now, hopefully the cords won't melt today, but we're expecting 35 degrees currently. It's already 27, and we're kind of not even 9 o'clock in the morning. So it's going to be a spicy one. It's going to be hot. We know that, but certainly looking forward to an exciting day of action. Danny Hudacek is standing by. I know you're looking forward to seeing some of these Group B teams and what they're bringing to the table. Let's go over to the commentary box now. I can tell you the news from the toss in match number 6. First match of Group B is that Kashmir Budapest have won the toss. They're going to have a hit. Danny, over to you. Let's get started with day 2.
Well, thanks, Vinny, and welcome to day 2 and match 6 of this European Cricket Series here in Hungary. And it's going to be a great game between the Royal Eagles and the Kashmir Budapest. As Vinny said, Kashmir, their first ever appearance on the network. Looking forward to see how they do. What we're going to do now, though, is have a little bit of a recap of what happened yesterday. And first up, we saw, again, another new team, Budapest Zalmi. They went down in a pretty close one against the Royal Tigers, who move on like they normally do. The best club in the country, or the most decorated at least. So a pretty tight win to the Tigers, and it was in the end by 7 wickets, but still an over and a half to get. Pretty good total there from Zalmi, though. Royal Tigers played again against the Super Kings, another really good team, and they put on a pretty impressive total. And Basharat Aslan, again, within the runs there, did very well yesterday. 172. Super Kings 141 is not a bad effort against a very good team. So Royal Tigers 2 out of 2, and that was their day done. The next game, match 3. We saw another new team, Danubian Kangaroos, in a reduced game due to an interruption, a power interruption here at the ground. There were 84, ended up being 91 the total to achieve in 5 overs because of the DRS system. And Budapest Zalmi with Zia Safi with an unbeaten 63 got there. in 5 overs, which is pretty impressive. Super Kings, then they played against the Kangaroos again, and I wouldn't say it was a comfortable victory, but Super Kings got their first win of the tournament. They were the Kings last year. They are the Super Kings this year. Don't know what they'll be next year. The hyper something or other Kings. Super Kings again. They played against Budapest Zalmi, and again in a really nice, really good game. Zalmi got on top with a fantastic knock by Usman Mohammed, 75 off 20, and got them over the line. Zalmi for a good win. So back to today. We're going to see some Group B action. Of course, there are 2 groups, Group A, Group B. Here, the Group A standings. Budapest Zalmi up the top with 7 points. Royal Tigers only played 2 though. They're on 6 points with a good run rate. Super Kings just behind them, picking up a win, and the Danubian Kangaroos yet to mark up a victory. And we'll see Duna Bogdani tomorrow in their first games of the tournament. So players are out in the field. As you see, Royal Eagles here in Kashmir, Budapest. The captain, Sachin Chaushan, leads the Royal Eagles. Well, they're an offshoot. Well, not an offshoot. They're a sort of a B team of the Tigers. Hence the shirts look exactly like the Tigers. Kashmir, Budapest. Again, a brand new team in all black, which might be pretty warm later in the day, but we'll see what they have to offer. The supercomputer says that it's a 73% chance for the Royal Eagles. Kashmir, Budapest will like to impress though, and I'm sure it'll be a closer game than what the supercomputer says. So, sort of muggy conditions early in the morning, bit of high cloud. Should be a bit of swing in the air for the bowlers. We have Ellen working overtime here, our fan, just to bring a cool breeze into the marshmallow. And we're just about ready for a start. Of course, a power play is in effect. 2 players back, one at pretty wide third man, and the other one at long on for these opening batsmen for Kashmir. I said Kashmir, Budapest, a brand new side, and it shows that there's a lot of depth now in Hungarian cricket. The Royal Eagles, as mentioned, part of the Tigers. They have 3 sides. They have the Tigers, the Eagles, and the Falcons. We'll only see 2 of them there in this tournament. Saying hi to a few people in the chat. Hi to Rob Thompson. Hi to Dave. Hey, Dave. How you doing? Also Emmanuel Robbins. Good to see you there. And hope everyone enjoys today's cricket. As we see the first ball, and it's just dabbed over the top, away from that third man area. Nice shot, 4 runs. So Kashmir, Budapest start their campaign with a boundary. It is Ziol Saikat, who's the opening batsman. I haven't seen this before. The Kashmir Budapest team have numbers from 1 to, well, that's called a wide, 1 to 12 written down here on the team sheet. There's no number 7, who I'm assuming is the 12th man. In fact, maybe not, but will come in later. But you don't see these huge numbers. You don't see numbers that go past 12, which is fresh to see. And this one's a big swing and a miss from Saikat. His opening partner is Sajjad Mahmood. And the bowler is Bibek Singh. Comes in again, a bit short. Oh, I think it got a bit of glove. It's gone towards the boundary, just be a single. And this ground is not the fastest. Nice cut grass, but it's a little bit spongy. Let's have another look at this. He's batting out of his crease quite a bit and just attempted the pull shot, or the hook shot I should say. Just got a bit of glove. Just over the keeper. Wasn't too far away from his glove. Comes in again. Short. A bit of an unorthodox bunt back to the bowler. And, well, I've got to say that the bowler Bibek is bowling a little bit short, but getting away with it. It's Mahmood on strike. Well, once again, pretty short. He's pulled forward a square just for a single, gets Mahmood off the strike and gets his first runs. As you see here, the stats, total runs. Look at the maximos compared to the fours. 118 sixes compared to 61 fours yesterday. So you see the final ball of the first over. Oh, reverse! And he's reversed the reverse and almost caught. That's remarkable. Don't know how he got it there. So first over, and he's tried the reverse, ended up hitting it in the completely opposite direction to where he wanted it, and almost got caught. Keeper got a glove to it, made a great effort, just a single in the end. That was pretty remarkable. Okay, so end of the first over. Let's go back to that. So the run rate is 14.5. The maximum rate 13.6 off 10 overs, which is pretty amazing. Some huge hitting yesterday. Lots of balls out in the jungle. And apparently they recovered quite a few, but there are nettles out there, all sorts of creepy crawlies. So I'm glad I wasn't the one doing the fetching. But 145 is the par score as per yesterday. I think that'll change a little bit today. And Rice is in the air and just away from the fielders. Three of them there converging, but not being able to get there. Bit of a Bermuda Triangle. Just a single in the end. New bowler is Sami Ullah. Comes in again. And called a wide. Kashmir Budapest. I want to get a decent score on the board. Not sure about their batting lineup. I'll have to see how they go. Comes the bowler again. And nice ball, just defended. So again, just a nice atmosphere here in Hungary at the GB Oval. Dedicated cricket facilities, very nice ground, lots of trees around, but it's pretty warm today, as it will be all week. Here comes the bowler again, a bit short, and just dab down on the leg side, just take a single. These two don't look like particularly big hitters. We've been fooled before. Just playing themselves into this this tournament. So it's their first day of Group B. We'll see Group A and I think Group B action tomorrow. Oh, big swing and a miss. .11 on the board. Not been the quickest start from these two when you compare with yesterday. Bowler again, full toss, tries the reverse again, and he's not happy with himself. I guess it's on. And there is a player there on the 45, but he's not happy with himself. His Saikat. It's a rank full toss. Should have been smashed into the trees. Instead, he tried to ramp it. I think that's what he's trying to do, at least. Comes Ullah again. Going to Mahmood this time. Down leg side, just dab down, and Saikat says no. I think it's pretty wise. Keep her onto it pretty quickly. End of a pretty good over there from Ullah. And at the end of two, the Kashmir Budapest are 12 for no loss. Looks like the new bowler will be Asman Sasi. Let's see here. The teams in Group B, Budapest Blinders, the defending champions, are there. Cobras are very, very competitive. Kashmir Budapest Royal Tigers and UCB, I should say, are in this draw. Won't be much between UCB, the Cobras, and the Blinders. It's a very competitive group. Only one of those teams will drop out 1 will go straight to the final series, and 3 will play against the 3 middle teams of Group A. Oh, nice shot. Too short. Pulled away. And Saikat gets his reward. Just too short from the bowler. Saikat hits it over the square leg umpire. 4 runs. Second boundary for Kashmir. He got one off the very first ball with a dab over the gully region. Saikat. Let's see if the runs will start flying. Still in the power play, of course, so they can only have 2 players back. One's at third man. The other one, for some reason, is still at long on. Well, there you go. That's the reason. Because it's just saved 3 runs. Just a single in the end. Score 17. There's a bowler. A big swing and a miss. Oh, he's gone. Well, there's a big appeal. The umpire took his time. He wandered towards the stumps, put his finger up, and that's the first wicket down for Kashmir. And just a little fine edge going to the keeper. Let's have another look at this. And, well, he went for it. Probably would have been a wide, but he got a little edge on it, and he'll have to go. So, first wicket down for Kashmir Budapest, and first wicket of their appearances here on the network. Babu Hanjala is the new batsman. It's a bit of a fist bump from Saikat, his batting partner, and let's see how he is with the bat. Ivan's in the chat, so is Shohag. Good to see you, Shohag. And welcome to everyone this Tuesday morning. Another one! Well, it's a first bowler. Golden duck for Hanjala. And after a dodgy start with a rank short ball that got pulled for 4, the bowler's now getting wickets. Left him a little bit, thick outside edge. And that's 2 in 2. He's on a hat-trick. That'll be a nice way to start a Tuesday morning for the Eagles if they pick up a hat-trick. There's a golden duck, golden derrick, accompanying Babu Hanjala. And he won't be happy. New batsman coming in is Adnan Alif. Let's see, firstly, if he can avoid the hat-trick. Secondly, if he can get some runs for his team. Well, it's 2 wickets. Still in the power play. So, I've seen a few hat-tricks recently. Like in Cyprus, there are a few. There's one in Prague with Abul Fahad in the national game. Sarsi now 2 for 5. Bowling to Adnan Alif. Eagles players are on their toes. They want this wicket. Comes in. Oh, not too far away from the bat. Flashes at it. And in the end, just be relieved that it's a dot ball. It's been a good over here from Sarsi. Apart from that first ball, where he just dropped it in too short and was pulled away by Saikat. 2 for 5 at the moment. Coming in, final delivery. Tucked around the corner, nice looking shot. It's gone straight to the man there, and oh, he had to hurry, Saikat. He was struggling a little bit. Let's have a look at this. And ball comes in there. Oh, it would have been close if he'd hit, and then pretty well run. Throw just a little bit wide. So, good morning, Vinny Sandhu. How are you doing?
Yeah, good morning, Danny. Good to be with you, and yeah, good morning to all the viewers, wherever you watch from around the world. What a start for Sarsi. That was some over, wasn't it? I heard a little nick there. I know it was around the tram line. Batter didn't seem too happy, but yeah, just everyone seemed pretty positive that there was a little nick there. But yeah, it's great to be able to see some of these Group B teams. And yeah, at the end of the power play, Got to say, Eagles have won it. I suppose they just have that superior experience at the moment. Although, watch out for some of these Kashmir players. I mentioned their captain, Rakibul Rifat. He's certainly an exciting player, and we haven't seen him yet. He's also a pretty handy bowler. But now I think we're going to see Alden Pinto in over number 4.
Oh, he's one of those ball hiders. Left armour. And a good start from him.
Pretty much on the money straight away. Yeah, you'll notice, and some of the viewers picked up already, that these shirts look a lot like the Royal Tigers. That's because they are the Royal Tigers shirt, because they're essentially part of the same organisation. So typically the Eagles would play in the 2nd division, but they're still part of the Royal Tigers club. Obviously they're playing as the Eagles in this ECS. Another one almost goes into the outside edge. Well held behind. Yeah, it's true what you said about the old 1 to 11, the traditional look. Not that we really traditionally have numbers in cricket anyway. They only started coming in around the 90s, actually. And they're pretty handy for player identification purposes.
Especially because how many players do we have on the network? What have you seen on the network?
Like 7,000 or 8,000. Yeah. But I think I've seen it once before. 1 to 11. We've got the number 7 missing, but I think you're right. It might be the sub today, number 7. So Adnan Alif is number 12. We just need him to be 12th man, and then we'll have our 1 to 11. Good to see a new team out there as usual, though. Oh, it's so close to knocking over the off stump. So you can see the Eagles just a little bit more polished so far. But it's a long game, it's a long tournament. So let's see if Kashmir can bite back.
Yeah, it's as I mentioned, it's good to see a new team in, and will the Eagles? I mean, there's so much depth in the Tigers club. It's good to see some of the seconds players, I guess, getting a run.
Yeah, definitely. And actually last year, the Royal Tigers organisation actually had 3 teams in. They had the Eagles and they had the Falconers as well. Yeah. Obviously, we talked about with the Royal Tigers yesterday, a couple of players going to Budapest Zalmi in particular, and obviously that means that they're just fielding the 2 teams this year. A little bit of a hold up here, not sure what this is about, but this might be a slight technical issue, which I believe has been resolved, so I think we'll get going once again. But, nice to see everyone in the chat. You mentioned Shohag's in there, Colin Mustafa and Rob Thompson, always tuning in this time from New Zealand. Hello to Dave as well. We'd love for you to drop us a message and keep us company here on day 2. First chance to have a look at Group B. Pinto, you mentioned, you're right, he is a ball hider. Shows at last moment. This time he just misses the leg stump. It reminds me of a golfer that can't quite put the ball in the cup so far. He's missed a little bit to the left, he's missed a little bit to the right. And the way things are looking, if he can get it on target, I think Sarkat's going to have a few issues.
Yeah, he's hit the one nice ball shot. He's hit a couple of 4s, but he hasn't really hit the ball this over at all.
I actually think that might have been gone if it had hit. Let's have a look. It's a long way down, and I think when this ball goes past, definitely very close. Maybe he's just back. But anyway, pretty good over, just a single off it. 5 dotters. Haven't seen a boundary for 11 balls, a score, 19 for 2. Things have ground to a halt for Kashmir Budapest on debut.
Yeah, they have. And it was Saikat who hit that boundary off the short ball.
Good to see Rob Lever from Romania in the chat. Rob, enjoyed watching you from afar in the Romanian series. He plays for Transylvania.
Yeah.
Good to see the Vampires back in the competition.
They are called the Vampires?
Well, I call them that. There's some teams that I kind of just made up my own nicknames. One of my favourites was in Kiel in the north of Germany. We had a team called First Contact. Still one of my favourites. I just called them the Aliens. Yeah. But anyway, here we go with Anup Gupta in over 5. So Eagles throwing things around. Finally gets some bat on ball from Alif. Runs hard to come by at the moment. Pretty well backed up as well over there. So, I mean, one thing about this competition, I kind of mentioned it yesterday, is I do think there's kind of a bit of distance between the top 5 teams and the bottom 5 teams in the competition across the 2 groups. And so, yeah, it won't always be a huge batting fest. I think that if some of the underdog teams can put them all right spots and make some interesting decisions. This looks like an interesting decision that's going to backfire on Saikat, who tries the reverse again. Well, we saw the reverse earlier, but this to me looked like it hit him right in front of off stump. And umpire Steve says, you're on your way. Bit of a hard partnership to watch that one, wasn't it? But it comes to an end. The score is 20 for 3.
Yeah, look, it's the third time he's tried one of those. None of them have really worked. I can't see that missing anything except for...
Actually already took 3 or 4 steps and he wasn't running. He was taking 3 or 4 steps because I think he knew he was a goner. So, look, you've got to applaud the invention there from Zia-ul Saikat, who does have the 2 boundaries innings so far, but he will be the third to go. And I think it's a pretty simple game at the moment. If you're a bowling side, if you're a bowler, hit the 3 sticks at the other end, and you're going to have some good things happen. We saw Pinto missing to the left, to the right last over. That one would have knocked him out, and that'll bring Mohammad Kamran to the crease for Kashmir. He almost chops on first ball. So you've got to realise also some of these players that we see coming into ECS cricket, they've got different backgrounds, and they might not have a background in what we'd say is traditional formal cricket, but they've probably played a lot of tape ball, a lot of them, and kind of informal cricket.
Yeah.
So sometimes there's a bit of an adjustment, obviously, to come to hardball cricket and the extra challenges that it throws up. Goes right across, bounces over middle stump. But Gupta, he's all business at the moment, trying to hone in on those wickets.
Where it's evident normally is simple things that are coached, like running between the wickets and backing up and things like that, communication generally, where you'll see experienced cricketers who've been coached take that as second nature. It's just part of the game. But for other players, it's not evident. Shot that.
Yeah, pretty well struck. It's actually well fielded as well down there by Sumit Chauhan. So yeah, I think you're exactly right. I mean, when I think of my cricket education, if you want to call it that, in Australia, going into the kind of organised system, I mean, we would do 2-hour training sessions where all we did was running between the wickets and things like that. And obviously, if you picked up the game more informally, just because you like it, because you love it, you might not have had those opportunities. So we see the whole spectrum really on ECN.
You do see that improve though as you go through these tournaments. I mean, a good example of that would be United in Prague, where they started off and it was they were competitive, but I think the first year they didn't win a game, and then a couple of years later they beat PCC. So it's you see them progress. And it's nice shot. That's over the top, and that's the first 6 of the day. Lovely shot from Alif.
Yeah, well, Adnan Alif. Said he's the number 12, but I don't think they want him 12th man with shots like that. That's gone a mile over the boundary, and we have our first Maximo for Kashmir Budapest. They're 28 for 3 after 5. Let's say hello to everyone out there in TV land. Vinny Sandy, Mr. Maximo. Got Danny here to check with me in the action for day 2, which is the first day of Group B. Nick Rowe saying, do they have half-time tea? Well, it's not quite tea, but we're halfway through the innings, having a quick drink because of the extreme heat. And yesterday was an absolute scorcher, wasn't it? It was about 35 degrees. It'll be something like that today. At least got a little bit of cloud cover at the moment, so a little bit of respite. But yeah, really looking forward to seeing these teams. And you've got to say the Eagles have started very strongly.
Very strongly, yeah. Look, I'm happy to see them. Happy to see teams from Group B, actually. It was fun watching the Group A teams. We're going to see one of them come up tomorrow. We haven't seen in Dunabogdani.
Yeah.
But here again, excited to see the Cobras play, and also the Blinders.
Well, yeah, I was about to mention that. So Cobras actually represented Hungary in the ECL, the Champions League of European Cricket, earlier in the year because they won the Hungarian Championship in 2023. And the Budapest Blinders are the defending champions of this tournament. We'll see both those teams later on today. In fact, they match up in match number 10, the last game of the day. So don't go anywhere. Rob, I know you're in New Zealand and you're watching. Set your alarm. You might want to get up for match number 10. I know you're normally asleep by then. But anyway, you can see the players taking advantage of that quick drinks breaks. Only something that we do if the temperature gets over a certain amount. I think we're certainly over that amount at the moment. We're at the GB Oval in Zöldliget, just out of Budapest in Hungary. It's a quaint little ground. A lot of people are saying it has that kind of village kind of ground, and I think it's a fair comparison. You've even got the houses nearby. We talk about the swimming pools. We might see some action there later on. At the bikini end,
I did see people in the pool on the house on the far right hand. So all 3 of those houses have pools.
I still think they could be making a killing just renting them out to hot cricketers. Anyway, let's get ready for some action. And Nick asking a few questions. Nick Rowe in the chat. Let us know where you're watching from, Nick. Always great to see a new name in there. Anyway, Vivek Singh is getting ready to bowl to over number 6. And the tough thing is, I suppose, finding your way in the game, it's not a matter of just surviving in this format. You've got to try and find ways to score. You've got to try and find ways to kind of take the attack to the opposition. Takes bravery and takes courage. Let's see if Kashmir can rally a little bit in the second half. That was a nice shot by Alif to finish the 5th.
I don't think there's any lack in trying from the batsman. It's just not quite up to it yet. It is their first game though. So
That's
it's
right.
A bit of nerves and a bit of rust maybe.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, that one's straight over the stumps. But again, I like the invention. If you get some bat on that, it's a good chance that you might hit a boundary. It's climbed over the stumps, but only just. And you can see once again aggression there, but no bat on ball.
Yeah. Just think that if Vivek can get it on line, he might get a wicket. Hasn't been too far off. Well, it's turned around the corner, got past the fielder. There's a cover fielder back there.
You'll notice
Sweeper.
this field, I wouldn't say it's slow, but we mentioned yesterday because it's kind of sandy base compared to some of the harder base fields that we see in Europe. The outfielders just have a bit more time to react.
Yep.
And we haven't seen too many misfields, to be honest, on the ground because the ball's just coming at a slower speed after every bounce, and normally you do have time to adjust. Can't actually imagine too many misfields that have gone through for 4.
No, I can't think of any.
Now, maybe half a chance. Fancy footwork there from the fielder and the keeper. But, I'll get through for a single. Yeah, Rob, Sandy, you pointing at you? I'm pointing at you, Rob. But I suppose the beauty of ECN is if you don't want to watch it live, or you can't watch it live, you can always watch it back.
Yeah.
It's one of my hobbies. I've got to say on the plane, if I want to kill a couple of hours, I'll think, oh, that was a pretty good match. I'll try and download a classic match and watch it.
Another swing and a miss. Called a wide that time.
We were talking about one. And you know, sometimes matches just pop into your head. I might be at the airport and I'll think, we were talking about the 32 Calpe Giants hit off the last over for Gibraltar.
Yeah.
Sometimes I won't have seen it back. So I'll think, okay, I'll go watch that again. And it reminded me of Corey wanting to throw the brand new chairs out of the... chance, gone. Well, there you go. He's been in the action, hasn't he? Sajjad Fayez Khan behind the stumps. And it was Cameron actually that gets the nick on it, bounces up. And you couldn't have an easier rebound, could you? It just popped straight back into his gloves. So that's a 3rd catch for Fayez Khan now. And this one wasn't necessarily a regulation take the way it worked out, but it does work out. And that makes it 31 for 4.
Yeah, it was a nice take. Just knocked it up. Bringing new batsman in. That's Miraz Hussain. Haven't seen Rakibul Rifat yet. So maybe it's just trying to get a few of his batsmen with just a few runs under the belt. But Kashmir, got to say that it's not been the greatest start for them. Trying to get into the tournament. Oh, it's a nice shot towards the fielder. One bounce and just take a single. And Sane gets off the mark.
And that'll be the end of the over as well. So 32 for 4 after 6. I suppose the thing is, for all these Group B teams, it's the first time they're playing with the enhanced point system in place, which means there's 4 points up for grabs every game. Normally you'll get 3 for a win and you'll get 1 for a loss, as long as it's a close-ish loss. But if you get thrashed, then the other team will get all 4 points and you get nothing. So at this stage, the Eagles, they should be thinking not just the 3-point win, but if they can chase this in 7 overs, then there's a good chance they could get a 4-pointer here. The way things are heading, I wonder what the computer's thinking of where they'll end up here. They're on kind of 50s pace. I'll wait for it to come back, the expected score. Meanwhile, we'll see Pinto coming back for a second over.
We saw some very competitive games yesterday. I think no team was out of the game.
We didn't see a 4-pointer yesterday at all.
Well, I've got to... Yeah, we didn't. You're right. No 4-pointers at all.
And typically, there's a bit of data on this now at the start of the season. About 1 in 3 matches normally is a bonus point win or a bonus point game where one team gets all the points. Expected score at the moment 63 is listed, so that'd be about 9 and over they'd need if they were to pull it off. But it was a sign things were close yesterday, and even the teams, maybe the underdog teams, I think they showed they had players that were able to clear the boundaries and be quite competitive.
That was impressive with all teams yesterday. Super Kings played well, Zalmi were handy. The Kangaroos probably a little bit off the pace, but got some quality players in that lineup with the other 2 Ainsworth boys. comes the ball hider again. Another swing and miss.
Well, you see a few players with the name hider in European cricket. He's a genuine hider, isn't he? Pinto.
Genuine hider.
Puts it behind the back.
Yeah. Left arm around as well. Are you a fan of left arm around?
It depends. I think normally if you're trying to put a bit of work on the ball, kind of like left arm orthodox, then I am. Well, that could be gone if his bat's not down. I think this is out. He's already walking, so that's not a great sign. I don't think his foot's in, and I don't think his bat got down in time. Let's see it on the side on. So anyway, it's going to be a 4th dismissal, I think.
He's just thinking about it, yeah.
He is gone. So, it's funny how often that gets tried versus how often it works. Now, Leaf kind of batting with a broken heart, just the one big hit in there, but he couldn't do a lot else. He's jogging off, but it'll be a 4th dismissal for Fires behind the stumps, and it's a back stumping that creates the 5th wicket, 33 for 5.
It wasn't he'd given plenty of warning because he'd tried it about 4 or 5 times before, and finally one pays off.
Well, because he's not. There's a couple of things here. He's not that far back because the bowling is, let's say, medium pace at a push, and it just means he's closer. It was actually a quick release. You see that he just flicks it away, and so it just means when you miss the ball, he's got a little bit of a disappointed result, like kind of reaction. But that's time that he could have spent getting his bat back in his crease. He didn't, and that's why they're 33 for 5. New batter comes out. It's Sunny Masih. Pinto gets his wicket, but in unusual fashion. That's not a bad shot first up. Hits it off the stumps, but cleaned up down there by Sumit Chauhan.
Well, they need some runs pretty quickly in the next 3 overs for at least a target to bowl to Kashmir. Gets him outside off stump. And really good tight bowling spell here from Pinto. Only 3 runs from it. Picked up a wicket, and only 1 ball left.
Well, 3 runs from 11 balls bowled now. So Pinto, anything probably wishes he bowled more balls that would have hit stumps. I think he might have had 1 or 2 more wickets. Here's the last ball of the 7th over. That one does hit the wickets. I think it actually takes a little bit of the back leg on the way through, but it's the end of Miraz Hussain, and Kashmir fall further into the mire now. 34 for 6 after 7 overs.
Yeah, it's not been pleasant watching if you're a Kashmir Budapest supporter or player.
Yeah, might have just hit the old untucked shirt. Just something I noticed. Maybe it pulled the shirt out, but I think it's flicked something on the way through. It was the off stump that went over. So let's go through some stats from yesterday as we have 3 overs left in this first innings. We saw a pretty even split, 3 successful chases versus 2 wins batting first. It was a pretty high scoring day yesterday. I think that's the thing that we noted earlier on. Whenever you have the run rate in the 14s, which is 14.5 yesterday. Average score batting first, 143 is around that. Pretty big variation, I think, as well between scores batting first and second. But yeah, I think it's going to be a pretty high scoring series. Maximo rate 13.6. That's 13.6 sixes per 10 over innings. It's very high. The average is probably around 8 in most places, but I wasn't surprised that it's going to be higher here. Anyway, they'll be sniffing a real roll job here, I think, the Eagles, as we're going to see Sami Ullah in over number 8.
Big swing and a miss there from batsman Sunny Masih.
Yeah, it's again, if you're going to go down swinging. I mean, it's probably it's a tough one. Probably got a limited range of shots. He feels that he can hit to a boundary. Masih here, he kind of wants that leg side, and if you can bowl it outside the off stump, I do think the bowling has been pretty tight. There haven't been too many just kind of out and out hit me balls along the way.
It's been in the right areas. Nothing that will blow you away, but being right in the right areas. Let's hit the pad and could be out. Oh, I think he's gone.
Yeah.
That's another one. That's a run out that time. Great work by the keeper.
Kind of compounding his mistakes here. Number one, it was going to be a big wide down leg side, but he backs away. It almost goes onto the stumps off the pads. It would have been bowled, but then, yeah, it kind of takes off on a run that was never there. And, well, it's not technically a catch for stumping, but essentially that's 5 dismissals for the keeper now. You can see never really in the frame.
Could you give a man of the match award for a keeper to do that?
We've done it before. I think Sahil Grover did it in Czechia, and I'm all for it. How often do we give the player of the match to the bowler who might take like 3 for 20, but they might have all been caught on the boundary?
Yeah.
I think he's kept very well. And, yeah, I've got no issues with that whatsoever.
So here comes the bowler again. Down leg side. Just a bit loose that time. Called it wide.
Just a little bit. But yeah, I still think you don't judge a game till both teams have batted either. It's just
true.
I think the experience of the Eagles, they'd be very confident of doing this, doing it pretty quickly. Good shot there. A bat on ball from Shazadul Chowdhury. Had a question I think earlier in the chat. Where are the Chowdhuries? Well, here you go. They're batting together.
You we were speaking a little while ago about the lowest score ever defended.
Yes, 56.
56.
Yeah.
Well, this is looking like they're probably not going to get 56. Might be under 50. What do you think, Vinny?
Wow. Well, history records are made to be broken.
The water just went straight past us again.
Oh, really?
I don't know what's going on.
We've got to try and get one of those.
But they literally went straight past us.
But we look too busy. I want to stop.
Oh.
That would have been some sort of catch. I'm pretty sure this is on the full and it wasn't a bumper. Let's have a look at it on the replay. Let's check it out.
He saved the umpire as well.
Yeah, that's a genuine
almost tried to
opportunity.
kill the umpire, maybe.
Well,
Or
Gary,
he's not.
he
he's
did
striking
move.
hard.
I'll give him that. I mean, that's bowling hand as well. So you hope there's not too much damage there. Gets the old pat down.
He's getting
Test
finger
the
stretches.
I mean, any of you that are out there that are interested in kind of physiotherapy and massage, you can take a few tips from this one. And now the spray comes on. But I like that he pre-loosened the fingers, and it looks like there might be 2 types of spray that have gone on.
Two magic sprays?
Yeah, and now he's getting a few pats on the shoulder and the back. I like that. Yeah. But the thing is, hopefully it's not anaesthetic play, about how you're going to control the ball with your bowling hand. It's yeah, what a team effort there from the Eagles. And just talking through the technique here, and just basically testing every single finger. That was 7 wiggles on the middle finger. Team effort, magic spray specialist came in. I'll be highly surprised if this isn't a wicket now after that kind of attention has been given to Samiullah. Comes in with 2 to come. Oh, it's a very neat little leg glance. And is it going to go all the way?
I'm not sure if he knew much about it.
That was very dainty.
Yeah.
It's a good shot.
Very good shot. Just put the bat there. The pace of the ball do the work. Oh, look at this. Yeah, nice shot.
I like that. It's very neat. But it shows you also that this outfield does hold up a bit. Like I said, I wouldn't say it's the slowest outfield we've seen, but it's just, like I said, it's more the base, I think, that's under the grass. Last ball, the 8th.
Big swing and a miss.
Seems okay to me. So another tight spell. Yeah, I like that as well. Non-striker just putting his arm around Ulla, saying, well bowled and hope you're all right. Anyway, 37 for 7 after 8. You might say it's unlucky for the bowler, but maybe a bit unlucky for Kashmir, because that was probably one of the hardest balls hit today. Just ended up finding the fingers of the bowler.
Yeah, that would have been an amazing catch, but good piece of fielding in the end. And he looks fine, as we see here. It was, well, first over went for 8, and then it's been downhill ever since. Just not really been a fluid innings at all from Kashmir Budapest.
Okay, now we're going to go back to Anup Gupta, who was in the action earlier, 1 for 9 off his over.
Mm, 37 for 7. 2 overs left. Expected score about 48. It's not a lot.
True. Well, that's a pretty good shot. That might actually go to the boundary. Really good hitting there from Saklan Chowdhury. You can see here there's talent in this lineup, and that's a really good on drive. On drive is actually one of the hardest shots to play.
Yeah, for sure.
And made it look really easy there.
It's with that front foot, isn't it?
Yes, but kind of getting it out the way, but retaining your side on shape
Mm.
to an extent. That's what's tough about it. It's going to force a change from Gupta. He didn't like what he saw, so he's going to change to around the wicket.
Oh,
That's a brilliant shot as well. And you can see, like I said, the instincts are there. That's maximal from Chowdhury. And I love the way he goes with the angle of the ball. He doesn't try and drag across this. So, I mean, to be honest, Chowdhury's probably making a case to bat a lot higher for Kashmir Budapest.
yeah, absolutely. Well, he's hit 10 off the last 2 balls, which is about 20% of the runs. My maths is correct.
I'm waiting for the expected score to go up. It was 63. It's gone down after the 4 and the 6. But someone have to wake the supercomputer up, maybe give him a cup of coffee. Or maybe the supercomputer thinks he's going to get overconfident now and we're going to see the last 3 wickets tumble. I don't know. Here's Gupta. Oh, plays that down the ground. That's going, that's gone. Maximo! Well, come the moment, come the man, as Chowdhury goes 4-6-6. It's all happening in the 9th for Kashmir.
That's where did that come from, Vinny?
Well, what we're learning here is that Chowdhury, who's batting number 8, is batting about at least 5 spots too low, maybe more. So, yeah, Gupta went around the wicket. I don't know, it hasn't really worked for him. I think it's looked worse from around the wicket in this matchup.
Changing back.
He hasn't yet. He's staying around there, sticking to his guns. It's good instinctive batting, though, from Saklan Chowdhury.
Oh, he's not changing back. I thought he saw the indication from the umpire. Well,
Could be trouble. It should be. I mean, they're forming an orderly queue. Not an easy one, though, but it's taken. So, yeah, good resistance from Chowdhury. Goes 4-6-6, but then loses his wicket. Gupta has the second, and it's 53 for 8.
Yeah, well, they got the 50 up, which is nice, but a good little innings there from Gupta. Sorry, from Chowdhury, and wicket for Gupta. Neat catch, actually. Didn't look like he judged it well, and when it came down, just plucked it out of the air. So, new batsman will be Rakibul Rifat, the captain.
Again, I'm a little bit surprised that Rakib's batting so low. I thought that he's, as the captain, he might bat himself a bit higher, and I think he's actually a pretty handy cricketer. But yeah, maybe kind of wanting to give opportunities to some of the other players who might be making their debut in the format. But Rakib's a guy that we've seen him playing for the Debshan Vikings before, and yeah, I mean he's able to hold the bat. High score of 22 not out, also 8 wickets in his ECN career.
Oh, that's naughty. That's out though.
Well, what I will say about this is that he was a long way out. Okay, so it's a bit lazy. Maybe he's not going to appeal, I think, with 8 wickets down.
Yeah.
But, you know, okay, the thing is he doesn't actually swing his arm over.
He is a mile out. Look at that.
So he's just basically saying, well, if you're going to basically cheat ground, knowingly or otherwise, there's no doubt that it's a legal run-out attempt. But I think he's probably just withdrawn the appeal, which I think is for the best.
Yeah, I think so. I think it's good sportsmanship. Proved his point.
Yeah, certainly made
See what
his
the batsman
point.
does. Stays in his crease.
Well, it worked. And so this next one is knocked away for a single. This will be interesting now as we'll get Chowdhury facing up to Gupta. Thing is, I'm not pro Mancat. I know somebody's saying I'm pro Mancat.
Yeah.
I'm not. But I lay the blame not on the bowler but on the batter.
Yeah.
You know, so it is what it is. But it's an avoidable dismissal if you're paying attention.
Sure.
I just don't like it when batters are given the excuse to not pay attention, because cricket's a game where you're meant to concentrate.
Yeah.
And just because you're at the other end doesn't mean you're not part of the action. So I don't love them, but when they happen, everyone goes, "Oh, the bowlers this, the bowlers."
I'm warming up to it, to be honest.
But I think that I am pro warning.
Yeah.
You know, it's. I think that's proved the point. He saw the next ball. He didn't back up before the ball left the hand. Anyway, if you're Rifat, you're paying attention here, I think. So swing and a miss to finish the 9th over. The score 54 for 8. I was just thinking about the keeper Fayaz Khan, who has 3 catches and a stumping. I won't count the run out because for some reason they don't count as dismissals for a keeper. But not often you see 5 dismissals in an innings. We've never actually even had 6. We've had a few keepers do 5, and yeah, well, he's 2 wickets to go. There's 6 wickets, 6 balls to go, I should say. So I might actually look at some of the keepers that have taken 5 in an innings. Sahil Grover did it in Czechia. Perchard, I remember, did it for Farmers. James Perchard from Jersey in the ECL. And well, that won't be it, but I think will be a boundary with the pace of that ball. Sassi coming back. Remember, he's got a couple of wickets from earlier. Held him back, but the first ball disappears to the boundary. 4 runs to Rifat, the captain. And I'll tell you something that happened. Kuldeep Goliath got 4 stumpings in an innings. That was the first time that had ever happened. That was earlier in the year in the ECS. First match of the ECS in Portugal, actually. But last ball of the innings, he missed what would have been a 5th stumping. And I think that could have been a record that lasts a long time. 58 on the board now. Sassi delivers a wide. So I actually played a game in Horn. It was more of a social game than anything, but I played a game when I was a guest of Hornchurch a couple of years ago in England. And it was something like Sunday seconds versus something. I don't know. They just told me you're playing. I said, okay. They gave me the kit and everything. This is on the bank holiday there. It's a close one. Well, he's gone. Must have been a little scratch on it. Rifat turned his back, not wanting to hear the answer. But there's the 5th dismissal. And yeah, like I say, it doesn't get done too often. But well done to Fayez Khan, who has his own personal 5-5. Actually 6-5 if you include the run out. So yeah, I'm kind of agreeing with you that if you had to call the player of the match right now, I'm giving it to the Gloveman. That'll be 54 for 9.
Well, he almost took one very early on as well. I remember the one where he dived.
Yeah,
the reverse.
That's true.
That was
yeah, actually, that was a drop. I had to put that down as a drop. So it's funny, keepers. Sometimes you get everything. Sometimes you get nothing. But well, waiting a long time for the number 11 to come out here. There's some discussion going on.
Well,
but I don't know whether he sustained an injury in the warm-up or whether he's playing to bat or not. I do tell you, it's probably going to cost him 5 if he does bat. Do you think right now, if you had the option of being timed out or copping the 5, are you better off actually being timed out because that way you don't lose any runs?
Yeah.
Waiting to.
I wonder if you don't lose both. Well, there's no one.
Yeah. Well, the thing is, if you just you could retire out.
Yeah, you'd have to.
Before. I mean, yeah.
Can you declare?
But normally, actually, you're right. If you're timed out, then technically you lose the 5 runs and then you get timed out.
They should declare. Why wasn't he ready?
There's some discussion here. But yeah, we'll wait to see what's going on. But yeah, we'll have.
Yep, I think they're declaring.
Well, you can't technically declare, but technically you can just be.
Oh, here he comes.
Now I wonder if due to the confusion, whether. Yeah, well, they got 2 padded up here.
What, now there's 2 of them. What's going on? There's 2 of them walking out.
Well, this is something I haven't seen before. All right. Well, they had the rock, paper, scissors for it. I mean, obviously, maybe, okay, it is their first game in ECN cricket. Obviously, it's pretty organised compared to maybe some other informal cricket. So,
hold on.
Just making sure they had.
Hold on, didn't we see Babu Hanjali get a golden duck?
I think maybe he must have changed his shirt, but we should be seeing Mahfuzur Rahman.
Yeah.
So, I don't think you can bat twice. Like that, I'm sure about.
Well, we didn't see him for very long, but
so,
what's going on?
All right, so we're at 59 for 9. We're in a weird world. I wonder if because of the confusion, they won't apply the penalty, but I haven't seen a signal.
No, it's a left-hander, so it's a different batsman.
Yeah, maybe
wearing the same
that'd
shirt.
be a cool rule in cricket. If you got out once, you're allowed to bat again, but left-handed, or the wrong way. Anyway, whatever happened there, I'm not quite sure, but I'm sure it was dealt with fairly.
I didn't see any penalty runs.
I didn't see any penalty runs, which meant it might have been. It might have been whoever wanted to bat might have been held back. For example, they might have tried to bat someone that wasn't in the 11. There might have been some confusion, and so I think they'll just let that one slide. Probably sensible. 59 for 9 then. Let's see. That's not a bad little shot. Yeah. Survives. I suppose now you don't lose the 10th wicket or it's all over. Still 3 balls left on the table.
It was a good looking shot. Well, defensive shot. As the batsman gets his helmet adjusted by fielder again. We've got the umpire to do the...
Has to be a jersey change. I'm about to get clarification. I can't wait to see what the clarification is. Again, these are little things. You might say, oh, well, your shirt fits better than mine. Can we swap? Yeah. But you need to make sure that you inform of any jersey changes.
It wasn't as though Hanjala sweated it up. He was there for 1 ball.
Oh, pretty well bowled. Well, here we are, though. We could have history here because we could have the keeper 2 more chances, take 6 dismissals in an innings, which has never happened in so many games, over 5,000 games on ECN.
Again, nice looking shot down the ground.
Yeah, good shot. I'd love to know exactly what's happened. And I feel like there's going to be a bit of a war and peace explanation, which I may not have time to read before the end of this innings. But anyway, here we go with the last ball of the 10. Well, might as well run. Chance to run out. Well, he's missed, and luckily hit the keeper and didn't go too much further. So they'll scramble to 61 with a leg by. Sassi finishes with 3 for 12. And Kashmir, well, they do bat out their 10 in the end, but you're not able to do too much as far as run production. Just 4 fours, and we did see 3 Maximos in the innings. It's a learning curve. I suppose for Royal Eagles, they'll sense that this target of 62, about 9 and over, if they could go at that they would get all 4 points out of their opening game.
I think they'd be disappointed if they didn't, the Eagles, but we haven't seen them bat yet for Kashmir Budapest. It was 1 over that changed things, that pumped that score up to something which is, I don't know about defendable, but at least as a target to defend. They're looking to be under about 50 at one stage. You see here, this is their glove. That almost was caught as well.
Yeah, that's true. So
here's the reverse.
This is the one, to be honest, a good effort. He kind of got the end of the finger on it. You saw the dust storm. But yeah, no credit to Fayaz Khan. But they also credit to the bowlers. I think that they bowled very few really poor balls. And a few were a bit lucky as well. I suppose that one wide-ish and a little edge on that one was a bigger edge, wasn't it? And at that stage, we had Sassi on a hat-trick. And we did take the hat-trick, but it wasn't too much longer before we had more wickets tumbling. At one stage, they were 34 for 7. So in a sense, through Saklan Chowdhury mainly and that kind of run of 3 boundaries in a row, they got up to a bit more respectability. That was a bit of a fortunate one, I suppose. Kind of burst through the gloves at the first attempt, but he took it on the second. And yeah, I mean, Kashmir, again, it's a few things that are probably an experience thing. Like that, we just took a bit too long to get back in his crease. Probably on a Sunday, that doesn't get given out. You get the benefit of the doubt, but with the replays and the freeze frame, you can see it was clearly out. We saw Pinto bowling pretty well. He wasn't the only one. This is the one which I will count as a kind of 5.5 dismissal with a direct hit from Fayaz Khan, who was in a pretty good mood. You can understand why. That was a bit of a nasty one, wasn't it, for Samuela? Well struck. Then we had the kind of improvisational finger massage with the did the chip. And there were a few self-pats on the palm. I liked the fight back, though. Now, you can see that maybe it's a matter of just batting someone like Saklan Chowdhury a bit higher, hit the guys feeling more confident, hit them higher, get them higher in the order. Ultimately, I think the Eagles pretty confident that they can do the business here in the first match of Group B.
Yeah, look, I think it's been a good performance by the Eagles. That was one that was a bit of a warning. I think it was a fair bit of work there from Anup Gupta. But look, Kashmir Budapest, it's their first outing here. So see here the final one. It's just a missed run out on the final ball, and in the end, probably not enough runs, and the Eagles will look at getting those 4 points. It'll be vital. It's a difficult group this to get out of, and the Eagles will want to get into that, not only the top 4, but try to aim for that top position, but it's very difficult.
Well, even here, I mean, their objective, I think, has to be to try and push the game to an 8th over. If they can do that, they'll take a point out of the game. So, yeah, just a little bit of confusion as far as who was batting where, but you can see actually the situation there with Mahfuzur Rahman. He came out to bat at number 9, and it was actually Shazadul Chowdhury who came out to bat in the number 11 position. That's all been sorted now, though, so that looks correct to me. Saklan Chowdhury, though, the only batter to hit multiple Maximos, 2 6s and a 4 in his 17. Also, we saw 13 from Sarkar, the opener, who was quite inventive. And Anand Alif hit a beautiful shot for 6 over the offside in his 10. Not too many extras. I think they were pretty disciplined there. Just 7 of them, 61 for 9 in the 10. As far as the bowling went, well, plenty of good performers. Pinto, 2 for 3, was extremely miserly. He wasn't the only one, though. 3 for 11 in the end. We saw 3 for 12, I should say, in the end from Sassi. Who bowled pretty well, I thought, as well. Took a bag of wickets, 2 for Gupta, who was most expensive of the bowlers, though. And Bibek chipping in with a wicket earlier. Samuel as well. Didn't go for too many, just 7 off his analysis. We'll take a break back in the second half of this one shortly. 62 the result, or 62 the target, I should say, and it'll be the result for the Eagles if they can get it in 7 overs, take all the points, or at least get the win. Vinny Sandy, Mr. Maximo for ECN. Will we see Kashmir Budapest making a bit of history on debut if they can bowl the lights out and defend 61? Will be one of the top 10 defences of all time. We'll see you shortly after this break from Hungary in more European Cricket Series. This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch. Hello cricket lovers and welcome back to the GB Oval in Hungary. It's European Cricket Series action coming your way on ECN. Right now we're watching match number 6. It's the first game of day 2. We're seeing Kashmir, Budapest on debut. They've only got 61 on the board, so it's going to be a tough defence with the Eagles out to chase it. Now, if they can chase in 7 overs, as you see there, then they will take the bonus point away, which means they take all points out of this game. If they can chase it in 10, of course, they'll get 3. So, but yeah, if they can chase it quicker, they could get all 4. For Kashmir Budapest, okay, it's their first game. They're finding their way. I think first objective would be if you can push a game to the 8th over, then you've got the opportunity to at least take a point away from this, which didn't look likely at one point in the first innings. Probably still doesn't look too likely. As we get ready for action, it's going to be Babu Hanjala to open the bowling, as Danny Hudacek joins me back in the commentary box.
Yeah, thanks, Vinny. And well, let's see what they've got with the bowling lineup. The Kashmir Budapest, they have to bowl well, have to get early wickets to have any chance in this game at all.
Here we go with the second innings. It's not a great start, and it's pretty well stopped actually in the circle. Well, I don't want to jinx it. That's why I didn't say it beforehand, but I said often new teams bowl better than they bat. Maybe because you when you're bowling, you have the ability to kind of make a mistake but then correct it. Whereas when you're batting, if you make a mistake and you're out, that's it. So there's that added pressure. Having said that, that first one was very wide, and I actually feel a bit relieved that it's the left-handed Talreja who's going to face up now, because Hanjala did get that one to go a lot, but it went to the right-hand side of the stumps. And maybe this is a better matchup for him.
Yeah, should be moving it away from the left-hander. They got a wide slip in place. Tell you what though, I don't know with the current conditions, and it is early in the morning, it's still pretty warm. These black shirts of Kashmir might get pretty steamy. Or that's a slow short ball that deceives the batsman with its lack of rapidity.
Lack of rapidity, well said. I mean, I think that umpire Steve's just having a bit of a word saying, hey, you make sure if you're bowling that side, that's fine, but you've got to get off the wicket so I can see. But yeah, he decided to go around the wicket here. Hanjala thinks that that's his best tactic against the opener Talreja. A couple of early wickets might be interesting here. You don't want to give too many extras. That's pulled away up in the air, and it's going to fly. In fact, it's going to go all the way. Maximo! We saw Talreja miss out the first time with his stroke. Second time, makes no mistake. And there's the first runs off the bat.
Yeah, he waited on it a bit, didn't he? And I think that's what he needs to do. I think he's going to continue around the wicket. He will continue around the wicket. So, Hanjala, see what he can do to come back from that. Wasn't fully off the middle of the bat though by the batsman. Well, it's going to be a wide.
He's getting that swing. And Steve's about to have another word, I think. Or maybe he's just going to let this one slide, but definitely his follow through. He's not really getting off the pitch, and so it's causing a few issues for the umpire's line of sight. Anyway, again, that's just an experience thing, I suppose. Hanjala, right at the end of the bat, this one is going to pop over point. Won't go all the way, but will come back for a pretty easy 2. So yeah, the bonus point equation, we're showing that on your screen right now. So that started at around about 9 already with this start. It's come down to under 8. So that's the equation for the Eagles to chase in 7 overs.
They're definitely aiming for it. I mean, I guess the thing is that batsmen bat like they do in this format. There's a different mindset now to how it was originally, where you'd be batting still pretty quickly, but not quite the same as now, where you're attacking every delivery you can. So I don't think we saw that with Kashmir Budapest. They were trying, but it's just not hitting the ball. Whereas at the moment the Eagles, they're hitting the balls they can.
Yeah, I mean he's actually swinging the ball pretty well here, Hanjala, but he hasn't quite got one right yet, and that's not too far away from kind of, I suppose, good defensive line. But I'd love to see him kind of pitch the ball up and try and kind of angle it in and swing it away. At the moment, he's been a bit too short when he's gotten straighter. And this is up in the air. It's a bit of a pitching wedge, really. It's going to plug inside. It's going to run onto the rope. So that's going to be 4 more. A bit off up in the circle. So Talreja takes it on. Probably lucky there wasn't a long off back. But he will get a boundary.
Look, you're talking about defensive bowling. I don't think he can afford to be defensive here. He has to attack to try to get wickets. So that line outside off stump, maybe it's not what he's trying to bowl, but that's where it's going at the moment. And he's got to get batsmen playing shots. Hopefully get a couple of wickets. It's got a dodgy inside edge. Must be a single.
The runs flowing, some off the bat, some not in over number 1. So the Eagles are 17 without loss after the first. Can't see this one being a golden ball, but we start the day at 172 matches since the golden ball. You've got to go all the way back to Cyprus. So since then we've had 2 full series. Well, it's about a month, I'm going to guess. Maybe I'll get an exact date. But I was actually doing that one. It was a pretty cool game. It was a game where the batting team were big underdogs. I think they needed 48 off the last 2 overs, or maybe 49. They ended up getting 48 to tie it. And then it was a strange golden ball field. They had a lot of infielders. I think they had 8 infielders. And probably doesn't make sense, but if the ball goes straight to the infielder, then surely you're going to win. Went straight to the infielder. He missed it. He went for 4. And batting team won the game. Right, this one doesn't swing at all for Adnan Alif. He played one nice shot when he was batting. Yeah, let me go to my golden ball numbers. It was the 10th of June that we had our last golden ball, match 49 in Cyprus. Kipro Tigers Limassol versus the Night Riders. But, yeah, no golden balls since then. So what are we talking? Just over a month, probably kind of 5 weeks since we've had one. I think it was on a Tuesday from memory. Down the ground, but no run here. Quick hello to Terry Richmond, who's joined us in the chat. Good to have you. Nick saying he's quite locally, so might grab a few beers and come down to watch. Well, you're most welcome. Yes, no charge for admission. That could be gone. Well, it would have been. No, it wasn't easy. I suppose he kind of falls forward here a little bit when he just kind of had to stand his ground, let the ball come to him. Probably a little bit of anxiety there. I mean, it wasn't a ball that'll win too many prizes, but he almost got the prize of the first wicket of Kashmir Budapest in the ECS. Down it went. Stops the boundary at least.
It was hit at him, though. It wasn't.
Yeah, but he wasn't stable with his feet there, and he was on the move. The ball was always going to carry, so it didn't have to kind of fall forward. Hindsight's 20/20, and you don't have too long to react when you're around the corner like that. Dilbar hasn't faced a legal ball yet. Big swing and a miss. Yeah, so I mean, obviously your objective if you're Kashmir here, try and stretch the game to an 8th over. But even if you can't, take it 1 or 2 wickets. Just feel like you belong at the level of competition.
Sure.
Get some good feelings going in the camp. If you want to look at their kind of schedule today, this is lifted up over the top, not really timed. Should just be a long single. Yeah, Kashmir Budapest, we'll see them play in the first and the third game today. So it's a bit of a tough initiation. They play Royal Eagles here, obviously, and they'll play the Cobras in match 8. About to see the Cobras for the first time in the next game. Pretty well bowled. Early decision to go pays off. They'll get through for a single. It's well backed up. Yeah, but hesitation kills between the wickets. So if you can both go straight away, which is kind of what happens here. Talreja makes an early call and Dilbar responds. I'll get through. I suppose that was the kind of run we weren't see Kashmir able to manufacture in the first innings.
Exactly right. But it was a good piece of bowling there. Been a good over so far from Alif. And well, let's see if they can get their wicket. Has had a catch dropped off his bowling. This is in the air, should be gone. And first wicket, almost stepped over the boundary, but he's gone. That's a big celebration from Alif. And a nice catch there from Hanjala.
Well, Hanjala's fielding right in front of him, right in front of us, and I gave him one job, protect the cube. And he's done it really well there. I think it got a bit big on him at the end, but luckily he had a little bit of room to work with. Had to take that extra step. He looked down, saw he had room to spare. So well done to Kashmir Budapest. They had their first wicket in ECN cricket. And it's pretty good catch down there. It'll also be the end of the second over, 21 for 1. But yeah, Alif picks up the first wicket for the Kashmir club. And that was a pretty good over, all things considered. Just 4 runs came off it as well.
Very good over, very good over. Only, well, he had that drop catch first ball, but got one on the final, and then only 4 runs from it. It's a really good effort. And that Yorker was fantastic as well.
Winning to Lance, who's watching from the Isle of Man. Lance, hopefully you're well. Please say hello to Caleb for me if you see him over there, Isle of Man. Wonder who their qualifier will be in the ECL next year. I think they're working on it at the moment. We'll also see Isle of Man in the ECC. They'll actually be in the Challenger division. I think they might have to be one of the favourites there. I think they've got some pretty good cricketers. They kind of had their moments in the ECC last year. But they're a bit of a yo-yo team, Isle of Man, but very capable. Telraja faces up, start of the 3rd over. And Jala gets another over, but again, can't control that swing at the moment. No one swings for a wide.
Yeah, look, I can see what he's trying to do, and he's got a good shape with his bowling, but just not quite getting it on line. But good movement away. Comes in again.
It's up in the air. That could be another wicket. It's going to carry, and it's gone. Well, Hanjala finally gets it right. You'd have to say he pitches it up and he moves it a little bit, maybe half the bat width. Telraja goes after it. This time the fielder's back, and he's going to have to go. Well caught down there as well by Saklan Chaudhry. And that is 2 wickets down. Kashmir flying the flag at the moment, 22 for 2.
That was really well bowled, right in the right area as well. And just had the batsman reaching due to that the late swing. Just got it, didn't use his feet at all, didn't hit it as well as what he'd liked. And a neat catch taken out in the boundary.
Yeah, create chances and take them. Okay, we saw that one missed around the corner, but 2 good outfield catches have been taken so far. And so this will bring Sumit Chowan to the crease. In fact, both Chowans are batting at the moment for Royal Eagles.
He's continuing. No, he's not continuing. He's going over the wicket now. He'll bring the ball into the right-hander.
Yeah, got to start it left. Otherwise you'll lose it.
Confusion.
Well, got a hit from a long way out, which he won't. But, yeah, I don't know. Suddenly this bonus point isn't a done deal. But, this one, you see, it comes in a long way. I love that he didn't actually believe that Sachin was going to run. Eventually, he believed it when he passed him. Said, well, I better go then. Anyway, this will be Sachin facing up for the first time. I don't get too confused, but Sachin Chowan there with Sumit Chowan at the moment. Hanjala, again, when he gets it right, he's a dangerous customer. He's his own worst enemy at times. Another one that bites in off the pad. This time they won't try a run.
It's good bowling though. But, yeah, he's moving it in a lot. Very open action, very chest forward, bringing that in swing. And he's going to trouble some batsmen, I think, in this this tournament if he can get it consistent.
I'll give you a blast from yesteryear that his bowling action reminds me of. Another good in-swinger. I'm going to say Joe Angel of Western Australia, and played a few games for Australia as well. Very front-on, natural in-swing kind of bowler.
Yep.
So look him up.
I remember Joe Angel. I tell you who he reminds me of, going back a bit further, it's Colin Croft.
Oh, yeah.
So Colin Croft was
quite as quick.
Not quite as quick as Colin Croft, no. But just his action, I think, is very Colin Croft. Maybe.
Now, that's in the air. It's not going to carry. Now they'll probably get 2. Depends how quick they're running. At the moment, it's not very. So they'll just get a long single.
Colin Croft was, I think he's, I don't know about best remembered, but he took out an umpire.
Yeah, I do remember that. And it wasn't good.
No, it wasn't
It was,
good.
in fact, bad. He got no ball for back foot no ball, which was, by the way. And that one hasn't swung at all, and that's what happens. He aims it out there. It does. It's going to be a no ball plus 4 byes. Again, Wicketkeepers Union is up in arms about that. But this is one, it's actually a bit of natural variation. That just actually, the seam was an outswing seam, and it just kind of, if anything, went the other way. So it's tough actually getting the ball to move a bit too much. But yeah, Colin Croft running into an umpire. I suppose you can look it up if you like. But
he did. Yeah, he took him out with his elbow, I think.
These days, he basically ran into him with his kind of old hip and shoulder. Yeah, it's not something to be proud of. And,
Wouldn't happen to the Hulk, though.
I mean, well, that's going to be glanced away to the boundary. So this is actually a pretty good shot by Sumit Chowan, who is able to just manoeuvre this away to find leg. Yeah, these days, I'd probably think you'd never play again. Or you'd be getting years.
Yeah.
Back in those days, it wasn't quite as formal. But yeah, not something to be proud of. There was one, I was going to say, it might be Roy Gilchrist. There's a very famous but loose cannon West Indian fast bowler. I have to look this up. That's I might be right, I might be wrong. Yeah, his name's Roy Gilchrist. And why have we been talking about bad behaviour so much in this series already? Anyway, a Leaf's about to bowl. I'll just give you some of the highlights. But this is proper old school fast bowler. He played in the kind of 50s. Right? Gundy ball here first up from a Leaf's going to be a wide. So he basically was playing for the West Indies, got sent home halfway through an Indian tour because of his penchant for bowling beamers from 18 yards, as well as off-field arguments. Wait for this, right?
18 yards.
Yeah, well, push and run here. Another attempted kick. Pretty successful kick. Yeah, so he would deliberately overstep the bowling mark by 4 yards, come close to the batter and intimidate him. In the fourth test, he got struck for 3 consecutive boundaries and taunted him. So Gilchrist deliberately overstepped the bowling mark by 6 metres and delivered a bouncer which hit the batter on the head, dislodging his turban. That's just one story. In the following match, he unleashed a barrage of beamers against another batter who he knew from Cambridge and ignored his captain's instruction to cease this form of attack. During the lunch interval, he was basically banished from the field and sent home. He was told, "You will leave by the next flight. Good afternoon." That's a very 1950s way to put it. Slower bouncer this time. Missed out by Chowan. And then, yeah, I mean, I don't want to promote this kind of thing, but it's history. When he played in the Lancashire League in England, he once removed a stump from the playing arena and struck an opposition batter. But he is said to be one of only 4 bowlers to ever hit the sight screen after the first bounce on the pitch on the full. Although that may or may not be true. It said the scorebook of that match that he apparently did that only showed there were 3 extras. So it probably wasn't true. But yeah, it's not good. But some people are famous, some people are infamous.
Talking about hitting the side screen, there was the Jeff Thompson bouncer that went over Rod Marsh, and it didn't hit the side screen on the full, but it was like a da-dum.
Yeah.
Just bounced in front of like a half volley into
Well,
the side
in
screen.
those days, the fields were a lot bigger as well.
Yeah.
So I mean, we still haven't seen it happen on ECN, but it's been close.
Horse is in the air.
Well, this is a big moment in the game. Bowler's going to have to go for this. It's a real swirler, and he's not going to deal with it. Maybe have a run out, and he bounces it over the stumps. Now they will get what I think is a second run, maybe more. Well, welcome to the European Cricket Series. A Leaf gets a swirler. It's not the first time we've seen this. It's not the last either. He kind of gets caught under it, and he's got no point of reference, so he ends up not even touching it. But then he gets on the bounce, and he fires in basically a bouncer. As you can see, that he basically picks it up. Probably had more time than he realised. And the result is just a 2-run ball. Now there'll be a wide down the leg side.
Got a pretty kind bounce. It's just bounced into his hand.
Just into the breadbasket, didn't he?
Talking about strange bowling, I saw, I'd forgotten about it, but Merv Hughes' 32-yard ball.
Oh, yeah.
Where he's
Yeah, bowls it from way back. Lily started that, actually.
Did he?
Yeah, in the air, chance. Great catch. Very good catch by Saklan Chaudhary. He's having some sort of game. It's been a shining star for Kashmir first up. So that'll be the end of Sumit Chowan for 6. That was a bit of a laser beam line drive, but it's handled by Saklan. And the score is 39 for 3.
Yeah, really good catch, and I guess well deserved by the bowler. So still into the just finished the 4th over. They're going about just under 10s. The 23 of 18 for the bonus point victory. They should be able to get it, but they've lost 3 wickets now.
Yeah, they should be, but I mean, now you're only kind of one good over away from maybe pushing that rate up to maybe 9 and over for the last 2. You're going to have to bowl really well. There's no doubt about that. I mean, obviously the extras have been a bit of an issue already. We've seen 15 extras in 4 overs in this innings. The whole of first innings, we only saw 7. So it's been a bit of a difference between 2 teams as well. Well, here's Zia, who's going to have a bowl. Because I quite enjoyed his batting. He, at least he was trying a few things, showed he liked to try the reverse. It was undoing in the end. Sachin Chauhan at the other end. He's been joined by Arvind Kumar for the Royal Eagles. Here we go in over number 5. Pretty good ball first up. Searching delivery. I think you got to be full here. I think against some of the top batters in Hungary, that's the kind of ball that probably disappears out of the ground because it's kind of, we call it the slot.
So tell me something. Do you think it's a good tactic bowling from, not from 32 yards, because it was a long way, but from a metre back, 2 metres back?
Honestly, give my honest opinion. I took an oath of honesty when I took this job. I think it's an overrated tactic.
But not to use all the time, but
no,
just to use occasionally.
I think it does surprise batters, but they've got so long to adjust that it becomes easy. That's just my opinion. We see some bowlers doing it off 1 or 2 metres more, or even 1 or 2 behind the stumps. Mark Watt's one from Scotland that I covered recently. So my honest feelings about it are, it's not as great a tactic as you think. If you're like really desperate, sure. But I think it's like when was there a phase where you were allowed to bounce the ball twice before the batter, and bowlers started practicing it, and they learned pretty quickly that it was just so easy to smash, right? This is up in the air, but that's going to fly out of the ground. Maximo for Sachin Chauhan. Pretty much gets them in an impenetrable position for that 4 points now. My other issue with the bowling from far back, if it's quite far back, is I don't like that theoretically you can bowl from even behind the umpire. Yeah. And so...
You mean directly behind the umpire?
Or like, the umpire doesn't know what's happened. The ball just appears. Because you never arrive as the bowler. Yeah. So which makes it a bit tough for the umpire. This one's down leg side a long way.
Well, at least he's not going to call a front foot no ball.
Yeah, that's true. But I mean, your back foot could have been anywhere. My personal feelings are, I don't think it's as an effective tactic as people think.
I'd like to see it though.
Yeah, I mean, we see it here sometimes as well.
But on purpose or by accident?
Yeah, on purpose. No, sometimes I've seen it done quite a few times. If I want to give the slightly extended answer, which I may not have time for. French cut straight to the fielder. They won't run. I would actually I would change the law so only your front foot mattered, and some of your front foot has to be in front of the stumps and some has to be behind the popping crease. And the reason is, you can still use the crease, that variation, that kind of 1 metre, but there was a really interesting finish, Bangladesh, Pakistan. Oh, in here, could be another one. It is. He's caught so well. Saqlain Chowdhury, and he's going to get Sachin Chauhan, the Eagles skipper, for 9. That'll be 4 wickets down. So there's been plenty to celebrate, really, for Kashmir in this fielding innings, at least. That makes it 49 for 4.
Yeah, nice catch. And that was smashed at him. Don't think the batsman can quite believe it. But really neat catch.
So I can't remember who it was, but basically Pakistan needed, I think, 2 to win or something like that last ball, or maybe 4 to win. And the Bangladesh bowler just went bang and bowled it from the end of his run-up off a step. Like a spinner, so he's had a bit of a run-up. Yeah. And the batter backed away and said, whoa, whoa, whoa. And technically, you're allowed to do that. Yeah. But then they called it a dead ball. Why? And Pakistan won the game because they said, well, I wasn't ready for that. So this is my point.
But that's
yeah, I agree. But the point is, it created a situation in the laws where, like, what?
Is it fake bowling?
Yeah, so at what point does deception become unfair? I mean, under the laws should reflect what's fair and what's not fair. It's completely fine. But anyway, yeah, and Bangladesh went on to lose that game. But yeah, so if it doesn't feel right, or make a decision, is it okay or not, and reflect that in the laws. Anyway, 13 off 13. Here's Fayaz. He's my player of the game for his keeping. Five dismissals and a run out. But I'm sure he'll get overlooked because keepers always do. And that's the end of the over, and it's 49-4 after 5. Let's have a look at Group B. You can see that we have Kashmir playing here, and we have the Royal Eagles playing here. We'll also see the Cobras, the ECL 24 team from Hungary, They're playing in the next game, actually. Budapest Blinders are returning champions of this tournament. Who won it in July last year. They are back. They'll play in the last 2 games of the day. UCB, very competitive side as well. They took bronze last year, but they won't be on the park today. We will see them a little bit later in the tournament. You can see the format. So we have the group games, then we have the top team going straight through to finals Friday, which is on the 26th of July. The bottom team will drop out, but the other teams, so the middle 3 teams, will get to play in the second phase of the tournament, which is next Tuesday, Wednesday and Thursday, to compete for the other 2 spots in finals Friday.
It's a big advantage to have to come first in their in the groups, because you do get that. Well, you avoid 3 more days cricket. You go straight to the final.
Yeah.
And you come in fresh, whereas the other teams are coming in. Even if you're second in the group, you will get a couple of points. And see here, Royal Eagles, we'll see them again against Cobras.
Yeah, well, Cobras, looking at their lineup, a few new faces in there, but Sheikh Razik is a very, very class performer. Watch out for him. Burhan's in there. He's a very experienced player in this format, Joan behind the stumps. For Royal Eagles, though, already got some game time under their belt. And I think, wouldn't say it's a full-strength Cobras side that they're going to run into here. Fayaz Khan, mentioned him behind the stumps. He's been excellent. And I just think their bowling was pretty accurate. That kind of set up a good result for them here. 13 off 12, though, for a bonus point. So you just got to fight. If you're Kashmir here, you got to bowl who you think are your best 2 bowlers available in the next 2 overs to try and secure this point. I've gone with Mohammed Kamran. Just misses the mark first up. That'll be a wide and re-bowl.
So the Eagles, well, I mean, assuming with 12 or 12 they're going to get 4 off this, if they can get a good result against the Cobras, that'll be a great start for them. Cobras are a very good side though, and I don't know, we'll see maybe where they're at in this competition, the Eagles, in the next game. It's a good ball, really good delivery. It's Kamran who's got the ball to move away from the right-hander.
So Luke Baker in the chat saying he's only 20 minutes away. We love playing cricket. Can we come and play it?
Sure. Well, not play, but...
Well, what I would say is that one. It's going to sneak inside. That's not a wide.
There's refreshments available at the ground.
Yeah. Well,
I don't know if there's beer available. I don't think there is, but there's a little shop, a 5-minute walk where you can get some beers.
Yeah.
And come and watch.
The first step would be to come and watch, I'd say. And look, it's essentially an open tournament. Yes, you have to register with the club, but if you can work that out, then of course you can play. If
this tournament,
if you're in Hungary,
next year.
Oh, I mean potentially make some contacts. Sometimes we can have late registrations, but obviously you have to.
You can't just pick a random off the street.
No, but you may have to wait a couple of days for the registration to go through. But yeah, if you join the club, you're welcome to. We've had a couple of cases. There was one in Malta where pretty much exactly that happened. The 4-week ECS. Once you register for the tournament, if it's all cleared, then you can play. Obviously, it's an amateur tournament, something to know. All right, thick edge, that's gone down. Yeah, disappointing. Would have been in the thick of the action there, hasn't he? But unfortunately, couldn't quite hold on. Adnan Alif there at the kind of gully position. So come and check it out. Or what I will do, I'll put the federation link in the chat. You can maybe send an email.
He does play. Does Luke? Again, if you know people in the teams, then maybe.
I mean, this is one tournament where you can normally play outside your regular club if they're not playing in this ECS. But I mean, you just have to get in touch. But it's not like, you're right. You can't just rock up and okay, I'll play. It's you have to be registered. It has to be all done through the official channels. Just helps this one round the corner. They pushed this to a kind of quasi last over, haven't they? Because Kashmir can defend 7 off this 7th over and actually take a point out of the game. End of the 6th over, 55 for 4. And do you want to try and pronounce the city that Luke's from?
I was looking at it. Is it Jekesh Federer?
I think you've done pretty well there.
Yeah, it probably, look, being on the train and announcing the next stop, and you're reading it and you're hearing it, and none of it makes sense to a non-Hungarian ear. It's a very difficult language. But so Rob Lever arrested my friend Lee in the morning of a game. Yeah.
Like I said, nothing that happens very often.
We used to register players that were in the beer garden at, in
Like I said,
Vinorati.
ECS has a slight extra layer of formality to some other tournaments, or most. Anyway, this is up over the top. That's going to be 4. That puts them closer to the 4 points. Nicely struck over the top from Fayaz Khan.
We had Steve Elder, who's a good friend of mine, played for Barbarians many years ago. His brother was in town, and we were short of players. It was before my time, just. And his brother played, and Steve being Scottish, and his brother being Scottish, his brother played in a kilt.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
We've never had a team playing kilts on ECS, but maybe we might be going to Scotland next year. Maybe we'll see it. Nicely manoeuvred away.
Oh.
That's actually really well fielded.
Great fielding.
Yeah. Need a minor miracle here to save a point. Makes it 2 off 4, but at least that keeps the contest alive.
Dot ball will be interesting.
Yeah. I see Sycat get it right. I just got a feeling he's going to spray one here and it's going to be caught game over. Hope not.
Well, they bring the field in, so they know they're
Yeah,
aware.
I like that.
I think it's great.
Yeah. It looks like it probably maybe tempts the batter into a crazy shot that he might swing and miss. I like it.
Still got a player out in the boundary.
Zia, come on, help me out here. Get it straight. Not bad, but it's going to disappear. There's a really good flat bat from Kumar, who goes game, set, Maximo. And the Eagles will take a 4-pointer. The first 4-pointer we've seen of this European cricket series, winning this game with 21 balls to spare.
Yeah, good effort from the Eagles, and also good effort with the ball from Kashmir. They took a few wickets, could have taken a couple more as well, and it'll be good to see them come up later in the day. For the Eagles, good win. I'll have a good game. A difficult game next against Cobras, though.
Yeah, this is what's coming up. Eagles will hope to go back-to-back against the Cobras, maybe catch the Cobras napping. But you know, any team with Sheikh Razik in Hungary is going to be very competitive. You've got Mohamed Siddiqui in there, listed in the middle order. You've got Burhan, is very experienced, like I said. Eagles had some good performance there in that first game. I think Pinto bowled really well. Samuela was tight. He wasn't the only one. Gupta also broke through. But yeah, that game is coming up. Bit of an extended break, around about half an hour till the first ball. Let's go back and look at the highlights. And look, at least for Kashmir, felt they did get something out of it. Even though they didn't get the points, the fact that they were able to take 4 wickets along the way, I think will give them a bit of confidence.
Yeah, absolutely. Look, you know, first game, morning of the second day, that was a neat catch taken out there by Hanjala. But yeah, I mean, I'm sure they'll be competitive in this tournament. Eagles as well. I mean, there's no hidden players in this tournament. Everyone knows what everyone does. It's only a small league with a small community of players, so they'll know what to expect. But they'll have plans for the Cobras.
Yeah,
and, I think it'll be a great game.
Had its fair share of ECN moments in this game as well. That was one of them that kind of lodged in Adnan's hand, and then he fired it short of the stumps. It bounced over the top. And had to deal with a pretty awkward throw on the way back. And like I said, I mean, considering where they were at one point in that game, the fact they got so close to getting a point, I think showed a lot of fight. So with 9 matches to go in their experience, hopefully they can find a way to pinch some wins maybe against some of the more fancied teams. And they've got a tough one against Cobras coming up. Another positive, I think, the catching of Sakleen Chowdhury down there at long on. Also, he showed a bit of fight with the bat. So I think maybe it's just a matter of trying to get some of those guys more confident hit boundaries, get them in earlier. Shuffle your aces to the top of the deck.
Sure.
And maybe you can kind of get that 100 on the board. And the way they bowled, I mean, when they got it right, they look dangerous against those Eagles. Let's have a look at the scorecard. Yeah, and obviously it was a bit of a walk in the park in the end, but kind of got pushed to the 7th over. And so Kashmir got pretty close to taking a point away with the bat. Talreja leads the scoring. See if you don't count extras, so you can see that we had 19 extras in 6.5 overs. So it's something that they'll want to work on. So no one really stood out big time with the bat, but they just kind of occupied the crease and let the runs come in the end. Bowling wise, well, some good performances there. Adnan Alif had an interesting game. They hit a brilliant cover drive in his batting, finished with 2 for 10 with the ball. Wickets for Hanjala and Sycat as well. Kamran with just the 1 over. So, yeah, something to work with Kashmir, who we'll see a little bit later in the day. We'll take a break and we'll be back in around about 25 minutes, taking you into match 7. And the Cobras are back. We'll see them on ECN for the first time since they exited the European Cricket League in February. Vinny Sandy, Mr. Maximo with Danny Hudacek. We'll take a break. We'll see you soon for more European Cricket Series. This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch. Hello and welcome back, and we're already one game deep into day 2 of this European Cricket Series, and coming up now we have the second match of Group B. It's match number 7 of the ECS, Hungary, and it's going to be the Royal Eagles again on deck. This time they're taking on Cobra Cricket Club, or the Cobras. We know them pretty well. I've played plenty of ECS cricket, but also they qualified to be the ECL team of Hungary. We saw them at the European Cricket League, the Champions League of European Cricket, earlier this year in Spain. So they're on deck. I know that Suleiman Saeed is back on deck today as well. He's with the 2 captains. Let's see who wins the coin flip.
Cobra, it's your call.
Heads.
Heads is the call. And it's heads.
Going to have a bat.
Cobra won the toss and they will bat first.
So it is the Cobras that win the toss, and watch out for Mr. Slick, Sheikh Razik, their captain. He is such a classy player. Did some brilliant things during the ECL, really, even though it didn't really go the Cobras' way most of the time. And also, of course, we've seen him playing a lot for Hungary and kind of assuming that leadership position. I thought the first time I saw him a couple of years ago that this guy's going to have a big impact on Hungarian cricket, and it certainly has turned out that way. He is a very good player, no matter what he's doing, bat, ball, or in the field. But the Cobras, I mean, last time we saw them in ECS cricket, they actually lost the final. They came second in last year's tournament to the Budapest Blinders. So I'm pretty sure they'd love to go one better this time around. And who's to say they can't? When you look at their squad, there's a lot of good players in there. For Royal Eagles, they were pretty impressive this morning. I think their bowling has to be accurate. They have to take their opportunities if they're going to be competitive in this one. But they'd love to go back-to-back here on day 2. I know that Danny Hudacek is standing by. Let's get ready for the first ball. The news from the toss is that the Cobras want to have a bat. Let's see if they've got some bite. Over to you, Danny.
Well, thanks, Vinny, and welcome to everyone to this European Cricket Series match between Royal Eagles and Cobra CC. It's match number 7 in this this tournament. Still a long way to go, only day 2. This should be an absolute cracker. We saw the Eagles come up against Kashmir in the previous game. Looked pretty impressive, and they've got a good bowling lineup. Very tight bowling against the against Kashmir, as you see here. It's Cobras, a couple of new names, 3 new players, in fact 4 new players coming in for the Eagles, shifting the deck around against the Cobras, who'll be very competitive throughout this tournament. And as Vinny said, look out for Sheikh Razik, the captain, very good player. But they've got a quality lineup to the Cobras. That's the reason why they're one of the top teams in the country. So the Eagles just giving a big high fives and shouted Eagles. 18% to win this game against the Cobras, and we'll see where both teams are at. I think probably Kashmir a little bit underdone so far in this tournament, only their first game, and Eagles with a 4-point victory, but now they're up against a much sterner test in the Cobras. Well, about ready for a start. Umpires getting into position, and looks like it's going to be Sami Ullah to open the bowling. We'll check that in a minute. Walking back to his mark. So this is a Group B game. We saw a lot of Group A games. The only team we haven't seen so far as in Group A is Bogdani. We'll see them tomorrow. But here, I'm going to see the first time we'll see the Cobras, the Eagles. They won the game against the Kashmir, as I mentioned last game. They got all 4 points, which will be good for them. They want to get in the into the top 4. Of course, it's an interesting format here with the 2 groups. The top teams of each group. Top team of each group get into the final, and then there's a 6-team tournament that goes on next week. The winners, or the second place team, get 2 points going into that tournament. The third place get 1 point and 0 for the final entrant. So you see the first ball, pretty tight bowling, and nicely taken single there. They look for 2, bit of scrappy fielding from the Eagles, and it's Polaruthru who is opening with Jane. Nilesh Jain. He's on the non-striker's end. So Jeremy Polo through. Well, took the first one. It's just a nice dab into the covers, away from the fielder, but misfielded. This one's going to be called a wide. Loses it away from the batsman on the offside. Bit of swing though. You hear a train go past. You hear a lot of those coming up all through this tournament. And train line right next to the ground, just behind the trees on the right-hand side, as you see it on screen. Comes below again, and put a ball that time in that tram line. Now that line, it's changed this year. It belongs to the bowler. So if it clips any of that line, it should not be called a wide. If it's wide of that line, then it will be called. Just gives a little bit more of an advantage to the bowler. And this is a full toss through the covers. It's going towards the boundary. That'll be the first boundary of the game. 4 runs. And a bit of a gimme ball there from the bowler. Don't think it's called. Well, it has been called a no ball, I think. That's. I might have a look at that from side on. Let's have a look. It's been called on field, and it was pretty high, but he was quite far down pitch. Well, where he hit it, when he hit it, it was over the waist. The umpire had no doubt. So it's called no ball. It's a, well, hold on a tick. It's been held back. The umpire's conferring about something. It is a free hit. Who's will be facing it and doesn't get all of it. There's a player back there who won't be able to stop it. It's 4 runs. Hit straight enough to get the runs. Poluthu with 777 on his back, pretty high. Mohammed Siddiqui in the side with 543. I'm quite sure what that signifies, but we'll might find out. Well, it comes in again. 12 off the over so far. It's a better ball right up in the block hole. So Cobras, obvious favourites for the game. They're a good side, the Cobras. One of the top 3 in the country, or top 4 at least. And that comes in again. Short one this time, pulled away, straight to the fielder though, pulled straight. And that's just a single. It'll bring Nilesh Jain to face his first delivery. 1 ball left of the first, 13 on the board. But the Eagles, well, they look like the Tigers because they're part of the same setup. There are 3 teams in that Tigers club. There's the Tigers, of course, the Eagles and the Falcons. Falcons we won't see this tournament, so I'm sure some of the Falcons will be playing for the Eagles. Oh, got him. Beautiful delivery. And a golden duck for Nilesh Jain. And that's a beautiful ball there from Sami Ullah. Nice shape, straight through the batsman. First wicket down. Let's have a look at this. And just played through the wrong line. Bit of outswing. Lovely delivery, perfect from an outswinger's perspective. And Nilesh, well, he looked back at his stumps. They were ruined. That's our first wicket down. It's Nilesh Jain who walks off with Derek, golden Derek. And, well, end of an interesting over. As you see here, these are the what's on the calendar for the European Cricket Series this year. For the rest of the year, we're here in Hungary for a couple of weeks, then to Bulgaria, and then Italy again, this time in Rome. A lot of cricketers in Italy. And then Austria, Croatia, then the European Cricket Championship in Khartoum. Fantastic tournament. All the best countries in Europe playing in that tournament. 2 divisions also this year. Malta, then Spain again, and then there's a European Cricket Championship for women coming up in December, starting on December 9th. So fantastic cricket will be seen here on the network, plus a few other little bonus things coming up as well. So good runs on the board for Cobras. First up, 13 off the over, but they've lost a big wicket up top. So just waiting a little bit on the bowler. Just a slight delay. He's going to be coming bowling right arm around to the right-hander. Comes in, and a big swing and a miss there from Jeremy. It's Palanivel, the bowler. Comes in again, bowling to Poloruthu. And got this in the air. Player going back, won't reach it. And they'll look for two. They should get two comfortably if they ran early. And, well, a bit of confusion between the batting pair. It's Sheikh Razik who hesitated a little bit. He's having a chat to his batting partner. No chance for a run out in the end. But just that hesitation from Razik. That would have been a disaster if it had gone to the bowling end. He was possibly a little bit short of his ground, was Razik. Here comes Palanivel again. This is turned around the corner, should get to the boundary. Not the quickest of boundaries here in Hungary at the GB Oval, but that one gets there in the end. 4 runs. So Palanivel, his first name is longer than his last. I'm sure he's called Venki, but it's called a wide. It's Venka Tachalapathy. I think I got that right. I'm close enough. But Palanivel is what I'm going to call him from now on, which is his name also. Down the wicket and flicked for 6, I think it is. Ball retrieved there, 6 runs. So nice shot by the batsman. It's Poloruthu. First 6 of the innings now. A bit an expensive over, 13 from it. But if they can get a few wickets here early, especially the one of Sheikh Razik, who hasn't faced a ball yet. And they're in with a good shot. Charges that one straight through the fielder. That was hit pretty hard. And it looks like it's Velusamy who got blasted there. Might have got a fingertip to it, but hit very, very hard by Poloruthu. Of course, we're still in the power play, 30 up for Cobras. 1 ball left in the second. And this is hit in the air, could be out, but it won't be because it'll be 6 straight over the fielder. These 50-metre boundaries, not big enough for Poloruthu to avoid hitting those 6s. Got it towards the end of the bat, just to the right of the marshmallow. So here the Group B standings, finishing one game. The Royal Eagles, they had a big win against the Kashmir Budapest and got all 4 points. But I think the other teams, the Blinders, the Cobras, and also UCB, very, very good sides. Some of the best sides in the country. This will be a very difficult group to get out of. Of course, as I mentioned, there are 4 teams that will go through to the next phase. One will win the division, will go straight into the finals, and there'll be a 3-way playoff, or 6-way playoff, I should say, with the 2, 3, and 4. ranked teams from both divisions meeting in a mini tournament next week. All right, so it'll be Sami Ullah to continue. Ball to Sheikh Razik, who hasn't faced a ball yet. It's going to be called a wide, down leg side. See what kind of form Razik is in. He's a top player and the star of this Cobras team. And also captains the side. Ball comes in again. Oh, gets a little under edge, down to the keeper. No chance for a catch. Just bounced in front of the keeper, who did well. It's Faiz Khan. Look at that. So Faiz, he took 5 dismissals and a run out in the previous game. Not sure if he got man of the match. Deserved it though. He's one who probably influenced the game more than any other. Sami Ullah, so we hear another train go past. To Sheikh Razik. It's a full toss, hooked away. That'll be a 7. It's hasn't gone too far, hasn't gone into the trees, but it's called a no ball on field, so it'll be a free hit, and it could be a 13. It's a free hit for a dangerous batsman. So look at this, just loses it. It's about just under chest height. Again, Cobras, they want a big win to start their campaign against the Eagles. Comes in again. And, oh, it's 6 again. He went outside off stump. He moves slightly towards the offside. Look at this. So moved across. And it would have been a wide if he'd left it. But he'd made space for himself to hit it over that area. Class shot from a class batsman. Razik moves on to 12, and the 50 up already. We're only in the 3rd over. Ullah's going for quite a few in this this over already. Only 2 legal deliveries. It's 14 off it so far. And this is over the top again. Lovely shot. Catch out there. Shubs puts it down. Well, that's unfortunate there. His fingers will be ringing. Blue crew member Shubs was hit pretty hard. Should have taken it. Regulation catch. Another 6. And Razik moves on to 18. Oh, it's short. Hooked away. And that'll be another 6. Well, he's a difficult man to bowl to, but bowling short to him. Not sure what he was trying to achieve there, Ullah. Because you know where that's going to go if you bowl short to him. In fact, the ball before was pitched up and he still smashed him for 6. 24 off 5. 62 now the score. Still a couple of balls left of this 3rd over. And if it's any consolation, it's the end of the power play, so they'll be able to put a couple of players back on the boundary. Problem is that Sheikh Razik at the moment isn't using the green bit. He's just launching it over the rope. Sami Ullah again. Nice shot. And that's, well, it's got through the fielder. That's a poor bit of fielding there. And that's unfortunate. It's Amir Mahmood. Haven't seen too much bad outfielding. This one couldn't quite get down, put a foot behind it, and went straight through him for 4. And Razik moves on. It's 28 off 6. And it's been an expensive one here from Ullah. 30 off it so far. 1 ball left. And lovely shot through the covers. That's 4 runs again. Just slightly over pitch there from the bowler. And Sheikh Razik moves on to 32 off 7. 70 up in the power play. They did lose a wicket, but well, Cobras are here to play. So let's have a look at this power play. So 13 off the first, 23 off the second, 34 off the third. And Cobras looking dominant in this game. We'll have to do something quick for the Eagles to be at least somewhat competitive. They need big wickets. Going at a run rate of 23 and over. Just over, actually. Expected run rate, expected score is 182. Poluthu, 33 off 12, going at a good rate. But Drastic catching him up with only 7 balls, only 1 run behind him. So, new bowler will be Alden Pinto. Bowled pretty well in the last game, actually. Was very economical, was Pinto. Bowling to Poluthu. It's a different game and a very different opposition to their last game against Kashmir. So just waiting for the field to be reset slightly. Here's the left armour hiding the ball. Well, didn't need to hide it there, and that's 6. Flat shot there from Poluthu. Let's have another look at this. Well pitched up, just hit through the line of the ball, and no one could stop that. Flat 6 down the ground. Moves on to 39. And Pinto, interesting, he's got the ball behind his back. Left armour going around the wicket. And miss hit slightly down the ground. Should stop this one. The fielder does better. And throws it in. Just a single. Brings Sheikh Razik back on strike. 77 the score. Razik's on 32 off 7. So we get to the bowling of Alden Pinto. Oh, that's lucky to get away with that. That was rubbish from the bowler. Short down the leg side. Let's have another look. Just held onto it too much. And I think Razik will be disappointed that he didn't launch that into the trees. It's just got the wide, just one to the score. Oh, it's a full toss, and well, very late cut. And that's over the keeper for 4 runs and a no ball and a free hit. And this is not good bowling from the Eagles. Have a look at this. It's a high no ball, shoulder height. Beamer. And, well, lucky he didn't hit the keeper, actually. That could have been pretty devastating because he's not wearing a helmet. Of course, if you're keeping up to the stumps, you must wear a helmet as a keeper, but he's just towards the edge of the pitch. It would have had no time to react. Just went about 50 centimetres over his head, so very lucky there, I think. And another full toss, another no ball, and, well, I think he bowls one more, he's out. So it's called no ball again. He's going to be warned. Let's have another look. He charges, but that's got to be called a no ball, I think. Let's see, it's still a free hit. And comes in again. And it's another full toss. This one's hit hard through the point area. That's 4 runs. Well, he's gone for 18 off 3 balls as Pinto. But a lot of it's to do with his no balls. There was a wide as well in that. And he was lucky to get away with. Been a scrappy over. Razik moves on to 40 off 10. Poluthu is 40 off 14. 88 the score. Still halfway through the 4th. And that's, again, not a good ball. Hooked away. And that's going to be another 6. Just too short from the bowler. And 94 on the board. We're not even to the end of the 4th over. This could be anything, this score. Especially if the Eagles keep on bowling like this. And Pinto's gone for 24. A couple of balls left in this over. Where's this one going? Oh, it's a better ball. Gets a good piece of it. And in between the fielders who can't stop it. And that's 4 runs. There's a bit of an inside edge about it. But it was good placement from Razik. Not sure if he wanted to put it exactly there, but got the job done. Of course, the players now on the boundary because of the end of the power play. Bit of fancy foot fielding that went wrong. Okay, last ball Oh, Rasik's on 50 already. Oh, and he's got another late cut. This time through the keeper, and that's another 4 runs. And that's probably a bit of luck rather than skill. Let's have another look at this. He's hit it hard, straight past the keeper. There's also a fly slip in place for that shot, and he moves on to 54 off 13. Sheikh Razik. Also, Poloruthu on 40. Only 4 overs down. Well, this, as I said, this score could be anything. The run rate at the moment is 25. Surely they'll stem it somehow, the Eagles. This graph is going to look ugly for them. Just keeps on rising as well. Oh, Cobras 102 for 1 off 4 overs. That's a pretty ridiculous score. But we'll see if Sachin Chauhan can stem the flow of runs. Dave saying 200 coming up. Well, don't know yet. Possibly though. Don't think we've seen 200 on this ground. I know the Hungarians have hit 200 in play at the ECL, and this is hit nicely down the ground. It's 4 more. Poloruthu moves on to 44. 106 the score. Oh, I've got to think that Nilesh Jain has missed out here. He got a good one. He was a first baller, but just brought Sheikh Razik out to the middle. He's blasted. So is Poloruthu. And again, good ball there. Just prodded down to point. Just going through for a pretty easy single. Bring Razik back on strike. I'm not sure if we've ever seen 200s in the same innings in an ECS European Cricket Series match. I know Vinny is on is away from the marshmallow for a moment. He's hit pretty hard. This is coming towards us. Almost killed me. So that was hit pretty hard. Field had no chance. Thundered into the chair here. Luckily I've got a ball retriever in the box with me. Not quite sure why, but I know the shade's good. So I didn't have to do the fielding either. It's 113 the score. Thanks to Sheikh Razik. And that's another one. It's in the air. It's over the top of the fielders. 1 bounce over the rope, and that's 4 runs. Score moves on. Well, it's an onslaught from these batsmen. Got to say, it hasn't been great bowling from the Eagles, though. But, well, Poloruthu and Rasik. Rasik's moved on to 64 off 15. And Poloruthu, 45 off 16. Let's see what they've got less. Who do they turn to with the ball? 15 so far off Chauhan. And this one's battered over the covers, or over point actually. And that's another 6. Partnership's now 104 of 25. In fact, 110 now of 26. 123 the score. We're not quite at the halfway mark. And this is brutal. So Chauhan's gone magical. 21 off the over. Still got 1 left. But, well, he's the captain. He took the responsibility of this over. Who's he going to turn to? Comes in again. And that's huge. Launched into the jungle. And that one is, well, the ball retriever has gone to look for it. Don't think he should. Doesn't really want to. And it'll be drinks. So, at the halfway mark, it's one-way traffic and an absolute hiding at the moment from the Eagles by the Cobras. They're here to play. They're one of the top teams, and you can see why when they've got class batsmen like Poloruthu and also Sheikh Razik, who are just smashing this bowling attack. Of course, the Eagles are the kind of the seconds teams for the Tigers. And I'm sure that with those Tigers shirts, that the Cobras are definitely on a mission to for the biggest win they possibly can against their rivals. But wow, Dave says Kashmir versus Cobra should be an interesting match, especially if the Cobras bat first. Agreed. But and Sheikh Rohit saying 300. I don't think so, but you never know. This is huge. I'm sure that Vinny will come back in the second innings of this game to tell us a little bit more about high scores and what we have. But I mean, it's still not over. They can come back a little bit, the Eagles, but it's especially in this heat. It's having a bit of a chat to see how they can get a wicket. There was one drop catch. It was hit pretty hard. But yeah, Dave says if Rashik plays 10 overs, then 200 on. In fact, that was Golam who said that to Dave. Oh, I don't know. I mean, definitely if these two stay in, they're going to hit over 200. They're 123 at the moment, and that's only 5 overs down. So keeping that rate at about a 25 and over. It's well, raining boundaries, as Gollum says. Well, we're not expecting rain here. We've got a bit of high cloud, got a lot of heat coming from the Cobras as well. So it'll be Poruthu to face the first ball of the 6th over. Who's going to get a pounding this time? Looks like it's going to be Garag Telreja. Let's see what he can offer with the ball. And it's a short and hooked for 6. Well, on evidence, it's not going to improve the score much. If it was, actually it was 129 the score, now it's 135. And that's Poruthu's 50. It was a gimme ball. So 51 off 17. And when you get 2 batsmen here who are just devastating, there's nowhere they can bowl it at the moment, the Eagles. Well, it comes in again. And this is going to be called a wide. Well, at least it wasn't over the boundary. So big wide. Comes in again. And it's a big wide again. I'll take a single. Chance for a run out. Misses it. Just take the single. Well, the past score yesterday was 145. There were a lot of 6s hit. And they're almost there after, well, almost there after 5 overs. The Cobras, 138 for 1. Comes in again. And that's called a wide again. So, well, as I said, at least it's not 6, but it'll have to be re-bowled. So let's see what happens if he gets one closer to the stumps. Razik, he's on 76, and that's away into the field again, just in front of the trees. Another 6. A little bit too straight from the bowler. Wasn't a terrible delivery, but when you're bowling to a man with the class of Sheikh Razik, then you're not going to get away with that. He's moved on to 82 off 18. This could be a very, very quick 100 if he gets there. Let's bowler again. And short ball hooked away. That's another 6. And that one, again, there's a lot of work for that ball retriever out there. I got my friend here is in the cube, and he's loving it. I'm sure they'll swap during the second innings. Yeah, he said maybe he'll swap during the second innings. I wouldn't. I'd stay exactly where he is. And well, this is a maiden ball, which is a good result, I think, for Telreja. It's gone for 22 off the over so far. Razik, 88 off 20. 2 more balls could get him 100. Oh, and that's hit hard, and that's 6. So 1 more ball can get him 100. It'll be off 22. That's pretty quick. So you missed out on that one. Let's see if he misses out on this. 28 so far from Talreja. 157 for 1 off almost 6 overs. It's pretty incredible. Hope you're enjoying it out there. And this is 6. Bring up his 100 off 22 deliveries. What a fantastic innings there from Sheikh Razik. That's pretty incredible. Well, takes his helmet off, acknowledges his teammates who are pretty happy, and he acknowledges other things as well. And that's that's pretty incredible. As Vinny pops his head into the marshmallow just to see the score. And Sheikh Razik, 22 balls. What's the record, Vinny? Equals second fastest. 21 balls is the fastest? 20 is the fastest. That's crazy. So 22 balls. Oh. Well, and there's more to come, because both of these batsmen are just absolutely carving it up. Sheikh Razik, 100 off 22, and Jeremy Poluthu on 51 off 17. 163, going at 27 and over at the moment. And the next to take a beating is Anup Gupta. 163. This is crazy. Gupta comes in and, well, call it wide down leg side. So equals second quickest 100 ever in a 10 over game. So comes in again and down leg side again. Wow, Julian Dawson gobsmacking, absolutely. This has been brutal by the Cobras. And, well, the Eagles don't think they're going to win this game. Be lucky. Well, I don't think they'll get a point out of this game at this stage. They'll need a lot of wickets. Oh, almost got one. Dodgy inside edge. And Razik runs through for what I think is a run off the bat. But let's have a look. And gets an inside edge. Could have gone anywhere. Could have gone back onto the stumps, but no luck for the Eagles at all. And good awareness from Razik, who wants the strike. And why wouldn't you? So I've still got 4 overs to get as many as he can. And not sure what the high score is on the network. Well, that's going to help. That's another 6. Whoa. So Razik, where do you bowl to him? Surely you don't want to bowl short to him, that's for sure. You need to pitch it up somewhere. But he manufactures shots all around the ground, whether it's straight, over cover, over point, or smashes it through the leg side. Ooh. All right. So Razik moves on to 106. Poluthu's 52. 172 for 1. The score. We're only 2 balls into the 7th. Oh, this is in the air. It could be gone. The keeper's under it. Takes a catch. End of a fantastic innings from Sheikh Razik. 106 off 24. And, well, Gupta gets a wicket. Bit of relief for the Eagles. And fantastic innings from Sheikh Razik. Just got a little bit out of shape. And the keeper called it. Took a nice catch. Another catch for Fayez Khan. And big hugs there. And congratulations from his teammates for Sheikh Razik. I'm sure we'll see lots more runs from him during this tournament. So, highest individual scores, 193 from Hamza Salim Dar and 183 from Aslan Amjad. Some good batsmen there. Lewis Deploy as well for Hungary. But yeah, look, it's pretty big totals in this format. And well, welcome to the crease. That one's been launched into the jungle again. And this time it's the new batsman. It's Mohammed Burham who hits that. So, just to confirm, we'll go through how good this 100 was. And this one's absolutely smashed for 6 again, this time on the leg side. Well, they're not messing around, are the Cobras. Burham comes in, smashes 2 6s off 2 balls, 184 for 2, 1 ball left of the 7th. Incredible. So just, this was the equal second fastest 100 of all time. Jamshid Khan in Germany, in Krefeld in 2023, 22 balls. Let's come back to that. Oh, it's a good piece of work. Not out. Called a wide, but a really good piece of work there from the keeper, Faiz Khan. He's been good behind the sticks. So the fastest one in Spain of 21 balls. That was Asjad Butt on the 21st of February 2024. 21 balls for a century. So he's 1 ball away, and he did miss that one just before. He did Sheikh Razik, as we see the replay of this one. So here comes the bowler again. And this has been not hit as well, but it'll still get to 6 and dropped on the boundary by a Cobra. Well, that was a crowd catch there for Adibuddin, who puts it down. And at the end of the 7th, it's 192 for 2. Just looking at the score. It's interesting to see upcoming events. We've got here the ECS in Hungary, and then some ECI, some international games at the end of the second week into the tournament. Bulgaria, which will be really good fun as well. Croatia, and lots of things happening in Croatia from August 2nd, just for a weekend. Then off to Italy. Then the Valletta Cup, this time for women. Good tournament there in Malta. Then Netherlands Tri-Series, and then Austria. Fantastic cricket available here on the network. This is hit hard and through the fielder. That's another 4 runs there for Palaruthu. Moves on to 56. Burham's 18 off 3, which is a pretty good strike rate. Bowler comes in again. Short, gone. Not gone as in the gone way, but gone as in gone over the rope again. And it's Neville who takes a beating again. The 200's up, by the way, in the 8th over. It doesn't all happen in the 9th. It's happening in the 8th here. 201 for 2. Comes in again, and this is a full toss, and 6 again. 2 players coming around. They were very close to the boundary. Let's have a look at this. Very close. Got a hand to it, I think. But really, not much of a chance. Lucky they didn't collide as well. Palaruthu moves on to 68 off 21. Burham's 18 off 3. This is in the air, over the top of the fielder, I think. They should cut it off, though. They'll come back. Well, they won't come back for 2. They'll just take the single. Make Burham on strike. Yes, folks, 208 for 2, and we're only in the 8th. So if you've just joined us, the expected score is 254. Oh, good ball. A bit of an appeal, and the umpire calls for the replay. Well, the Faiz Khan's pretty keen. Let's have a look. Burham, he's only scoring in multiples of 6 at the moment, and he's back. That's that, and his foot's definitely back. It's not on the line, it's behind the line. but a good ball on. Nice piece of keeping from Fayez Khan. So, yeah, good piece of work there from Spring Media to show us that one. Comes the bowler again, and scoop shot. Well, doing all the tricks at the moment. It's going towards a boundary. I think they'll come back for 2. Have to hurry. And, well, there's a bit of a dive. And he's getting up off the pitch, hurrying through for a second. Pretty good comeback from the bowler, after being nailed for a few big sixes early on. So after 8, the Cobras are 210 for 2. 26 and over. Safe to say, I don't think the Eagles are going to get this score. Been joined in the marshmallow by Vinny Sandu.
Wow. That's all I've got to say. Wowzers. This has been some innings, hasn't it?
Jahid Hassan, he expresses it perfectly. What a batting.
He said it. But I mean, it's not often we get here, but there's 4 to start the 9th over. 257 is the highest score ever in an ECN innings. 257.
Whoa,
and
that's
it's
going to get close, isn't it?
Well, it's predicting 250. So, I mean, the question for me isn't will it be in that top 10? It's how high up can they climb?
Yeah.
We had 254 in the Talon Strikers game earlier in the season. And I would have thought, there was the days where we thought that 222 on the bottom of the top 10 would never be beaten. And now it potentially could get squeezed out of the top 10. In fact, it looks like it will on a count back there from the other 222.
Oh, it's another 6. Well, it's endangering ECN staff now. See umpire Steve Anthony having to move pretty quickly to get out of the way of that one as well. That was hit hard.
Well, this is just crazy stuff. I mean, we expected runs here in Hungary, and we're getting them, and we're getting perhaps more than we've ever seen before. Well, they are in the top 10 with that shot. So, yeah, how high can they climb? 10 balls to go.
Well, there's another 6. And that's, endangering staff again. Joe Foster having to put his hands up just in case it was going to smash him. There they are. Getting nervous.
I think of another record, which this will have to be. It's a team bowling having the biggest differential between their opposition scores, because they only conceded 61 in the first game, Royal Eagles.
Yeah.
And they've already conceded 231 here.
Wow. This is crazy. Chauhan bowling again. And another 6. This one's in the jungle.
We're on here.
Yeah.
I mean, 237. They're now expected 262.
Yeah.
They're expected to get the record.
Thing is, who do you throw the ball to?
Here's another record, which is on my final frontier.
Yeah.
2 centuries in 1 innings. We've never had it.
Never happened. I was going to ask you.
Over 5,000 games. And Pularuthu's on 91. Still due to come in the 9th.
Well, there's another 6. Amazing hitting. Hope you're enjoying this back home. I know the Eagles aren't. But, wow.
Wow, this is crazy. This is history. You're watching it right now. 243. There's still 7 balls to go. So they only need 15 off 7 for a new record score.
Absolutely
on the European
crazy.
Cricket Network. This is what happens when I take meetings on the phone. I was on the phone. I was on a call with HQ, and I just saw ball after ball disappearing. I thought, geez, I wonder what the score was.
We're going to run out of balls, Vinny.
Oh, yeah, we might. Yeah, I think they're just basically, might have to be down to the tennis balls soon. I think Mars is on the phone pretty nervous, trying to put in another order. All right, Puluruthu on 97.
Oh, I didn't get hold of that. Fell over. Just be a single. And, if he hit.
No, it's 98 now. That'll be the end of the over. It's not a bad result because he will get the strike. And it's 244 for 2 after 9.
That's absolutely crazy. So if he hits a 6 next ball, he'll get his 100 and Cobras will reach the 250 mark with still 5 balls left in the over.
So what are we at? 244 was it? And that means they're equal third at the moment. They need 11 off this over to go into second, and they need 14 off this over. Is that right? Yeah, 14 off this over. We'll put them into the clear as the highest score ever on ECN.
Absolutely crazy. Wow. Well.
And we've never seen, I'll say it again, we've never seen 2 centuries in 1 innings. There's been a couple of times this year in particular where it looked like it might happen, and something's happened. And I'm not saying something won't happen here. We've seen batters get the choke in this situation, believe it or not. But he's on 98, Pularuthu, and he's looking really good. Last over coming up.
And
There's the yips. He's got the yips now.
No,
You've
he
seen
hasn't
it.
got the yips. It was a
He's
pretty
on
decent
98.
delivery.
He's on 98. Oh, wow. Let's check out some of these bowling figures. I haven't looked at them on purpose so far.
It's going to be brutal.
1 for 47, no, 42, two overs for 56. Yikes. Lucky we have no nifty 60s. All right, could this be history? Every ball might be history at the moment.
Well, the Eagles still got a 1% chance of winning this game.
I don't like those odds. Well, that's maybe an asteroid hitting the ground or something like that and taking out one dugout. This is the updated century, so we might have to update it again in a second. That century was number 88. We'll see it here. Number 88 now, Sheikh Razik. Back to Pularuthu, though.
Oh, gets a dodgy inside edge. Should get 2, though. It's going to go towards a boundary. It'll stop. And that's another century for the Cobras. Pularuthu, that's a second 100 in the innings. And didn't hit it cleanly. Not his best shot of the day. But it brings up his 130 balls. And that's fantastic for Pularuthu, who looks a little tired.
Not surprised. I mean, what an amazing piece of history there. Something in over 5,000 matches that we've never seen. There's not too many things now that we've never seen before. This is it. And this is how he brought it up. Bit streaky. Told you he had the yips when he got the 98 and knew he was running out of chances. But fantastic batting from Jeremy. He thoroughly deserves that 100. And you can see how much it means to him, his first 100 on ECN. Now, team records. Can we do it? We're at 246. They need 12 for the record off 4.
And well, I think he's just tired. It's pretty hot out there.
Well, Burhan, it's up to you to get them over the line. I reckon 2 sixes will do it. There's 3 balls left.
Well, he's hit 3 sixes already off his 5 deliveries. Let's see what happens. Been a pretty good over from Gupta, to be honest.
So far.
So far. Still 3 balls left. Burhan makes some space, tucks it round the corner, gets past the fielder. It'll only be 2. Have to hurry, though. And a bit of an appeal, but gets back for the second. Well, they're slowing down here in this final over.
So close. I bet you're going to need 2 boundaries now. That's it. I think he's home here.
Definitely looking
Just
for the
home.
2 boundaries, just not hitting the ball very well. It's been a pretty good over here from Gupta.
Unbelievable to think 2 centuries in an innings. It was on. I made a list a little while ago, things that I thought were possible that would never happen. And one of them was 2 centuries in the same innings.
Yeah.
You need to have kind of even split of the strike. You have to be going at a crazy rate. Both those things have happened here.
Dave's made a good point, and we'll come back to it in a minute.
All right, need a boundary. Boundary or bust.
And short in the air, could be gone. Bowler calls for it. Keeper calls for it. And they drop it. And they'll come back for 2.
Well, that puts the tie still on. They'll get him past the 250. It's only the 3rd time we've seen a 250 score on the network. What a way to do it. It's a 2 that only goes about 10 metres from the bat.
That's crazy. And they're having a bit of a discussion. Say the bowler and the keeper. It looks like a keeper's catch. But then again, the bowler did call for it. The keeper, like, sort of collided, juggled it, put it down. And I could hear the bowler's expression from here.
Maximo to tie the record.
Gets it. Gets it. That's the biggest score ever. Tied, though. 157.
Plus 100. 257.
Oh, sorry, 257.
Oh, what an incredible innings. 257 for 2. Normally we put top spot on that graph to whoever keeps their opposition to less, just saying. So, but it's equaled the highest score of all time. Must be something about the number 2.
How many wickets down with the other game?
There was 0. But we generally do it on margin, just saying.
Okay.
But what an incredible thing, considering there's a golden duck in there.
Yeah.
But that could have been the best thing that ever happened because it brought Sheikh Razik to the crease. And then he got 100 off just 22 balls, equal second fastest ever. Then Pularuthu, he was pretty much fatigued by the end, but he had the slot machine on his back, 7-7-7. That was the early wicket. But be careful what you wish for. Eagles were happy then, but they're about to be put flat in their backside with some incredible hitting. We saw 27 Maximos in that 10 overs.
Wow. Well, I don't think we're going to see all of them here with the highlights. That was a drop catch. It was hit pretty firmly. So this is
But,
So-
I mean, how do you describe this? I mean,
An onslaught.
yeah,
That was when I nearly got smashed on the legs.
I was on my call and I was looking pretty closely at my computer and wondering if it would survive. I'd put the top down just in case. And there was one that rattled the table underneath.
I did have my own personal ball retriever here.
You needed
was
one.
quite
That's
nice.
Sheikh Razik, 22 ball ton. Just
Yeah.
think about it. 13 Maximos and 7 fours in his innings. His strike rate, even after he was out, was 442. So that's off the charts. Eventually he would go soon after. Gupta picking up that wicket.
I thought he bowled okay, Gupta.
Yeah, I thought so too. But, I mean, obviously, he went for plenty like everyone else. 1 for 41 doesn't look so bad. And Pularuthu, the question was, could he make some history as part of the first pair to score centuries in the same innings? And eventually the answer would be yes, as the balls kept disappearing. And they were in a position to essentially get the record outright, I think, last over. A couple of missed hits for the first couple of balls. And I think he actually gives a strike over unselfishly to Burhan.
Yeah.
I don't think he tries to hit that ball in the last over for 6. But, yeah, well...
I think he was just tired.
For Jeremy, though, he had to leg it out here, went to open space, and he knew exactly what he was on. Got back for 2 and brought up his first ECN century, and it's an historic one, really.
Yeah, it was a really good effort. And you'd be celebrating his century like you would any century, but the fact that Sheikh Razik got his in 22 balls, and it's quite remarkable. This was the drop catch in the end, no communication between the bowler and the keeper, and it's probably, well, the keeper had the gloves, but the bowler was right under it. So,
Yeah, I mean, it kind of summed it up for the Royal Eagles. What a reality check for them. And
Colin Mustafa here said should be a golden ball between the Jaguars and the Cobras.
well, that's the game coming up, which we
that.
won't talk about just yet. But how about that? History made. First time we've ever seen 2 centuries in an innings. And it was Sheikh Razik that brought it up first, 106 off 24. Pularuthu batted through the innings for 101 off 31. Obviously, the 5 penalty runs in there as well.
Is there?
Yeah, so
Oh.
just checking on that. And there we go. That's before Razik was in there. But yeah, we'll have to update that again pretty shortly, and we'll have to put Jeremy on there as well. But look, congratulations, I suppose. Records are made to be broken. There's a wicket each for Ullah and Gupta. I mean, the cheapest bowler was 20.5. That was Gupta. And some of those were off the charts, really, weren't they? At least no one was in the 60s, and we didn't see the none for 73, which was the highest ever bowling analysis. That was in that other 257 score.
Wow.
We'll take a break. Back shortly with just quick calculation what they need for a point, because obviously I think that's the only thing that might be possible. They'd need 180. So we'll be back to see if that happens after this break. You're watching ECN, and this is the European Cricket Series. This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Welcome back to Hungary for this European Cricket Series from this great little ground here, the GB Oval. And it'll be Sheikh Razik to open the bowling for the Cobras. Just defended by the opening batsman for the Eagles. So 180 needed in to get a point for the Eagles. Or if they get it in 7 overs, they'll get a bonus point. It's good luck with that. Razik comes in again, and big swing and a miss. Just a worrying sign though. In the distance, you can hear a little bit of thunder. So hopefully it's not going to rain out this game. It would be devastating if it did. Got a little bit of information, and it's just been prodded down to point just for a dot ball. So even if they had 6 every ball, they would not chase it down in 7, which is not surprising. It's a pretty big total, 257. So Razik, been a nice start. Comes in again. There's a bit of thunder. This is 6. Nice shot, and it's Joe Foster drops it. Paolo gets out of the way. Obviously trying to take it out on ECN staff. The Eagles, nice shot. Just open up his stance and hammered it straight into the 10. So Dilbar facing Razik. Comes in again, slower ball, gets out of the way. Can we call it wide? So the target, you're not seeing that wrong if you've just joined it. The target is 258, which should be pretty easy in 9 or 10 overs. They've got 8 on the board already, so they've got the 8 bit. And yeah, 7 dot balls and Jaguar innings, thanks to Golam Mustafa. And well, this one's mishit slightly. It's got past the fielder. They should come back for a pretty easy 2. And they do. So Razik, quality cricketer is Sheikh Razik, and fantastic innings from him. The 100 off 22 balls. I think Dave made a comment earlier, and I'll come back to it. This is a big swing and miss. Is that well, the Eagles pretty comfortably beat the yeah, there we go, see the 2 in the same game from Sheikh Razik and Jeremy Palruthu. So it's nice to see that. First time ever that we've seen that. So it's another first here in Hungary. Also the highest score ever, tied highest score ever. Razik comes in again, and it's hit pretty nicely just over the fielder. That'll be 4. So pretty good over for the Eagles, 14 from it. And well, at least they're trying hard. 173 matches since the Golden Ball. Don't think we'll see one here, but I'm sure we'll see one during this competition. Some very, very closely matched teams. So what Dave was saying is that if the Eagles beat Kashmir by a lot, what are the Cobras going to do to Kashmir? I mean, it's a different team, and it could be a very, very different result. Hopefully for Kashmir it'll be a different result. Well, not result, but at least wouldn't have hit a record score against them. So new bowler is Ashutosh Mathur, and Vinny's back.
Not often I'm speechless, but not far off. 180 just for a point. We've never seen that ever, because we didn't have bonus point back in earlier in the year. Although actually, Yeah, that was late last year. I'll tell you that 257 in a moment. That was Catalina Jaguar. It was Hamza Slim Dart. That's when he scored 193 not out by himself. So that was absolutely insane. Yeah, it was back in December 2023. So it was match 45, and that was against Sohail Hospitalet. Funny enough, Sohail Hospitalet, that's who Asjad Blutt plays for, and he got the fastest 100 a couple of months later. In the air, it's going to fall safely. It'll be handled out there by Burhan. You can see that he's a little bit dirty after his first in his escapades. Yeah, so 257 by Catalina Jaguar. And that was a funny innings as well. Not if you're fielding, but there was a bit of patting the ball back, giving each other the strike, not really going for every run.
Until...
Oh, well, that's the old squeeze over. I think he gets some bat on this.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, no, he hasn't. What? Okay, so it's hit the line, or near the line. It's just taken off. Look at it. So he actually...
Oh, they just got bat on that.
Not caught the umpire. It looks like it's taken something. Let's have a look.
Oh, maybe
no,
not.
Maybe, yeah. Maybe it's
not.
just hit around the crease where the bowler would land the other end. And it's the old trampoline Tortuga off the pitch. They'll take the runs whoever they can. Bit harsh on the keeper. Nilesh Jain couldn't really do anything about that.
By the way, there was a little bit more thunder. Still in distance. No lightning yet. Hopefully we won't have too much of a delay during the day. Might not have any. And oh, nice shot. 6 runs. And ball retriever is in a good spot. Fetching out from behind the fence.
It's been a busy time, isn't it, for the crew? There's Joe. Joe did pretty well. He went full Kevin Costner on that. You don't count drop catches when the equipment or your staff nearby are in jeopardy. Shub does get credited with a drop catch for that one over.
You mean he dived in front of the protecting as a bodyguard would?
Dived in front of the Yogesh. Yeah, so, no, Joe's in the clear. Shub, not so much.
No, that was definitely a drop catch.
But, we took it on, so respect for that. Yeah, it's been a real crazy game. But, yeah, I won't tell you what the next game is, but you might shudder.
Oh.
You can probably guess.
I think I can guess. It's what I mentioned before. It was not. It looks like a pretty close to a no ball.
I'm going to go with, yes, it's no ball. Just eyeballing it, just because of how he hit it. But is he out of his crease or not? Well, he's out of his crease a bit. Is it coming down, though? Hits it. Oh, he might get away with that, just because maybe if you follow that trajectory down.
We saw one of the previous innings.
On his tiptoes there, though. It's a really tough call, actually.
Yeah. We saw one of the previous innings, which was, again, it was very, very similar to that. He was way out of his crease. And it was called on field, which I kind of disagree with. But
it also comes down to the fact if there's doubt, typically they do get called. So, I mean, various reasons why there might be doubt.
Thunder's getting a little bit closer.
I just can't believe VOC Rotterdam are now kicked down to the top 10 list of highest scores ever. We thought we'd never see anything like it again. That was the ECL final back in 2019. That was even pre what I call the Wild West days.
It's another reasonable piece of bowling. Hit the batsman, no run. Been a bit loose, has Matthew been a bit out leg side. 28 off the first 2 overs, which is pretty reasonable going. About par, but not for this game. So you see here, Eagles at the top of this list in Group B. They had a very good win against Kashmir at Budapest. They weren't really at the races in that game. They got all 4 points, the Eagles. Not getting anything out of this one, though. And, well...
There's still, I suppose, there's still net run rate, which is kind of on the line, which I guess you're less likely to now be tied on points, that's the thing. But it's still, it can come down to net run rate. We've seen that before as well.
All right, so new bowler. Looks like it's Sanjay Kumar coming on.
Yeah, Sanjay's a good player. Watch out for him. Very wily customer.
North under. Still a fair way in the distance. It's out to the left. So it's coming from the southwest, apparently. So we're a bit north of Budapest. I only saw the forecast for Budapest. And it's called a wide.
So the question is, will we ever get this 257 beaten. And to be honest, the longer I get into this, I think, yeah, we will one day.
Yeah.
Because the question is more possible. I think we even just saw then a few runs left on the table.
Maybe next game, Vinny.
Maybe. Well, that would be something.
Oh, do we have the toss from Nick? From next game?
I will tell you in a second. Drum roll, please. If I go to my notes. The toss. I feel like we need a drum roll here. Because you want to know if they're batting first, right? Because they're basically taking on Kashmir, who are new. There we go. All right. I can tell you the toss is that the Cobras. Oh, no, it's this toss. Okay, wait. Hold, please.
That's gone. Thick outside edge. And that's a first wicket down for the Eagles. They're on 30. That's a good start there from Sanjay Kumar. That's what it is. Chased a wide one, got the very toe end of the bat. Very audible nick.
So the toss for the next game, Cobras won the toss and have elected to field.
Oh, really? Well, okay, fair enough. That's
Would it have something to do with the fact it's around lunchtime?
Yeah, it could be.
Middle of the game. Obviously, we wish Kashmir the best. It's probably one of the biggest, I suppose, tall orders that we would have ever seen, that's all.
I'm going to get a bit of local knowledge from someone. Just give me a moment.
What are you going for? A weather question. We can hear some thunder in the distance. Danny's right there. But I guess we'll find out soon enough, one way or the other. Sanjay, got to say, I always enjoy watching Sanjay play. He's a real entertainer. Talreja, the new batter. Just sneaks down the leg side, doesn't catch anything, so that'll be called a wide. Dave's asking, have we ever seen 200 plus twice by the same team on the same day? I don't believe so. Don't think we've ever seen that happen before.
So here's the local knowledge, and asking Steve Anthony, the umpire, who's having a game off. So thunderstorms normally happen in the morning or late in the afternoon, and you can smell them come in.
You can smell them?
You can smell them. The humidity.
Are you sure you're not smelling Steve? He said you can smell them. So what do we...
Yeah.
Yeah.
So the temperature
sudden
drop,
temperature drop and a certain smell.
And the
you
wind
smell
will
the
come
thunder.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Here's Sanjay.
So, and we haven't got that. It's still hot and a bit muggy.
Good pick up there.
But
keeper, Milash.
But no wind coming in. So.
Well, what I will say, if there's any reduction at all, so even if we went 9.5 overs, then it rained, they'd come off. Because it's a reduced match.
Oh,
that's how they can get a point. Because it looks like we hit 3 overs.
Oh, it's a nice shot. Hit high as a player under it, though. Should take the catch. Does. Another wicket goes down. Didn't quite get enough of it, did Talreja. And he's gone for a first bowler. So, power issue, says Helix. Not yet. I'm glad.
Well, hopefully you're getting us loud and clear.
Yeah.
So that's Golden Derek. Funnily enough, we saw early in the game, didn't we? But then we saw quite the opposite for the next few overs.
So, well, it's second wicket of this over for Sanjay Kumar. Comes in again, the new batsman. And this could be the third. There's a simple catch there, straight to Mohammad Burhan. And, well, I think there's a wide in between that. See, this is the third ball of the over, right, Vinny? So logically...
It's basically a fake hat trick because this is this over. Wide, wicket. Wide, wicket, wicket. So if you take out all the wides, he's actually got 3 wickets in 3 balls. But that's not how hat tricks work. You can't have wides in them. So... yeah. It's a very fake hat trick, like one that you'd see them selling on the side of the street. Yeah, but that's a hat. Yeah, but by definition, he has bowled 3 legal deliveries in a row. Yeah, it's bad luck. True. He's actually proper Danny Hitchcock. But can I tell you, he definitely is on a real hat trick now. Yep. So this is the first time I've ever seen these figures. He's got 3 for 5 off 3 balls. With 7 wickets left. You know what? Why don't we have a 7 for the first time as well?
You
Because
never
he
know.
could actually take, well, theoretically, you could take a 10-fer.
Yeah.
Here we go. Sanjay, hat-trick ball.
Well, it's tucked around the corner. Nice shot. Just a bit too leg side. And Faiz Khan's a good player, Faiz Khan.
It's been a bit expensive, Sanjay. To be fair. But, yeah, there's the hat-trick ball. Nice little tuck away, though. I've liked Faiz Khan's day. He's been good behind the stumps.
Yeah.
Didn't have too much to do in that last innings. I suppose that was that kind of issue with the high ball. But so all you can do here is come out, forget the scoreboard, and try and win the next battle. The next battle's the next ball.
Sure. It's hitting the air just over the fielders. Chases on towards the boundary. Won't get there. The fielders 4 runs to Faiz. And moved on to 37 for 3. So it's a nice shot, neat shot just over the infield. Of course, we're still in the power play. We've got 1 ball left of that. And looking at it, 41's not too bad a score in the power play. They have lost 3 wickets in this over, but 41's, it's not too bad. But considering that they need to go at 30 and over, I think it's safe to say that it's not enough. It's a dot ball to finish up the over for Sanjay. And at the end of the power play, end of 3 overs, the Eagles are 41 for 3.
Ordinarily, you'd say it's actually not a bad start.
Yeah.
To be 41. Okay, 3 wickets may be a bit of an issue. Like I said, I would just be treating it like, okay, forget what's happened. Let's just pretend we're batting first. Let's try and put a good score on the board. We remember they'll run into Cobras again.
Yeah.
Later in the tournament. Have a look at that. I think so. So what do we have? I was up there too short.
It was 13 off the first.
Yeah, I'm counting supersonics and magicals, right? So we didn't have any over 36. So we had 3 supersonics, 34 in the third, 32 in the fourth, and 34 in the sixth. Then we had 3 supersonics, 4 magicals. Most of those quite high, 29, 28, 27, 23. And then that leaves 3 overs that were below 20, a 19, and then a couple of 13s. Quite amazing.
By the way, news from another world of sport. Apparently, according to Julian Dawson, Gareth Southgate has stepped down as
Really?
As the manager of the
Breaking
England
news.
team. And it's not a great ball. It's been put away, and that'll be 6. Just a bit short there from the bowler. And it's Vikram Malik. So yeah, to be honest, I think it's a bit like the Italians from years ago, is that they never play well in a tournament, but they win tournaments.
Win ugly sometimes.
They win. That's what they used to do, and yeah. But you've got a lot of great creative players for that England team, and just not being used in the right way. This is hitting a similar direction. Plays under it and drops it and goes for 4. Well, that's number 543, Mohammed Siddiqui out there. Should have taken a pretty regulation catch. He knew it was coming and just misjudged it. So, unlucky for the bowler. Comes in again. And it's in the air again, just past the fielders. It'll go to the boundary for 4 as well. Good batting there from Chauhan. Moves on to 15. It was a 50 up ball before in the 4th over. That's pretty good from the Eagles, to be fair. Malik has gone for 14 so far for this over. So yeah, look, I think it's time for a change. Not that I really care much about English football, but, well, not the England team at least. My Wolverhampton Wanderers I care about a lot. They're going to look good this year, I think, Wolves. Oh, it's a good ball. A little bit quicker. But no, they need a manager who can force a bit of creative, get those creative players really playing, like Bellingham and Cole Palmer and those guys. Get rid of Harry Kane finally. And again, not a great delivery. Fielder gets behind it. Good pick up and throw. Just be a single.
They're pretty close to getting the target under 200. 6 overs to go.
Small reward, I guess.
So he's just going to shake it off. Royal Eagles run to a couple of players. Incredibly on fire. Although if there is such a thing as a Hungarian rain dance, probably a good time to bring it out.
Well,
so you might get a point out of the game.
Yeah, true. John Gray. What in God's name did I just miss? Well, you just missed two players getting 100 and the team, the Cobras, getting the equal highest score ever on the network in a T10 game of 257. That's what you missed, John. So you can look at the replay, you can watch the innings. So yeah, it was pretty good to watch. He only tried to kill me once, the batsman.
John Gray, he just said, "What in God's name did I just miss?"
That's exactly what I just said, Vinny.
Yeah, exactly. I just thought it was worth saying twice. Always go back and have a look. You probably might have time to do so, but yeah, so I had a feeling maybe we will get a storm. I didn't think we were going to get any rain today, but we know the weather can be a bit unpredictable in this part of the world.
It doesn't smell like it yet, according to local knowledge.
Gotcha.
Well, it's a rank full toss. It just gets a little bit on it. It's called a leg by. So apparently the temperature drops, the wind picks up, you can smell it, and then it comes in. But normally it's only in the mornings and the late afternoon, so we might not get any rain at all. Oh, it's loopy. Pretty good ball, actually.
Yeah, but drop on it, actually. Turned out okay. Overspin. Brought it back down.
What's for lunch today, Vinny?
It's a good question. I like to kind of keep it a mystery.
Yeah.
I fill out my orders in advance.
I
and then I just
completely figure, this could be a no ball. It was dropping. The batsman's a little upset with himself, but it was dropping pretty sharply. Let's have a look at this.
You have to look at the tail, the comet of the ball, and say, with that trajectory, is it going to come down? I think definitely.
Yeah,
definitely going to come down.
It's going to bounce in front of the crease, I think. So
this is the next ball, which was a big swing and a miss from Sachin Chauhan. That's a good wrong in, actually.
Yeah, it was.
It's come back. It's definitely good.
Look at the batsman standing there.
So watch, remember, it's only got to get some of the line. It's definitely come out of the back of the hand and come back.
Yeah,
No
good call.
issues. So, end of the over, and we're talking 60 for 3 after 5. Let's welcome you into the box as the players have a quick drink. And it's been thirsty work, really. Records are made to be broken. That's what they say in the classics. And we've seen them tumble here in match 7. We've seen 2 centuries in an innings for the first time ever on ECN in over 5,000 matches. And we've seen the equal top score by a team, 257.
That's pretty remarkable. And it was those middle overs that just, I felt sorry for the Eagles, to be fair. There was not much they could do. They're putting the ball mainly in the right areas, and then every time they were going to try to get it wide to stem the flow of runs, they were bowling wide. So
I think one of the things I talked about this morning, I thought they bowled pretty well against Kashmir. But they bowled similar deliveries that had very different results. I talked about the fact that, putting it in what's called a good length to maybe a more inexperienced team is in the slot to more, I suppose, skillful and experienced batters. And so, again, it always comes down to the fact, I always default back to that Yorker. If you can jam it in there, you can probably win a few more battles. But when you're bouncing the ball almost anywhere on this surface, some of these guys, if you're bouncing the ball, adios pelota. We lost plenty of them in the jungle.
It's pretty tough. And if you look at these batsmen, one thing that I've noticed is they're batting either out of the crease or they're moving forward, so changing the length of the delivery.
And I think it has been tried a lot, and then we've seen a few full tosses, and they've disappeared as well. So I suppose what we're saying is the margin for error, especially here at the GB Oval, is minuscule for the bowlers. But we have seen some get it right and have success.
Absolutely.
And let's get back to the action here. 180 for the point. Like I said, if anyone does know any Hungarian rain dancers, you might want to kind of describe them to the Eagles, and we can pass that over to the bench.
Well, I think they've batted okay. They did lose those 3 wickets in the over. But I think they've batted okay, the Eagles. I think they'll be competitive. They're definitely looking, with that 4-pointer first up, they're definitely looking to get in that final series, or the series next week, the playoff series, I guess. What are we going to call it? Is it a playoff series?
No, it's got round 2.
Round 2, okay.
Second round, second phase.
Like the headband. Oh, this is lifted over the top. That's 6. New bowler is Adibuddin, who is bowling with a very nice 80s headband.
That's a brilliant shot. Yeah, wasn't intimidated by the headband. But, yeah, Good shot selection there as well. Yeah, so just look at this group. If you go on, I suppose, expectations, there's 3 real contenders in the group. I think potentially for the whole thing. And then there's 2 teams from the second division that obviously they're going to be underdogs, probably except when they meet each other.
Yeah.
So the 3, I think, that will fancy their chances. Blinders, obviously defending their title.
Sure.
Cobras, obviously, the ECL team from earlier this year. You've already seen what they've done here.
Yeah.
And UCB,
Yeah.
who are always very competitive. It'll be interesting to see which team gets the free pass to finals Friday, because I mean that'll be huge. The other 2 teams are going to have to fight.
Yeah, absolutely.
And maybe we'll see surprises. I mean, this is ECN. Expect the unexpected. This one gets whipped away by Sachin Chauhan. More of a thick outside edge, more than anything, but does the job, finds the gap and finds the boundary.
As I mentioned, I think that 71 off 71 for 3. They lost 3 in that 1 over, but this is only the 6th. The run rate's not too bad for them. The issue is they need 41 and over from here in to win, which they're not going to get. And they need still a lot to get that 180 for the point. But I don't think it's been bad batting necessarily from the Eagles. Oh, it's a dodgy inside edge. Chance for a run out at the bowler's end. And ends up just holding the ball. Good fielding. And putting pressure on the runners. So it's well, the Cobras are going to pick up 4 points from this this game. It's good ball straight through the batsman. So they're going to be bowling next against Kashmir. Another game they should win, but the final game of the day, you're going to see the Cobras playing their 3rd game, and they're going to be playing against the Blinders. That's going to be a beauty.
They definitely will. And both teams will be pretty keen to get bragging rights. Rematch of the final last year. Cobras went down 113. They scored in the final. Budapest Blinders able to get the trophy, chasing it down. 6 overs down here, and it's 72 for 3. A couple of goldens in there. If I'm Sanjay Kumar, I'm pretty keen to get the ball back in my hand. It's 3 for 13. They've been throwing the ball around. We've seen 6 different bowlers, but I don't know, sneaky chance for a 5 or better.
Could be. He's
got
still
the
batting pretty well,
3
though.
wickets so far. These are the top scores updated now. You see that we have a tie for the top score, 257, 257. And yeah, 3rd score of 250 ever. I'm quite amazed by some of those scores. I mean, honestly, British and Irish Knights.
In 10 overs?
British and Irish Knights in the Western Shield earlier in the year, 234. But have a look, there's only 1 score that's not, or 2 scores actually that aren't 2024. One of them is December 23, which is the top one. And the one still surviving is Badalona Shaheen back in November 2022. That 229, that's in my mind, it's like the start of the new era.
Yeah.
Where scores just went bonkers.
Whoa. Another headband.
Yeah. Red headband, signalling aggression. It's over the top of the head. Maybe it's grazing the helmet when he was jumping, but I think in the standing position it was definitely a wide.
I'm liking these headbands. It's Latifullah, the bowler.
And another new bowler. I kind of like what the Cobra's doing here as well, though I would make sure that Sanjay does get a 2nd over somewhere.
That's short again. That's gone. Well, he's talking about over the shoulder.
You know, he's got a good point. They're going to have a look at this. If this is over the shoulder, it'll be a no ball. But the question is it at the shoulder or is it... Well, we'll
get
get
out
a
of the
bit
way,
of an
Ashu.
idea.
Oh, I think it's okay. Ashu, get.
You can see the... Actually, you can kind of see the shoulder.
That's...
Is it... Oh, see, that's that goes past him. That might have taken a touch by then, right? So we kind of... You kind of got to disregard after it passes the bat.
Yeah.
I think... So the last shot we can really use is just before it hits the bat. Probably there.
I think it's okay. If you look... Yeah, I think it's okay. If you look at his batting stance as well, because it is a batting stance, right?
Yeah. Yeah, it's standing at the crease, actually. So, yeah, I think it probably is shoulder height. And I don't think you'd have enough to kind of overrule a call there. Yeah, kind of, even if you look at it front on, it's shoulder height. It couldn't have been any higher, I will say that.
Yeah.
But, I think they get it right in the end. Joan takes the catch, 73 for 4. As we hear a clap of thunder in the background.
It's getting closer. And, same ball. And this time gets it just over the keeper.
I think it is literally the same ball. Certainly looked that way, but he's testing the umpire's patience. Usher will get a good view of him as well. He should start advertising his back. Oh, is that one a touch higher? That for me is too high, I think.
Maybe.
Because there, it's still climbing. I reckon that's a no ball. Because I reckon it's a fraction higher. But let's see what they decide.
I think you can hear that back home.
Yeah, it's a good shot of it by Spring Productions, even though Ashu's trying to... Because that to me is a bouncer. Just eyeballing it. But maybe again they think it's borderline.
It's pretty borderline.
But is Latif...
It's a good bouncer,
they've got the best control of anyone in the world, that he can just keep rocking out these shoulder highers.
Well, he missed with the first one. That was his warm-up ball. The captain's had a bit of a chat to him. And short again.
Well, that's like his equivalent of a full ball. Anyway, this is a terrible throw from Nilesh. Missed the pitch. Threw that like a keeper, didn't he? But
I have a fairly good idea where this next one's going as well. It's getting close. The temperature hasn't dropped.
I mean, can it go around? Yeah, I mean, is it going to go around? It's keeping an eye on the radar.
It's changed direction. It's going. Can't smell it yet. It's going slightly more away from us in a sense.
Yeah, it looks a bit like it, doesn't it?
Div comes in again and full ball.
I just saw some lightning actually.
You do?
See that?
But it was
away from the ground though.
It was coming from behind us. Now it's coming more
to the left of screen.
To the left of screen, yeah.
The right of that screen. But
can't smell it yet.
Can't smell it. What can you smell at home? Maybe let us know in the chat. ECN European Cricket Network.
It's the temperature drops, the wind picks up, and you can smell it. So you can hear it at least. Latif coming in again. Slow ball, tucked around the corner, just be a single.
I love Europe weather. Well, that would have been out. Okay, I'm counting 2, 3, 4. I just saw lightning. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. This is what you tuned in for, folks. 11, 12. This will tell us how far it is away. 15, 16, 17. Wait for it. 18, 19, 20.
I just heard a little bit.
Okay, could have been 20.
Latif hasn't been able to bounce it for a while. It could be a catch just in front of Razik. Tries for the run out. Oh, it's hit something.
33 seconds.
It's hit a bowler.
That means it's quite far away.
Yeah.
33 seconds.
Yeah, it's all fine. Not worried.
There's all these protocols with lightning. Even in like football and stuff. They will stop the game if there's lightning.
Yeah. Oh, you have to.
Yeah.
We had it once where it really threw it down.
Ooh,
and saw the lightning there.
Oh.
So it really threw it down, and the boys are out playing with the frisbee. This is hitting the air. It's going to be 6. Just a little bit. Well, so not
Unlucky
quite
fences.
short enough from Ullah, and gets onto it.
Can I put my serious hat on for a second? Well, first we'll look at this. Kashmir Budapest taking on Cobras. You see Cobras have elected to bowl first after winning the toss in match number 8. It's going to start in around about 25 minutes, hopefully. And I'm sure Kashmir, it's a tough one for them, no doubt, running into Cobras like this. But I'd like to see them take that same approach and let the chips fall where they may.
Yeah.
I was going to say, if you're Cobras now, you've got to hustle through these last 3 overs. Make sure you get the 10 overs in. Guarantee the 4 points. You'd be bowling bowlers that, whoever you're bowling, just be instructing them to go, let's get quickly through the overs. Don't bowl any extras. Doesn't matter what happens, but let's make sure that we get through these 3 overs quickly. Otherwise, if there's any reduction, they go down to a 3-pointer. Yeah. Burhan coming back with some of his wristies.
Disappointing, wouldn't it? Pretty good ball. It's called a wide.
Oh, overthrows. Just the one. Sometimes you see the future in advance. Does remind me, though, it's a team in Estonia that actually scored 200 plus, but then forfeited the game in the second innings because there was a dispute over the process. There was a suspicious bowling action. They'd been through the process, and the bowler was told, no, sorry, still not good enough. You have to change the bowler. They said, no, we're walking off. And that was it. So it's not one we like to talk about. Obviously, you've got to follow the protocols of competition.
I have seen part of that process, and it's analysed a lot, and there's video, there's evidence. It's not just like, I think you're chucking.
It's one of those things that, teams saying, no, well, if you're not playing, then if he's not allowed to bowl, we're not playing. We said, well, that's your final decision. And time to shake hands. So they scored, I think it was 220, ended up with 0 points. The opposition gets 4. So,
Probably not the greatest. How do they end up with the tournament?
Well, in the end, I think there were a couple of players. In the end, there was a debate about can the team continue in the tournament. But the captain and vice captain basically removed from the tournament.
Oh, really?
And the team wanted to continue. Obviously, in the air,
Good
caught.
catch.
Yeah, pretty well caught by Sanjay, who just prowled around to his right. And Gowda is going to have to go. So Burhan breaks through into the wicket taker's column. There's a debate about whose catch that was, but I think it was always Sanjay's. He was going sideways, whereas Burhan was kind of going backwards. Burhan had to pull the chute pretty quickly, but that'll be the 5th wicket to fall, and it's 92 for 5.
Yeah, good catch. And well, it's not a bad effort with the bat from the Eagles, but just it was a task which was just too far for any team except for possibly the Jaguars, who are not playing in this tournament. Burhan bowled well, 1 for 7. Still got 3 balls left of his spell. So, well, the Eagles still got 1% according to the supercomputer.
I love the
Can
one.
it tick over to 100?
We do have to warn you that has a 1% margin of error.
Ah,
Anyway, Gupta's the new batter.
yeah, he bowled well, Gupta.
I mean, the 1% might be that the Cobras don't like an umpire decision and walk off the field.
Yeah,
That's
maybe.
probably their only chance now.
Oh, that's loopy, isn't it?
Well, they were, I don't know, playing someone under a fake name or something.
Well, hopefully not.
Yeah, I don't think so. The Cobras are far too experienced.
Mhm.
But
Still pretty muggy here, though.
Burhan, that shirt needs the laundry tonight. Still got 2 more games to go. Scary thing. We know who he is, even though he's tried to cover his name with dirt. That'll be the end of the over. So 93 for 5 after 8.
Yeah, so a couple of overs left. And it was a pretty good going by the Eagles against a very good side, and the Cobras, they tossed the ball around. Let's have a look at this. This is
What are
going
you
to be...
smelling? Are you smelling it yet?
No. I'm smelling lunch. I'm sure will be here soon.
Can I tell you that run rate of Royal Eagles is pretty much on par with what the average run rate is on this ground. But it just looks very low by comparison. That's not a terrible score, 93.
I think they've batted okay. But, well, let's see what happens. New bowler Vikram Malik. We've got 16 off his first. That's a nice shot. Players there. Latif takes the catch.
Oh,
catches his cap.
Double catch. Ball and hat. If the headband popped off and he caught that behind his back, it would have been the triple crown. But that wasn't a terrible shot, really. Kind of hit through the line. Didn't quite get the elevation to get it over Latif Ullah. And he makes it look very, very easy. That'll be the 6th wicket to fall, 93 for 6.
Yeah, so another wicket for Vikram Malik. So, and for the Cobras.
There's a bit of a movement for Gowda to be given the nickname the Big Cheese. Gouda, Gowda.
Yeah, I got it.
I'll allow it. Thank you, viewers. Here's Vicky.
Helix says, I smell bacon. Oh, bacon.
Good decision.
There hasn't been bacon for breakfast. I've been pretty healthy with breakfast. I've had yogurt and fruit and stuff, and a few little mini croissants.
That's on the line, not called. Good to see the umpires making a bit of an adjustment that today. But yeah, lack of bacon.
No bacon. There's eggs, which looks okay. Oh, this is another catch, and that's gone. Well, that's Malik, who's second. And it's about that time.
Probably not the best ball that he'll ever bowl, but it gets the result, and that's the main thing. So Amir Mahmood is going to have to go for a second baller. And Derek, he doesn't mind wet conditions. We haven't had any rain yet, but might be on the cards. Chris Dow takes the catch for the Cobras.
All right. So Malik has taken 2 in this over. And I don't know if they're going to go back to, who was it? Is it Sanjay Kumar?
Yeah, I'd loved for Sanjay to get another ball. He's running out of wickets though. There's only 3 left.
Yeah. Well, Malik's up for a fifer. Still got 3 balls left. Could happen. Be a double hat trick. Oh, good ball.
Pinto swings and misses. Just going to go back that. I'm going to talk you through the Jaguar 257 versus this 257. I'm going to make a couple of comparisons if we've got time. Hopefully we do.
It's high in the air. Player coming towards it. Don't think they'll reach it. And just a single in the end.
So what was different about this innings? There were 2 big scores. Okay, Jaguar was the openers batting through the innings 193 and 58. Okay, 58's a decent score, but it's nothing like what we just saw with 2 hundreds in the innings. Let's compare extras. There were 15 extras in the Barcelona 257. There were 20 extras in this, and it had 5 penalty runs. The other one didn't.
Yeah.
That's also probably relevant.
Also had a guy
Most
who
expensive bowling figures. 1 bowler going for 73 off the 2 overs. This could be a run out. Should be. Just got to take it. And he does. So just not on the same page here at all. Pinto becomes collateral damage, and it'll be 1 and run out. 95 for 8.
I'm trying to work out 71. So everything went for 6 except
73.
73.
So I'll tell you.
So 6 off every ball, 72.
It wasn't just that. So he had first over went for 30.
Yeah.
30's my ceiling, I think, to get a second over if you're really out of options, which they were. He came back and bowled the 9th. He went for 43.
How did he go for 43?
He went for 43, and it included like a no ball 6.
Oh, yeah.
Let me try and I'll give you Warris's figures. I think he's in there somewhere. But yeah, it went. Let me blow this up a bit. 6 no ball 6 wide 6 6 6 6 6. Probably more 6s. Ran out of room. So that's how that happens. And you're right. It's more than if you got hit for 6 every ball. That'd be 72.
Yeah.
What else was I going to look at? Yeah, so highest over 43 was the highest over in that 257. In this one, the highest over I think was 34. I think we saw 6s and 4s. Let's compare 6s and 4s. In this first innings, we had 27 6s and 14 4s. 27 and 14. In that 257, we saw 29 6s and 17 4s. So I actually saw, I think, higher proportion in boundaries. And I think that 29 is still the highest amount of 6s in one innings.
It's just crazy. A few years ago, you just would not have thought about it.
So yeah, so they hit in this the first innings we saw 41 boundaries.
Yeah.
In that Catalunya one, there were 46 boundaries. But it's nuts. Good to see Dale getting a bowl here. He does a decent job. So they have thrown the ball around. Credit to the Cobra. I think you want to get people involved. They've used, I'm going to count 8 bowlers. Yeah, 8 bowlers now. Let's see if Dal can get a cheeky one.
Rico Fool's in the chat.
Hi there, Rico. Oh, Dal's now.
And it's gone through the keeper.
He's turned into Bob Willis all of a sudden. Yeah, hey Rico, how are you? And of course, you know how we're trying to smell the storm? He's smelt a record, I think.
Yeah.
And so Rico's coming in and saying, firstly, it did come home. I think he's talking about the Euros there. Of course, big Spain supporter, Rico. And second, it's finally happened, Vinny. 2 centuries in 1 innings. He thinks 7 wickets in a match next. Yes, that's on the cards. Maybe we've got a time sometime today. Oh, no ball's been called here. So
Why was it no ball? And it was pretty high. I thought it was wide though.
it might have been for. Well, it's called a wide, but I think that must have been for the second in the over.
Well, how?
I don't know. Oh, it could have been for a field thing.
2 dot balls. I don't think it really matters in the perspective of the game.
Probably
Free hit.
doesn't.
Down leg side.
So, yeah, Martin saying who commentated the first 257. Actually, I was doing that one solo. Rico had the game off. But man, maybe I can put the highlights of that game in the chat if you want to watch it in the break.
Doyle. It's been pretty tight apart from whatever that was that went over the batsman's head, which was called a no ball. But just 2 off his 3 balls so far. Crawling to the 100 mark are the Eagles. And well, almost hit backwards. Get a single, will they? Direct hit, not far away, probably about 10 centimetres from that off stump.
So you'll see in a minute. I'm going to put it in the chat, and you can watch that in the break. I think it's like a, what is it? Like a 15-minute clip. That includes second innings, so it's probably about 9 minutes the first innings. And if you want to watch someone getting hit for 73 in 2 overs, feel free. But it was last game of the day, and it was crazy. And to be honest, it looked like Hamza might score 200.
Yeah.
He missed out last couple of balls. Yeah. A bit like here. It's funny how 10th overs, when you get so close, everything looks so easy till then.
Yeah.
And suddenly, the winds can change. No pun intended. Last ball this game is a dot. Dow just goes for 3 in the over. And the Royal Eagles won't quite make the ton. It's a big victory, 158 runs in a record-setting match 7. The final score, Cobra CC 257, Royal Eagles 99.
Is that the biggest ever?
Not even close. You're going to say margin?
Yeah.
The highest margin will remain, I think, for a long time. It was 194 runs when Goza got bowled out for 6. That was in response to 200 exactly from the Malta Super Kings. So it's an easy one to answer, and that's one I don't think we'll have to update for a while. But credit to the Eagles. I know it's not easy after taking that kind of a pasting. I like that kind of went out there, tried to attack. Obviously, couldn't do anything near what the Cobras did in the first innings. But credit to Pularuthu and Rasik, who make some history, ECN history in match 7. They won't have too long to dwell on it, because in 15 minutes we're starting match number 8. And it will be Kashmir Budapest, who are batting first after being inserted by the Cobras, who certainly had a bit of venom in their first appearance in this European Cricket Series. Let's have a look at the highlights of the second innings. 258 the score, 180 even to score a point. The score is under attack for a fair bit of match 7, but you got to say I like the way the openers went about it, with Dilbar and Chowan scoring 40 between them. That was a bit of an unusual one, hitting the crease and bouncing over the keeper. Yeah, Joe, he was doing his best to keep the tent safe. A little bit of a scratch on that one. Was one of Jane's dismissals early on. But, Cobras, that's just the first brick, if you like, in a building that they're trying to construct here that takes them all the way to the final and hopefully their first European Cricket Series. They've certainly got the talent to do it.
They definitely have the talent to do it. Sheikh Razik is a class performer, both for the Cobras and for Hungary. So, as I said, a really tough game right at the end. We're going to see the Cobras back in action after this game against against Kashmir. And Kashmir have to play well to get anywhere near this Cobra side, to be fair. But Cobras, it was a good innings from them. 257. It's never going to be on the cards for the Eagles, who fought well. I thought they batted pretty well. The Eagles lost a couple of wickets, but yes, in the end, just not enough. Almost getting to the 100 mark, and that was a short run as well.
There wasn't much running happening in the end. Looking at my final frontier list, there were things that I thought would happen soonish. One of them was 2 batters hitting 100 innings, so we can tick that one off. The other 2 things were a 7-wicket haul and a 9-ball 50. So that's what I'm on. I think we'll see
we've seen a 10-ball 50.
A 10-ball 50, we've seen quite a few. We've never seen a 9-ball. It got done actually in T20 international cricket, I think, by a Nepali batter, Devendra Singh RE. But anyway, right here, 99, almost 100, but not quite. 24 extras probably inflating things a little bit for the Cobras, but really they're in cruise control. 28 off 16 for Fires, the plucky keeper for the Eagles, flying the flag. Chowan 21, Dilbar 19 early in the piece. As far as the bowling went, they threw the ball around. Obviously, Sanjay had that 3 wickets in 3 balls if you take out all the wides. 2 wickets to Vikram Malik in there. Singles for Burhan, who bowled a very tight spell. Latif Fuller with 1. He was fiery, wasn't he? But, yeah, I think the Cobras, they want to have several people contributing, and that's why they throw the ball around. They still have a big margin of victory. We'll take a break then, and we'll be back in around about 10 minutes, take you into the middle game of the day. It's a bit of a David versus Goliath coming your way, but we'll see how it pans out. Cobras to field first against Kashmir when we return to Hungary for more European Cricket Series. This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Hello folks and welcome back. Now, pretty sad to hear Mr. Maximo getting ready for match number 8, but we do have a bit of an issue that's just come up, and it's to do with the power unfortunately being knocked out. So what we'll do, we'll take you back to the break. Hopefully we've got some good news for you, and we're back shortly with match 8 here in the European Cricket Series.
आपका Cobras, it's your call.
Heads.
Heads is the call, and it's heads.
ball first.
Cobra won the toss and they will ball first.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Hello folks, welcome back. Welcome to Hungary, and let's get some cricket in here. It's match number 8. You've seen the coin toss. It is the Cobras bowling first. Kashmir ready to go. Apologies for the slight delay. Worked out it was only about 4 minutes in the end. Felt longer. Anyway, here we go with Martha getting us going. It's going to start by getting swatted away over the leg side. What a start for Kashmir. Maximo. And we're underway in match number 8. Yeah, apologies. We did have literally as the... Oh, that's bad news. The Royal Duck. Well, it's kind of like a Royal 6 if you want to think about it. As we have some rain that's just started coming down. Well, that ain't great, but the good news is our stuff isn't getting too wet. I'm worried now. This could be the only one ball game we've ever had. But we had thunder, we've had lightning. Already I think they're getting set to maybe come off. At the moment it's not too heavy, but I'm scared of what's to come. Wow, this has had everything. Well, not everything, but it's had one ball. It's not really raining, but it's looking like it might bucket down in a minute. But so far, I think it's still playable. They'll get another ball in at least. Martha opening the bowling for Cobra. See. Okay, let's get back on the horse. Goes down leg side. Well, 6 off the first ball is going to become 8. As they'll sneak another 2 free runs, wide +1. So yeah, just to explain, yeah, we had the power outage, which obviously wasn't anticipated. Literally as the introduction was running a couple of minutes before the scheduled start. Obviously we can't broadcast, we don't play, we don't want you to miss out on the action. But that was fixed pretty quickly by our crew at Spring Productions. Well done to them. Got to say one more time. Getting sound here, Mr. Maximo, with Danny Hudacek to take you through match 8. What an interesting start to the game.
Very interesting. And Vinny, I'm not sure if it's my curry, but I can smell humidity in the air.
Well,
I think Steve Anthony is local knowledge. I can smell it.
I can see rain, so that's an issue. That's thick edge. That's going to fly away as well. That'll be 4 more. So they've gone with the Chowdhury combination. We called for it earlier, didn't we? This is Sackline, who hit 3 boundaries on the spin before. He starts his innings with 4 runs.
Yeah, he was good in the last game. He was really, I don't know about dug him out of a hole, but definitely gave him some sort of target to bowl to.
They dug him out of a hole, kind of filled in the hole enough so they could maybe see some sunlight at the top of it, perhaps. It's Martha. Just needs to get it right. Full toss, looking for some swing. Bit of a clunker from Sackline that time, but he will get a single. Hello to everyone, and Julian saying thinks the temperature hasn't dropped. I feel like it has dropped a little bit. Got to say, it's actually, as long as it doesn't rain, I quite like the cloud cover and a little bit of respite from the scorching temperatures we've had in the series so far.
Yeah, you're right there.
I still feel like it might go around us. I don't want to be a Rico, because Rico says he thinks it'll miss us and then normally chucks down. But so far, we've only had that kind of 30 seconds of what I would call like not like an aftershock, but like a pre-shock.
A pre-shock, yep.
Anyway, Shazadul Chowdhury faces up, gets thick edge. That's going to fly away as well. Running away, going, and 4 runs. What a start for Kashmir. David versus Goliath probably isn't even doing justice to how much of a mismatch this is, but this is 10 over cricket. Anything can happen. can you just get a couple of players to get you to a good score, and then find a way to get those key batters in the opposition.
Yeah, just a bit of scoreboard pressure.
ECN's also known for dramatic turnarounds. And this would be a dramatic turnaround if Cobras had dropped this game to Kashmir, who just lost earlier in the day to the Royal Eagles, who Cobras whacked for 257, a new record, equal record. That's better from Mathur, gets his length right this time. I just want to say hello to Jacob. Said, hello Vinny, just when I needed some company while doing my break book. Okay, because you're on your break. Makes sense. Hope you're going well up there in Estonia. Wonder if Jacob's going for the Budapest Blinders, who I imagine have the services of Stefan Gooch, the Estonian international. He has quite a big history now with Hungarian cricket as well. That's the end of the first over. And credit to Kashmir. They've got them off to a good start. 18 without loss after one.
Can you smell it, Vinny?
Doesn't really. I don't perceive a change. But we all know that the modern humans, our sense of smell is certainly not as good as...
It's a humidity in the air.
Yeah. I mean, let's have a look at this. This is in the air. Estonia, just talked about Estonia, they're in Group 1. Hungary are in the main draw. And you might say, well, why is that? They performed so well last year. They made the group final last year. Now, will Lance Deploy be available for Hungary? That's a big question. But yeah, they've got a lot of quality. Group B, I think, is the most wide open of all the groups, just in my opinion. Romania have been playing really good cricket lately. Got Austria just won the ECI. Denmark, the perennial kind of runners-up in group finals, but always competitive. Maybe can they go all the way here? Germany, of course. There's a lot of talent, a lot of cricket in Germany. And, of course, Hungary. They're giant beaters, really, Hungary. But, yeah, the deploys make a big difference. And I wouldn't say that you build the team around them, but I think they just have such good influence on the other players.
Sure.
And they take pressure off players like Sheikh Razik and Dara Peretti when he's on the park, players like that. Anyway, time for the second over, and it's going to be Latif Ullah. Certainly showed he wasn't afraid to bag it in before. He'll be bowling to Shahzadul Chowdhury in over number 2. First one short, predictable, and smacked away. Liking this start from Kashmir. I suppose it begs the question, why didn't you have these two opening earlier on?
I don't know. Maybe foxing, but they're looking pretty good.
Yeah, keeping the cards close to the chest. I wonder if Latif can pitch one up here and try and draw.
Don't think it's in his arsenal.
Yeah, I was going to say, but I just think he's still going to get good bounce off that length. I'd be tempted to have a kind of like a floating slip in there, maybe back on the circle, maybe back on the boundary.
That's a good ball.
Squares him up a little bit. But hello to everyone. And hello to the Slovenian Cricket Association. It's so funny because I just walked past the Slovenian embassy. Would you believe it?
Oh, yeah.
Well, I saw some Slovenian flags out front in my travels here. So hello to you. When are we going to Slovenia? It's a good question. I mean, we've had Ljubljana on the network multiple times. Obviously, Slovenia now involved in both the ECL and the ECC. And Slovenia, just from memory, we didn't see their national team last year in the ECC. So this will be the first time we see them. Because, yeah, actually, I think the only country that have been added this year, pretty sure. Maybe Serbia and Slovenia. Just trying to jog my memory. But, yeah, it'd be great to have them in the ECC. When we'll be in Slovenia? I suppose the issue with Slovenia, I know they've got a handful of teams. It's just trying to... I think in that region, you talk about Croatia and Serbia around that region as well. Typically when we have European Cricket Series cricket there, it's hosted in one country but might feature teams from 2 or 3 of those countries.
Sure. I played in Slovenia a while ago. This has been hit nicely into the onside. To hurry back for the second. Pretty good running. Yeah, I played for Nomads in Slovenia, my first tour with them. That was quite fun. But as an Australian, it was quite odd going to that part of Europe.
I've heard there's some great grounds there. I know I've seen some pictures. And yeah, Slovenia, they are the only new country to be added. We had 30 last year. We have 31 this year, broken up into the main, or the Premier Division, which is 20, and the Challenger Division, which is 11. That's miles in the air and miles out of the ground. Great shot by Saklan Chowdhury. He's shown he's got power today. And he launches that one for a Maximo.
Yeah, fantastic shot. And, well, it's Latif who so it's pitched up. So we were calling for him to pitch it up slightly.
Yeah,
and,
probably saying it was bad advice. Good shot, though. It wasn't a half volley. Good length, just launched out of the ground. So, Slovenian Cricket Association, and if you'd like to say what your name is, that'd be great as well in the chat, so I can address you. We'll make sure you come to us this year, though. We already saw Ljubljana actually playing some pretty good cricket in the ECL. Ramanjot, personal favourite of mine. But yeah, for the first time we'll see Slovenia at the ECC, and they're just looking at their group. Of course, got the 11-team Challenger division. So take a look at this again. So you see Slovenia there at the bottom of Group 1. So they're actually, I kind of like that. They get the extra game. The only difference between Group 1 and Group 2 is you play an extra group game because of so you play 5 group games and then it's the top 4 in Group 1. In Group 2, you'll play 4 group games and then the top 4.
Sure.
So okay, you might say, okay, six-team group, I suppose you've got to be in the top 4 out of 6 rather than top 4 out of 5. But you do get that extra game to prove yourself as well. So it probably all comes out in the wash. Either way, the top 8 teams will get through to the finals in their respective groups. The top 2 from each group will make it through to the playoffs, which is the 30th September, 1st and 2nd of October. And then the top 2 in the whole Challenger division will get promoted. This is short, and it's been put away. Well, what a great start this is for Kashmir. As it's Sanjay who comes on. We'll find he gets another over. Had to wait for another game, but this first ball disappears from Maximo.
I'll tell you what, though. I mean, they've proven themselves with the batting, have Cobras. You know, with 2 batsmen, 3 maybe, proving themselves with 2 with the 200s and 1 with a quick 30. But they haven't really done too much with the ball. There's not much penetration, I don't think.
I mean, there wasn't a lot of intensity, obviously, after such a big score on the board. And they threw the ball. They used 8 bowlers.
That's true, but we saw 8 bowlers, and can you see anyone really who's penetrating, who's a danger bowler? I know Kumar here, Sanjay Kumar, got 3 wickets in an over, all right? And yes, he's a good bowler. Is he a top-line bowler who would make the Hungarian squad? I mean, okay, Sheikh Razik.
Yeah, well, Sheikh Razik didn't bowl. That's the other thing in that first innings, and
I think he had 1.
Sorry, yeah, he did bowl the first over. Forgot, bowled the first over. This is dragged leg side. Slightly mishandled to get through for 1. Yeah, I don't know. I just feel like I wouldn't judge them yet. I mean, they'll get the real test, I think, when they take on the Blinders rematch of last year's final, the last match today. But yeah, we'll see. Yeah, Ramanjot has actually tuned in saying, there's Ramanjot in the chat. He's just popped up. A personal favourite. Well, only because Ramanjot he's kind of must-watch TV. Ramanjot. Go back and look at some of his highlights. Oh, Ramanjot, I hope you're well. I hope we can have an ECS in Slovenia. I mean, it might mean, obviously, we've got a 2-weeker in Croatia coming up, and hopefully see Ljubljana in that. Oh, that was straight off the face of the bat, I think. We'll wait for the umpire, see what he says. But yeah, it's off the bat. So it has to go down as a drop chance by Nilesh Jain.
It was a tough chance. Good ground, and well, probably should have taken it.
2 hands to it. I mean, they're not easy. I was down leg side. Sanjay, at least filthy. Would have been a real stroke of luck if that had been out with the delivery going way down the leg side. Here's off the pad. Scramble, at least 1 here. Just the 1. Yeah, so but also, I think it makes sense given the amount of teams in. I would group them together: Croatia, Serbia, Slovenia. Montenegro is another place, which I know there's a bit of cricket going on.
Okay.
But yeah, I call it like a super ECS because it's cool to have clubs from different countries competing. We've seen Belgrade actually win before. We've seen Ljubljana make the final, I think, at least twice, maybe 3 times actually. We saw Slovenia actually beat Croatia in a really entertaining ECI best of 5 back in Croatia last year. So I don't think I'm on Croatia because it's just for the ECC, but I know that I'll be watching that series closely. End of the 3rd over here, it's 41 without loss.
Is that was the ground near the sea, Vinny?
Yeah, so it depends. There's actually quite a few grounds in Croatia. There's one on the island of Vis, which we haven't been to. It's a little bit logistically challenging to do an ECS there, but I've always wanted to go there. We've had, I'm going to say, one ECS in Split at the Hotel Resnick ground. That one is pretty close to the sea. We've had 2 in Zagreb, and I believe that's where it'll be again. So it's a couple of different grounds in Zagreb, actually. There's early days, obviously, in the standings, but obviously Cobras, that plus 15.8 net run rate.
Got something for you for Viz, if you like. Speak to Vojta Hasa, because he goes down every year to Viz. I think it's a 6-a-side tournament.
Get me on the trip.
And he's been hassling me to get down there. I'm
make it happen.
old, fat and slow, but I don't think you are. Quality keeper.
Working on it.
You need the exercise, so speak to
Definitely need the exercise, yeah. I mean, soon we might need to get me I have to get a treadmill while I'm commentating or something. But yeah, Burhan's going to come on now at over number 4, change pace. Let's turn to this leg spin. It's been pretty useful for him so far. Still no wickets, though, for Cobras. If they thought they were just going to rock up and run through this order, obviously the Chowdhuries have other ideas.
Yeah, batting well. And, well, it's 2 S Chowdhuries out there. But it's 42 on the board. Looking pretty handy, 13 and over. Looking great. And Sucklin Chowdhury is doing most of the damage, but that was Shazadul, the left-hander, and he moves on to 30.
Great shot. Got hit with the spin. One thing about Burhan, he does have a pretty good wrong-in. We saw it earlier. He goes out of the backhand, it turns the other way, and I think he'll use it to the lefty, especially after getting whacked away like that. It's a chance to kind of maybe draw him out of his crease for a stumping. I think he'll bowl right now. Let's have a look. No, he just goes quicker ball, and it's going to cost him 5. Well, there you go. I mean, Chowdhury's kind of messed with Burhan's rhythm, and he spears one in, trying to catch him unawares, but really, Nilesh had no chance down the leg side. That ball essentially goes for 11.
That's a bit of poor bowling, to be fair. Well, great start here for Kashmir. 50's up as well.
Yeah, 53 and 20 balls. I know a few people were wondering, well, how many can they get? Remember, earlier on in the day, they only made 61 the whole 10 overs against the Royal Eagles.
Oh, that's a beauty.
That's absolutely smashed. Going, and gone. Maximo! Oh, this is a brilliant opening partnership. And Burhan, after being so tight earlier on, is going the journey.
That was just right in the slot for him. Have a look at this. And just absolutely launched a beautiful shot. Right over cow corner. So.
Where's that wrong end? Burhan's got to try it now, surely. Can actually get it to turn. But obviously, Chowdhury's feeling confident, says Shazadul Chowdhury. Now he goes offside and he slices this for 6 more. Maximo! As the 4th goes magical, and cricket's a funny game, we know this. ECN's known for its unpredictability, and right now, you'd have to say, Kashmir Budapest, if you just look at the scoreline, they're actually ahead in the game.
Absolutely. Disregard the 257 that the Cobras scored in the previous game.
I mean, if they can beat that, then that is a turnaround. That's no good either. That's great take from Jane, honestly. That was a real tough one. He's tried this quick one a couple of times, lost down leg side. Look, at the keeper's blinded, right? So he just has to go on instinct. Does a really good job, saves the boundary. This one is going over the boundary. Gundy ball from Mohamed Burhan. Oh, well, that one's gone over the hill. It's going to crash into the old club rooms. It's a huge over. In fact, it's gone supersonic. 31 off it. Wow. There's still a ball to go.
That's knocked a bit of asbestos off the old building.
If Jane didn't stop that last one, that could have been 35 off 5 balls, and we could have been going hypersonic here.
72, and just not quite into the 5th over. That's pretty good going.
Shazadul Chowdhury has now moved to 48 or 15. Burhan, what's he going to go to now? Well, he's going to get a wicket. You wouldn't believe it. He just plays the cut shot, didn't keep it down. That's always risky. And in a supersonic over, it has a happy ending for Mohamed Burhan, who takes 1 for 31 in the 4th. Shazadul Chowdhury batted really well for 48, but he misses out in that half century. It's 72 for 1.
You can't quite believe it. He stood there for don't know, about 10 seconds before walking. Can't quite believe that he hit it straight to the fielder. Look at this. It wasn't a bad looking shot. Cut it, but there was a fielder right there. Neat catch. Look at him just standing there and finally walks off.
Just got a bit of news as well. A short time ago, Sheikh Razik has left the field.
Oh, really?
Due to, I suppose, a small injury or something like that. So that could impact his ability to bat, assuming it's not an external injury. He has been off, I'll tell you exactly, he's been off for the last 14 minutes, actually, when I traced it back. So if he doesn't come on, he won't be able to bat for as long as he's been off the field. Something to think about. Anyway, it was Abdullah. Well, it is Abdullah now, who's going to come on and have a bowl.
No number on his back.
He's a bareback.
He's listed as X down here on my sheet.
X marks a spot where a number should be.
He's got one name and no number.
Minimalist.
Minimalist. The minimalist Abdullah.
Let's go over number 5 then. More spin. Yeah, pretty good ball first up. Probably just a little bit quicker through the air. Adi Budin, by the way, just took that catch. That was, it's not Abdullah who's bowling, but Adi Budin was the 12th man that took the catch.
Again,
Last
man
ball,
with
last
one
over.
name. It's down leg side, got
More
past
trouble.
the keeper.
Cobras need to clean up the game a bit with these extras. This one, because the slightly sandy outfield, won't go all the way. I think the result's going to be 3 wides, 3 free runs to Kashmir.
Yeah, Hanjala's the new batsman. He lasted one ball last time, and then the fake Hanjala came on a little bit later, wearing the same number. Comes in again. Pretty well bowled that.
He's just kind of slides that one through with some overspin. Hanjala is the new batter, by the way. He's at the non-strike zone at the moment.
But well bowled from Abdullah so far. Yeah, tidy over. Only 2 balls gone, I guess, but looks like a good bowler. That one again charged, just be a single out to the outfield. But that is big news with Sheikh Razik not being on the field. Hopefully he's okay.
So let's say, okay, he could bat at number, if 5 wickets down or when the time's elapsed. But let's say he doesn't come back on the field and he's basically can't bat until about, I'm saying like the 7th over or something like that, until they can't bat above number 7.
It could still be significant. But
suddenly, okay, you get Pularuthu early, maybe you can go, get a few quick wickets. Suddenly, what are they on for here? What's the computer saying? Computer will say they can't keep this up. So they're on 163 pace, but the computer says 129. Yeah, hits as well. Steve flinches. It should be not great running, to be honest. Jala happy with just a single. But yeah, okay, let's say you get that 129. Get through a couple of wickets. Razik's kind of held back. I mean, maybe he's not even fit to bat. We don't know what he's done.
Yeah.
But
well, for his sake and the Cobras, I hope he's okay.
yeah, oh, definitely, especially with a big game tonight against the Blinders to come. Use his feet here, doesn't quite get it. Chance. Oh, he's dropped it. Does keep it inside the boundary somehow. Latif Ullah. I suppose he does save the 6 runs. Saves 5 of them at least, but he couldn't hold on to the catch.
Yeah, it's hit pretty well. It was a difficult chance. Came around, lost his cap.
This is the one we
Threw it
almost
back in, but he's fine with the feet.
didn't actually touch. But yeah, a little bit of a dramatic finish to that 5th over. The score is 78 for 1. Let's welcome you into the commentary box. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo here with Danny Hudacek. Hopefully enjoying day 2 action so far. And we have seen action. We've seen records. We've seen firsts. The first time we've seen 2 centuries in an innings, and the Cobras did that earlier on. But cricket is an unpredictable game, and one of my favourite expressions has always stuck with me since I heard it as a child, was cricket is a great leveller. And right now, to be honest, the Cobras have been served up. And you've got to say, Kashmir have won the first half of this innings.
Yep, I think you're absolutely right. I think it's good batting from both Chowdhuries, and then, well, a little bit of poor bowling, I think, from the Cobras as well. So drop that catch. Might be a vital one in the end. A
little bit loose, yeah. I think, extras is something that they're going to have to clean up their game, because there's not too much between what I'd say are the real contenders for this tournament. And by contenders, and I know I'm hoping and I will be surprised, I'm sure, at times. But the top 4 from last year being Blinders, Cobras, UCB and Royal Tigers. I'll throw in Budapest Zalmi as well now as genuine contenders.
Super Kings?
And yeah, well, Super Kings, yeah. I mean, they're not my top 5, but they're certainly capable of beating the top 5.
Yeah,
That's the
yeah.
thing. But what I'm talking about is the differences between those top 5 teams. One of the key differences, I think, is limiting the amount of extras you're conceding on what's a pretty hard to contain ground anyway. So, yeah, I just think that's one area that the Cobras can polish themselves up a little bit. Here's Latif, who gets a chance to make amends straight away as he's going to come out to bowl out in over number 6.
What do you reckon, a bouncer?
He's probably extra angry now. At least it didn't go through his hands for 6. But yeah, Latif, he looks the part, doesn't he?
He's got the armband as well as the headband, matching as well. Matching the uniform. Is that legal? The armband?
Yeah, I think as long as it's not white.
I've seen that complained about before.
Curtly Ambrose.
Oh, that was nasty, wasn't it?
But
Yeah, was it Dean Jones, wasn't it?
Yeah, Dean Jones complained about. That's a famous thing.
Yeah. And he took, what, 8 for 1 or something
it wasn't
ridiculous?
that game, but he took 5 for it. Was in a 50 over game. I think you can wear an armband, a sweatband, as long as it's not white or light coloured.
Fair enough.
So anyway, here we go. Over number 6, Latif. Good pace. Sprays it. I'll have to bowl that again.
Yeah. We pitched that one up, but let's have a look at that. And it was, well wide of that line. Remember that blue line is an indicator for the umpires as to the wides. If it hits the line, or clips any part of it, it's still within the batter's reach. So it won't be called a wide, or shouldn't be. Latif comes in again. Well, that's called wide again.
Latif is kind of, I call him like raw. He's raw. You know, he's got the elements, doesn't he? But he doesn't really know where he's putting the ball a lot of the time. He just runs in and bowls. So I suppose if we can hone those things, it's the first time we've seen him on ECN. He'll be a very good player. And leg side that he's in now. Misses the other way over correct. So, hey look, we're 80 at the halfway point here. Can they put, I mean, if they can continue this pace, they're going 160. One thing though, 15 extras halfway through. That's on target for 30. They're probably going to run into trouble for time as well. They've already bowled an extra 7 deliveries. I think one's okay. Gets a fair bit of line, maybe slightly inside as well. He's got a nice action, good strong action. You can see, in a longer form of the game where you can afford to make a few mistakes, he's the kind of guy, he looks like a wicket taker. He looks like he could bowl that wicket taking delivery.
Agreed. Bowls a good bouncer, we've seen that.
Bowls lots of them.
Hasn't bowled one yet in this over. It's a good ball as well, just short of length.
It's a heavy length, isn't it? It's a difficult one to play because I can see he tries to kind of flat bat it or kind of pull it. But if he goes to cut it, which is your other option, you've got a fielder waiting. They've actually got 2 fielders waiting down there. There's like a fine third and more of a 45 third, top left to screen. So 2 outfielders waiting for that.
I guess there's a gap between them if it hits it pretty well.
Gap over them as well if you hit it hard enough. Again, just loose at the moment. As Latif struggling. He's basically bowled 6 balls this over. Only 2 have been legal.
It's a bit of a shotgun line, isn't it? Where like you shoot a shotgun and the shot just goes in every direction. Well, that's a little bit like I'd see this graph if you were to map it out for Latif.
Yes. Well, straight up. And it's gone in the air and it's going to go out of the ground. Maximo says Carreras. Well, Chowdhury did get one that he could reach. He put it out of the park and he moves into the 20s.
Yeah, nice shot. Just, you're right, got one he could reach. He's got a good bit of pace, does Latif, but it's a hittable pace. It'll come onto the bat nicely. So you see him come in again. And just like that, it's a hittable pace.
Might be kind of regretting bowling straighter at the moment, Latif, because this one's disappeared. Kashmir Budapest at 94. And we're still in the 6th over, throwing down the challenge to the conquering Cobras.
This is pretty amazing. Really good batting. Why didn't we see these guys at the top of the order last time?
That is one of the great mysteries. Oh, there's the bouncer, and he hooks it. He's found the fielder, though, and he's gone. So, yeah, I don't really recall one being over the shoulder earlier in the over.
No.
So, is this one shoulder high or not? But if there was, I mean, they might be looking at it. I don't recall a bounce earlier in the over. There's another one that looks about shoulder height. Maybe above. But was there one earlier in the over or not?
No.
I don't recall it.
No, definitely
So
not.
if there's no real debate if there wasn't one earlier in the over, it's going to be out. Yeah, so because it's the first of the over, it's not really an issue, but I think I'll just double check it anyway. But yeah, it'll be the end of Saklan Chaudhry, so 29 for him. But he'll have to go. I suppose this is where the rubber hits the road for me in this innings. Can they find batters that can keep going and keep producing runs? Latif actually bounces out Saklan Chaudhry, and the score is 94 for 2.
Yeah, that's well, Latif. That's what his good ball is the bouncer. He's picked him up a couple of wickets.
Could have easily gone for 6 though, even off the top edge. Just kind of hit it in a certain spot where it didn't travel so far.
It was a very natural looking shot though. It was like what was it, the compulsive hooker?
Yeah, there's been a few of those. Ian Healy was one I remember. Shafqat Iqbal, by the way, took that catch. Took it pretty well. Hussain comes in. Might have gone over the stumps, you know, maybe not. He's not happy about it, but the question that Steve has to ask himself here, is this over the stumps or is it?
It's over. Well, it's missed the off stump, I think.
Well, it missed the off. To me, it probably looked over the top, but.
Yeah, no, but look, look at this. I don't. That's gone over the stumps.
If the stumps were taller, would it have hit the stumps? And the answer is, I think yes, but
think it
he has to make a split-second decision. Anyway, put the wides with the rest. Here's another ball for Ulla. Gets a long way across. In fact, I think he gets outside the line here. And there's some debate about having a run or not. They couldn't agree to agree, and that'll take us to the end of 6 overs. The score 95 for 2.
Yeah, wicket taking over there, and was well again pretty decent one. Apart from that wicket for the for Kashmir, and well, they've got a much bigger target to bowl to than they did in the last game. Problem is who's going to go on with it. Babu Hanjala, well, he's got 1 off 2. We only saw him face 1 delivery in the previous game, so hopefully we can see him face a bit more. And there's Rakibul Rifat, the captain, who's a very good batsman. Listed at coming in next. Let's see, it is the numberless Abdullah. Come in, it's good over first up. Just dab down there, nice start again. Only 6 off his first. Top ball to Hanjala with the second. And it's pretty good bowling from Abdullah. Good control. On this one he's got a bit shorter. And turned away around the corner. Good work by the fielder. Saves 3 runs. Really good fielding by the Cobras.
For Steve, he's been under attack here. You got to have your wits about you. Watch out, Steve! Yeah, did well. Just ducked it. Steve, with those reflexes, I think Steve should be opening the batting for one of these teams.
Still think he plays at the over 40s team. And the batsman's not happy. He's thumping his bat with his glove. Didn't get onto it.
I call Steve Hulk Hogan with those kind of reflexes. Maybe belongs in the wrestling. Look at that. Oh, Steve, you beauty.
Again, I don't get the Hulk Hogan thing.
I just felt like it. This is up in the air. And I think that's gone over the top as well. It has. Maximo brings up the 100. Well, the question was, can they find someone or a couple of batters to carry this innings forward? Well, Hanjala takes the baton and he puts Kashmir Budapest past 100.
Yeah, that was a fraction short. So with leg spin, you need you put it whether you come forward or back. That one you could just rock back and smash it. So just that little bit short. It's a better length up in the air. Player coming around and over the top. 6 runs. Well, it's Hanjala who's doing a bit of damage in this over. A couple of 6s. Just got the right club length out.
Yeah, that's one of those kind of teasers for the outfielder. Just climbed over him in the end. Now, knocked into the offside. Hanjala will get 1. He'll retain the strike. 7 overs in. Abdullah's spell goes for 21, and Kashmir 110 for 2. Let's have a look at some of the events coming up on ECN. Of course, we have 2-week kind of chunks, 2-week tours that we do around Europe, Hungary, then Bulgaria, Rome, then Austria. Croatia is the next one, actually, after that, before we hit the ECC. And we also got a bonus weekend of cricket in Croatia, Friday the 2nd to the 4th of August, and we've also got some T20 international cricket, some women's cricket in Malta in the Valletta Cup, and also a pretty exciting Netherlands Tri-Series featuring the home nation, but also the USA and Canada. So I think, considering how well, particularly USA did the World Cup, Canada also had a couple of pretty good performances. That's going to be a very interesting series. The Netherlands maybe a little bit disappointing last time we saw them take on Ireland and Scotland. Anyway, this is in the air and just in front of the fielder. Hanjala will get one, get to the other end. Let's see if Hussain can provide some fireworks as well.
Yeah, he's not really got going yet, Hussain. But, well, Sanjay, he bowled very well in the last game. Took 3 wickets and an over. Hasn't taken one yet. 111. Nelson for Kashmir. And again, nicely pitched ball. A block hole squeezed out by the batsman. Just a single.
Yeah, pretty well dealt with. Very straight bat shot there down the ground. Okay, 139. Maybe that 138 predicted. Let's see if they can get to that. Maybe a few more. Big swing on this, but no real timing. They'll get through for another single.
It's a tied over so far. But they've got to let it. Well, 2.5 overs left. They've got a good little total on the board already. Whether it's enough to contain the Cobras, I'm not sure.
And whatever they make, they're going to have to bowl well, and they're going to have to take early strikes. Yeah, but that's one thing we did see earlier in the day against Royal Eagles. Obviously, they only had 61 to defend. But they did show they could create and take chances. We saw 4 wickets. They took in 6.5 overs. The Cobras, a bit of a different proposition. In the air, get teaser. I think it's catchable. 2 of them. Wow, what a catch. What a catch that is. Burhan basically goes full Statue of Liberty. Trust issues with Latif. I thought they were going to come together and it was going to end badly, but it is a happy ending for Burhan, who takes a one-hand jalebi catch at the end of Hanjala, and the score now for Kashmir is 114 for 3.
You're looking at real time. You could see there was almost a collision, and then what was going to happen? And that was the last thing I thought that was going to happen, taking a one-handed specky just in front of Latif, who I think he would have copped one in the head if this had gone down. Have a look at this. Whoa.
Well, maybe. I mean, Latif will tell you he would have caught it anyway. He just saw
maybe in the teeth.
A big 5-finger salute right in front of his face, and then wasn't really in his control. What a catch by Burhan. Burhan's had his ups and downs in this innings already, hasn't he? And this is the captain, Rifat, who's coming out. Last ball of the 8th.
That's a nice shot. Flicked off his toes. 4 runs. Very nice shot. Not too much wrong with the delivery. Maybe down leg side a little bit. And Rifat gets off the mark with a boundary.
Yeah, just good timing here off the pads. Rifat's cricketer. Just used the pace of Sanjay Kumar against him on that occasion, and it takes it to the end of 8 overs. The score is 118 for 3. Last couple of overs are huge for me. I mean, they could even, if it goes really badly, they might end up with something like 130, but if it goes well, I mean, they could still touch that kind of 150s or something like that.
Could be.
And
do we split the difference, make 140?
Yeah, I mean, I think if you offer them 140, they'd probably take it at this stage. I don't know.
We saw the par total, well, not about par total, but the average score yesterday at 145. So, we think about 130 is about right for this ground.
Definitely against the top teams. I think there's some teams that when they play each other, we might say that the par's maybe more like 110. And if you look at the numbers last year, I think it was in the 11s. But when I suppose the highly fancy teams play, the 110 doesn't seem nearly enough. I think you're right, kind of 130s, probably par.
It's been a good start here from Shafakat Iqbal.
Yeah.
two dot balls, two big swings from Hussein.
Expected to score 135. Keep an eye on that.
He's got to hit the ball here, Hussein. And same ball again. Really good bowling.
Strike 3. Well, at the beginning of this game, Kashmir Budapest were given a 1% chance by the supercomputer. 1. So they've certainly improved.
That's at the start of the game. That's crazy.
1.
17% now.
You don't often see that from the supercomputer.
And we're called a wide that time. And a bit of an appeal, but the umpire says a no. So just a rare loose delivery from Iqbal. So fair enough.
Definitely wide. I think he gets back. Yeah, for me, he gets the bat down. I think he slides it over the line. We'll have a quick look at it. It's just worth a look. On the walk, but I think he's pretty aware that he has to get back. And yeah, does no issues at all. We saw one of those dismissals today, didn't we?
Yeah, it was again a bit of poor awareness from the batsman. Iqbal continues and gets one, and well, I thought it was bat. Sounded like bat.
No, I think this is off the top of the arm or the shoulder. Check it out. But it also didn't fly like it would off the edge. It's just my opinion. It definitely hits the shoulder. Whether he hits on the way up, I'm not sure.
Yeah, I think you're right.
I think it was over the bat for me. Back to live action.
Oh, it's flicked around the corner. Nice shot. And just be a single. We'll give Rifat one ball to face. So it's been a good over here by Iqbal. There's 2 from it so far. 120 on the board for Kashmir. So let's see if he can get a single here. Rifat, he'll be looking for more, but a single might be handy with one over left. And in fact, his batting partner's not getting many runs. This is high in the air. Play under it and takes a nice catch. Very nice catch there from Chris Dow. It went pretty high, and that's the end of Rifat.
Yeah, takes it easy as you like. And he's trying to say number 5. He hasn't been left hanging on a high 5 there. But yeah, Chris kind of owned that one. Made sure that everyone knew around him to leave him to it. And he does the job. So what a brilliant over from Shafqat Iqbal there. We just had 1 wide and a single in there. So 2 runs come off that over. It's kind of that worst case scenario I was talking about. So I thought they'd probably take 140 if it was offered. Now they're 120 for 4 with an over remaining. Yeah,
I think 130 is not a stretch. It's a possibility, but it's, I have to bat well. Great over from Iqbal. So you probably look at the opening bowler, Matthew, coming back. Let's have a look who they choose. It's actually it's like Pularuthu. It is.
Yeah, okay.
Well, let's have a look what he can do with the ball.
Yeah, we didn't see him bowling earlier.
Well, we saw 8 bowlers, and he wasn't one of them.
Yeah, true. He's probably a little bit tired after knocking up his first ECN century.
Maybe.
I meant to tell you as well. That's obviously his first innings this series, but he had played 3 matches before on ECN with a higher score of 0. Admittedly, he only made 1 duck. But anyway. All right, in the air, going, catchable. And Burhan will take it this time 2 hands. So Pularuthu, a bit of a golden arm at the moment, whether it's bat and ball in hand. Pularuthu does actually have a best of 4 for 14 with the ball. He took that for Baggy Blues back against Duna Bogdani CC back in 2020. But
I remember that.
First bowl of this series, and he takes a wicket.
Oh, that's good bowling. He must have been quite young at the
I
time,
think he must be the only cricketer, certainly that I can remember, that has started in their first 2 innings, essentially. That he's only batted twice. He's got a duck and 100. I don't think anyone else has gone duck 100 on
Joe
ECN.
Burns. Oh, no, that was the qualifier, wasn't it?
Yeah, but he had some innings in between there as well.
Did he? Okay.
But, yeah, not an ECN anyway.
No. Just thought I might.
I think we need to get those qualifiers on ECN. I think we can possibly do that next year if the ICC play along. Oh, a little bit of a sideways Tortuga here. And they should get a couple of runs. Mohammed Kamran coming out. Yeah, they will get 2.
A bit of the matrix there to get out of the way, the batsman.
Tried his best. This is Kamran, as I said, gets off the mark. Pularuthu a decent ball. I like this length, especially at this time. But it's one of those ones that bounce sideways one way, and then the second bounce actually goes the other way. Completely diddled him. Hat backwards. Not really a great cricket look. Pins his ears back on this camera.
Well, the sun is coming behind him, so it's just protecting his neck, I think, from the sun. It's not too bad.
I suppose that makes sense. And this is going to be Sunny Massi now faced for the first time. Pularuti trying to close things out.
Slow ball, and I think it's okay. And, oh, look at another one. Unaware, the bowler, that the keeper was having a bit of a shy at the stumps.
Yeah, the thing is, the keeper, if he's throwing at the stumps, then you can run a by. If he's theoretically just trying to throw back to the bowler.
No, he's definitely looking at the stumps. Look at that. That's definitely going for the stumps.
Yeah, I guess. And if in doubt, I think the ball's alive. So they'll get a bye there. 2 to come.
It's called a wide.
Yeah.
It's been a good couple of overs here from the Cobras.
Yeah,
to pull
really
it back a little bit.
It was that kind of inflection point where they were 118 they were actually after 8. And I said, you know, it could go one way or the other. It's gone the other.
Yeah.
And they're stuck at 125. Still a decent looking score. If they can take some early wickets. Razik, I don't think he's returned to the field. But, they'll just get a single here. So it feels like forever.
Oh.
Since we've seen a boundary, think of a second here, they're going to go for it on the overthrow.
I don't understand that from Sanjay, to be honest. Why have a shy at the stumps at this stage? What's it going to bring you? It's a single.
Some dream 11 points.
I mean, if it hit, it would have been a run out.
Risk,
right, and it would have saved a run.
Yeah, true.
But it wouldn't have saved anything else.
Risk one to gain one.
Yeah.
Anyway, here's the last ball coming up. 127 plus this. Gives it both barrels, goes over the top. Should pull up. Time to get your running shoes on, guys. It'll be, well, in fact, you won't need to. It just kept going, didn't it? That's going to be 4 to finish. So they will get 131 for 5 off the 10 overs. Come run with a handy little 9 at the end to get them up to that 130 plus. Look, if you'd offered them 131 at the beginning, they probably would have taken it. But whether they can defend it is probably something else altogether. Obviously, if they can push it past a 7 over mark, then they'll get a point. But I just feel they think if they can pick up these early breakthroughs and get those danger players from the Cobras, obviously they've been batting really well, but everyone makes mistakes sometimes. All it takes is 1 or 2 mishits that you take, and maybe you can pull off a stunning upset here in match 8.
We'll get a roll on, and you can defeat any team, really. It's just, I mean, again, it's to do with depth. And one of their top batters in Sheikh Razik, you get 100 off 22 balls. Probably won't be batting for most of the innings, as Vinny mentioned. He's been off the field for the majority of this game.
Yeah, he was off for about 40 minutes, I'd say. I'm just checking, is there any chance that he came back? But I don't think I would have said. Yeah, so assuming that was an internal injury, then he could bat for about 40 minutes, which is pretty much the whole innings, unless they could lose 5 wickets, so he could bat 7 or lower. Anyway, we'll come back to that in a second. Let's have a look at some of these highlights. I got to say, Kashmir, if you thought they were just going to roll over, that didn't really happen. The Cobras didn't have too much bite as the Chowdhuries went to work with this opening partnership of 72 in just 4 overs that set up this score of 131.
Yeah, it was fantastic. You know, so shows it all who went with that one. It was for 48. He was unfortunate in a way. Latif dropping that one over the boundary. Well, not over the boundary. But yeah, it was the Chowdhuries who did a lot of the damage in this score, and pretty quickly as well. You can see there, that was the hook shot that went slightly wrong. So that was the end of the Chowdhuries. By Steve getting out of the way. But, little contributions along the way that helped the Kashmir get up to a pretty good score. This is the one-handed catch. Latif can't quite believe it. A good view of the one-hander. This was Crystal taking a neat catch as well. But 130 odd is that's a decent total on this ground. As you saw, the Cobras do have a very good batting lineup. They destroy the Eagles in the previous game. Doyle watches that just dribble over the boundary. So I think It's a very good total for Kashmir. Definitely competitive against a good Cobras side. Let's have a look at the batting lineup, the scorecard, I should say, in just a moment. So it's again, really nice day out here in just outside Budapest, in the fabulous GB Oval. See here up top the Chowdhuries, 48 from 16 for Shazadul and Satlin to 29 of 17, batting well. Luhan 17 off 10, and contributions from everyone else as well. 20 extras for the Cobras. They'll have to tighten that up. 18 wides. Tighten that up when it comes to the serious competition against the top teams. Saying the Kashmir Budapest are not serious. Pretty good score. Let's look at the bowling figures. Sanjay Kumar with 1 for 17. The pick of the bowlers probably is with Iqbal, who just got that 1 over. In fact, it was good overs right at the end from Iqbal and also from Poruthu to keep the score down a little bit. But again, 131 for 5, 132 to win for the Cobras. They will probably do it, but it is a tricky little total. You wouldn't want to go too slowly at it. And if they lose early wickets, then that might cause some issues as well. The big upset on the cards here in Budapest. 131, 132 needed for the Cobras. We're back in a few minutes' time for the second innings of this game to see whether the Cobras can get the 132 they need. See you then.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Well, welcome back. This European Cricket Series Hungary match between Kashmir, Budapest and Cobras. And Cobra, they've had a big score in the last game. They've leaked a few runs to Kashmir. 131 is what the Kashmir got. So they need to achieve the target in 7 overs to get the bonus point. But for Kashmir to get the bonus point, they need to restrict Cobra down to 91. It's going to be a really close run chase, I think, because it's a tricky little total here. It's not super imposing, but at the same time, it is 13 and over. So if they bowl tightly, I think there's a real chance of an upset here. It will be Shazadul Chowdhury to open the bowling. Bowling to Polruthu, who hit 100 in the last game. Nilesh Jain, he got a first bowler. He'll want to prove his worth to the side. Comes in and good start. Right on the money there from Shazadul. Just I don't know, with Sheikh Razik probably not going to bat for a while, until maybe the end of the innings, because he has been off the field with some sort of issue. It's up to these two to get some of the runs. They do have a pretty good deep batting order, do the Cobras. Comes in again and hit to the covers, and back to point, and no run again. Good areas from Shazadul. Good start from the from Kashmir. This would be a huge upset. So the Kashmir limped to about 60 in the first game against Eagles. And, a game which Eagles took all 4 points. And the Eagles we saw against the Cobras, and the Cobras absolutely hammered the Eagles. So for all 3 teams to get a win would be remarkable. And again, nice shot into the covers, through actually, and just be a single. Didn't cost him too much, just a bit of foot fielding that didn't quite go right. They're moving the field around. Got a man deep on the square leg boundary. And the other man back, I think, will be Sakleen Chowdhury, who's right in front of us. And again, really good ball. Bit of an appeal. I think he might have hit the ground. But really good bowling here. And a good first over from Shazadul. Putting the pressure on. It's gone 14 and over now, the run rate. Again, Polruthu, he hit 100 in the last game. He's on 1. But great delivery. That's a right area on this ground. And Nilesh Jain, he got a first bowler in the first game. This one is gone. Another duck. Straight to the fielder. Low full toss. And Jain has to go. Well, he's not very happy with himself. There's Nilesh Jain. And first wicket down. And that's an important one as well. The opener. And Chowdhury has bowled well. Shazadul, I should say. Neat catch there, taken by Adnan Alif. So, 1 for 1, the Cobras. 1 ball left of the first, chasing 131 to win. This was not in the script at the start of the game. So, there we go. There's Derek. And now, Kashmir, 26%. It started off at 99% certainty for a win for the Cobras. It's crept up to 26% now for Kashmir, 74% for the Cobras. But tell you what, it's been a fantastic start. 1 ball left of the first over. Kumar is the batsman. Charges, gets a dodgy edge over the slip area and gets 4 runs. Well, that's a bit of relief there. 5 off the over. Let's have a look at this. Not much control over it. any finer an edge, might have gone to the keeper. But in the end, 4 runs, swinging hard at it. 174 matches since the Golden Ball. This is a good candidate for one, actually, to be honest. It's a tricky total, with the star batsman probably not batting until maybe the end of the innings. And 1 back in the sheds already. Just got to hold it together. Kashmir, bowl some tight overs, put the pressure on the Cobra batting. It's 174 matches. We're due a Golden Ball. This would be a great game to have it happen. Kashmir Budapest. It's only their first day ever on the network. They're a brand new side. Wearing all black, which must be steamy. It's pretty hot out here. And we have a new bowler, Sunny Masir. Again, just pushed into the point area by Polaruthu. Very different to the innings he was playing. Oh, they'll get a sneaky little run. Again, hand up by the skipper, actually. It's a Rifat. Threw the ball back in. Let's have a look at this. Just good awareness through the player backing up. Mohammed Kamran comes in again and gone through the gully. Good effort there. Well, you have to get up and get it. And I hope he hasn't hurt himself. They've gone for 2. Sort of, well, he's limping, but sort of fell over trying to chase that one. Let's have a look at this. So just dabbed down and might have jarred his knee and realised he probably should get up and pick up the ball. Hope he's okay. He's holding that left knee. I think he just dug into the surface. Ball come in again. And he just miss-hit on the leg side. Just be a single, rifled in by the fielder. And it's a trend that doesn't really need to happen, I don't think. So nothing on. He's still limping a little bit. There's Mithu Das, who tried to stop that one in the gully a little bit earlier. Bowler comes in again. And hit down the ground. There should be 4. And nothing much that Sakleen could do about that one. Just look at this. Just over-pitched slightly. Didn't hit it too hard. Nice shot. Timed it well. Just put it into the gap and 4 runs. So 13 for 1. Still a couple of balls left of the second. Polaruthu has been batting well today. Hit 100 in the previous game. But we'll see. This one he's taking his time. Starting to get into an innings. He did look very tired at the end of his innings in the previous game. I wonder if that'll affect on his batting. Sanjay Kumar, the other end, 7 off 3. Couple of balls left of this over. Masir, the bowler, comes in and, well, this could be out. Sakleen's under it and drops it. And he has to get up and bring it in. And, well, see a couple of the Kashmir players on the ground, on their haunches. And, well, Sakleen, you would have expected him to catch it. Look at this. He's got to pick himself up and catch the next one. See how much it means to this Kashmir side. Good bowling from Masir. And it's a full toss. Down to the covers. Sakleen will pick it up. Just be a single. So 10 off the over. Not a bad one. Drop catch as well. 15 for 1 after 2 are the Cobras. All right. Let's see who they bring on next. Looks like, well, just waiting on something. Quite sure what. It is the end of the over. As we see here, the standings of Group B. Cobras up the top. Look at that net run rate of 15.8. That's massive. But also the Eagles with a win over the over Kashmir. This would be a huge upset if the Kashmir could get a victory here. Still a long way to go, still 8 overs to go, but that run rate's creeping up to 14.6 and over. And well, I wouldn't want it to get out of hand. It's not a massive total, but it's a very healthy one. And something to bowl to. And it will be Sasadul Chowdhury to continue. I think it's a good move here. Only went to 5 off his over, and took a wicket as well. So I think a good move. Comes in, bowling to Kumar. And, oh, false shot. And really good bowling right in the block hole. To the covers. No run. Intriguing this game. Up to about 15 and over now. Look at that. Just got a leading edge. Didn't quite carry to cover. It's getting tense here. Again, swing and a miss. Every dot bowl is golden for Kashmir. I think they're starting to believe. Well, I think they're believing when they came out. 131 to get, and really hasn't been much off the bat. 8 off 6 for Kumar, 7 off 6 for Polruthu. Again, another swing and a miss. Really good bowling. I think the skipper, Rakibul Rifat, has done the correct thing by keeping Shahzadul here and bowling, and just bowling dot balls. Which is excellent from him. That run rate creeping up again. All it takes is 1 over to change things. And this is just over the top, and I think it'll be a boundary. 4 runs, streaky looking shot. Shahzadul's not happy with himself, but I think it's been a good over. And look, just not too much wrong with the delivery, maybe slightly over pitched. Gave the batsman a bit of room outside off stump. Tried to give himself room as well. Just got it right towards the end of the bat and scooped it up over point. Bowler comes in again. And big swing and a miss. Well, is it a miss? Umpire not moved. No, confident. But not out, says the umpire. Let's have a look at this. And can't really tell from there. Head right up in the air. The batsman. Disappointed were the Kashmir players, but the umpire didn't hear anything. Not out. Comes in again. This one's going to be called a wide. Let's have a look at this. That blue line belongs to the bowler now, and that is more close. Again, the umpire has a slightly different angle than what we do here with the tower. So it's been a good spell here from Shahzadul Chowdhury. And this is in the air, high in the air, could be caught. Takes it. Good reward for Shahzadul taking another one. And it's Saklin who makes up for that earlier drop. And that's the end of another batsman. And that's a fantastic power play for Kashmir Budapest. Have a look at this one. It's high in the air. Got a good piece of it. Saklin moved well, judged it very well, and took it nicely, and is happy with that catch. That's the end of Sanjay Kumar. And well, let's have a look at this. The difference in the power plays. So 20 for 2. They were 41 for no loss. Were Kashmir Budapest with that opening partnership with the Chowdhuries, and 5, 10, and 5. 2 really good overs from Shahzadul Chowdhury, taking 2 wickets as well. Wow. It's an interesting stage. End of the power play, so they've got players out now. No one's really hitting it very cleanly for Cobras. And that target of 132 is looking further and further away. And, well, Cobras now second favourites. Kashmir now 52%. And again, that's going to just hit the pad. And should be called a leg by. I did get a little piece of it. I might have got a bit of bat. Just a single. They won't mind singles. Let's have another look. Again, he's such a difference between the last game and this one for Jeremy Polruthu. I'm sure I know he can accelerate a gear. Chris Dowell is the new batsman. And down leg side, called a wide. So Massey is the bowler. Resume his spell. Coming again, bowling to Dowell. And it's a full toss, hit over the top, players there, catch! Gone, and well, it's called a no ball from square leg. We'll have another look at it. And it didn't look like it was that high. Let's have another look. So, that's, he's called it pretty early. Let's have a look. He's right on his crease, moves forward a bit. Oh, I don't know about that. That's, he's moved out slightly. And I don't know. I know that it's been called no ball on field, but it's a difficult one because it's basically the waistband. So it's called a no ball, and that's unfortunate because it really. Oh. I'm not sure about that one. It was a good catch though, but full tosses are always a little bit iffy as to whether the bowler actually deserves the wicket. Okay. So it's called a no ball, free hit. And hit down the ground, nice shot, 4 runs, hit hard. And that's a bit of a let off there, I think, for Dowell, to be honest. But Pelruthu hit that one nicely. It was a free hit. And, well, we saw him hit the ball hard and high and long in the previous game. Maybe that'll click him into gear. He's 12 off 8. I see he'll come in again. And, oh, good delivery. Hitting on the glove. Not happy as the batsman. Actually, let's see if it did hit him on the glove. He did take his hand off the bat pretty quickly. In fact, it was off the full face, but he was just upset with himself. 28 for 2. This is in the air. Player under it. Takes it. And that's a big wicket. Pelruthu goes for 12. And I guess a little bit of revenge for Massey. And Cobras in all sorts of trouble now. 28 for 3. And they've absorbed about 3.5 overs as well. Not going to plan for the Cobras. Let's have a look at this again. Massey, the bowler, and just scooped under it. It was almost like a catching practice. And that's a very good catch out there. Of course, well, it was out of the power play. But 28 for 3. Vinny, Sandhu, what's going on?
Well, plenty going on. They may have felt a little aggrieved, but it didn't take too long before there's another opportunity, and the captain, Rifat, takes the catch. Remember, Sheikh Razik can't really bat above 7. They can't bat until there's 5 wickets. I wonder if there's a case they fall behind to actually strategically sacrifice 2 retired outs and get him out there if he's fit.
I can't think they'd do that.
I mean, it just depends. I'm just trying to think outside the box. Massey comes in again.
And, trust your batsman, right? I know Sheikh Razik is a special case, but still.
Yeah, I know, but I'm just thinking with the strategy. I mean, that's definitely not above the waist because hit him below the waist. But
going down leg.
Yeah, Burhan's a good striker, though. We know that. Not prepared to count him out just yet.
No, not counting him out at all, but now it's just under 17 and over. It's well, 64% for Kashmir now. The supercomputer's turned its
changed its tune, hasn't it? It started on 1%. This is in the air. It's going to be 6. Well, I tell you what, a few more of those, and it'll be the Cobras in front. Burhan gets off the mark with a Maximo.
Yeah, nice shot. And he's a good player. He's Mohammed Burhan. I saw him hit quick 30 in the previous game. Not much backlift, much follow through. Just plenty of length and just enough height to get over the boundary. Let's have a look at this.
I mean, yeah, they're below even the get a point line at the moment. But I mean, that can all change pretty quickly.
Sure.
And like I said, I don't even know, actually, to be completely honest, I don't know why Razik left the field in the first place. So maybe he's not going to bat at all. We just don't have the information at the moment. But, yeah, this is ECN cricket. It's kind of a really good advertisement of why you can never count your chickens in this form of the game. In European cricket, it's a mystery sometimes. Kashmir, who lost comprehensively to Eagles that then got wiped off the park to Cobras. Might turn the tables. Anyway, this is a hit over the top of cover by Dow. He's going to get 4 runs. Nice shot for him, his first boundary.
Yeah, just a nice shot over the top. He said he probably had a life early, I think, with that catch, but you know, water under the bridge.
As they say in the classics. By the way, it's strange. That storm did miss us. Remember, it did rain for about 20 seconds, and we thought, well, it was like a pre-shock. And then, since then, we've been fine. The sun's even come out again. Yeah, so we did get lucky with the weather. But we've got Kashmir on the brink of something quite amazing. Need to keep taking wickets, though. They almost get Dow here. He goes for a big windy woof, wandering down the pitch.
Yeah, not the most convincing looking shot. A boundary off the last ball, but yeah, trying to stick the ball in. Oh, Marzi's come back. He's come past us with a very cold-looking bottle of water. This is hit nicely again. Same area. They should plug that gap for Dow because he likes hitting over the covers.
He's one guy. He's not afraid to go with the line of the ball, is he? He's outside off stump. He's not trying to drag them. Yeah, I would tempt him probably by dropping either the square leg or the mid-wicket. It looks like they bring up square leg now, putting the deep cover back. And then basically trying to tempt him to say, hey, why don't you try and hit one of the gaps on the leg side and maybe drag something there that you shouldn't. But yeah, have a look at the percentages here. Kashmir are ahead, but only just. This game is very much still alive. Whether it's a computer, no, supercomputer would know the extent of Rasik's injury. I don't know.
Not sure.
One thing that might give me an idea, we'll have a little peek ahead to the... Actually, no, because the Cobras aren't playing next game. I was going to say, is he in the lineup? But, of course, they're not playing next game. They're playing game 10 against the Blinders.
We'll see the Blinders in the next game. That'll be interesting.
Take on the Royal Eagles. Yeah, some really interesting matchups today. All right, in the air. It's catchable, though. They left the fielders back on the leg side, and it's dropped. Oh, well. Down it goes. That's Shazad Ul-Chowdhury. He seemed to have it covered, but it just popped out, and he never got a second opportunity.
He's not happy with himself. Look at this. He's made good ground. He's pretty set and just bobbled out.
Well, that's absolutely banged into the leg side and over the rope. It's Maximo to finish the 5 overs. And the Cobras will go to drinks at 49 for 3. Again, kind of attacking, a bit of a forward press from Burhan. He smacks that one. So yeah, I think this game pretty evenly poised. I think when I look at who's at the crease and who's still to come potentially. At 49 for 3 after 5.
Yeah, so, well, it's in the balance. Could be golden ball, Vinny. As we see here, two groups. We'll see Group B games now. Cobras were in action at the moment with Kashmir Budapest. We won't see UCB yet, but we'll see Budapest Blinders, the defending champions, in the next game.
And I kind of like this format where you you don't play all the group games of one and then the other. So I think it mixes things up a bit. Also makes it easier in practice for the players. But yeah, the format has the teams playing 8 matches within their groups, and then the top team from each group goes straight to the finals, or the final 4, final Friday. The bottom team will bow out of the competition. The middle 3 teams from each of those 2 groups, so 6 teams will play round 2, which will be an additional 3 days of games next Tuesday, Wednesday and Thursday. So it's a pretty simple format. I know it looks a lot on paper, but we've seen it a couple of times. We saw it in Estonia earlier in the season. We saw it in Romania last week as well.
Yep.
So yeah, that's why you mentioned the importance, if you can top the group, to get those 3 days rest. Could be huge.
Yeah, absolutely.
The other thing is, if you top the group, you get the double chance on finals Friday. You don't just it doesn't semi-finals. It's a huge advantage.
Such an advantage.
Yeah.
From teams that might be tired after. Again, it looks like the weather's going to remain pretty hot through the next 2 weeks. So, all right, new bowler will be Adan Alif. And again, thought bowled pretty well in parts in the previous game.
Yeah, in parts, probably the good way to put it. Need a good over to settle here. It is in the air. It's not going to be a good start for Kashmir because that's out of here. Maximo, no doubt, gets out the long handle and gets 6 to his score.
Just got enough of it, didn't he? And, well, how much is that that catch going to cost them. The one put down by Shazadul Chowdhury.
Wasn't far away from being caught, was it?
Mm.
Maybe 1 centimetre further away from the middle of the bat, and it would have been catchable. But now this isn't a good ball, and it's going to be out of the ground. Baseball out of here. Maximal. No ball called as well. That's a 7-up.
Yeah, this is not a good start from the bowler. He's been hit for 6, then he tries to bowl a Yorker, over pitches it. Don't forget to see this
Not
one.
too much luck with the camera today,
Yeah.
getting blocked by some fielders. This is one tactic. I think you probably get a look at it here.
And that's
It's roundabout waste time. I mean, that's the thing. You're caught on the ground. If you're going to be super technical, maybe it's a harsh call, but everyone knows in ECN cricket, it's discouraging that kind of bowling. Anyway, here's the free hit. And he does hit it, and he's going to get 6 more. Straight as the day is long. Maximo. As Leaf has pretty much lost the plot. He's gone for 19 off 2 balls bowled.
Yeah, this could be the over that changes things. Cobra's now favourite 65% according to the supercomputer. That's what happens. Is it just sometimes takes 1 over to change everything. Kashmir is still well in this game though.
Back to the action. Same kind of length this time. Basically freezes up. Does Dow doesn't offer. Interesting. Even if you throw in the bat at that, maybe there's a chance it'll fly away between the keeper and the third up in the circle. Yeah, so 14.2 and over required. It started at 13.2. Remember, Zeke's still on the bench. We don't know about his ability to bat this innings. Yeah, so I'm just casting my eyes over there. I mean, he did go off and stay off for the whole inning, so I don't know if it was a fatigue issue or a cramping issue. He did bat. Okay, not for many balls, 26, but he did a lot of big hitting previous game. Another swing and a miss, so good comeback from Leaf, who had the over going off the rails, but he's fought back with 3 dot balls.
Yeah, it's a good comeback. And Doyle got offered that juicy full toss, took care of it, and then off the free hit a 6 as well. So 3 sixes off the first 3 balls. And can't quite find it at the moment. It's hit that one pretty well.
Yeah, well, it wasn't a good ball, really. A fraction short, and Dow jumps all over it. 25 come off that over call. A magical 6th of that over. The score is 74 for 3.
Still need 14.5 and over. There's a long way to go in this game. But that over has changed things a lot, and will really play on the mind of the skipper. He'll no doubt look at other options. Ahmed Kamran, well, looks like he's going to be bowling the 7th. Let's have a look here. It's a good start. Chris Dowell, though, 34. Said had an ounce of luck being caught off a no ball.
Yeah, it's a loose one there. Dowell. It's funny, there were 3 dot balls in there, but the other 3 balls went for 25. Hard as that is to believe. So the game hangs in the balance. Cobra's ahead, though, according to the numbers. This is somehow squeezed over the top from Burhan as he Houdinis a boundary down to the deep third area.
It's a pretty remarkable shot, and I have no idea how he played it. Have a look at this. So it's kind of, just sort of, it's all wrist and scoop, and I don't know what it was. It was effective to see
bit of action there.
a lawn mowing here on a Tuesday. Obviously, a holiday in Hungary.
Do you think we can borrow that? Anyway, that's a live action down the leg side for a wide. You can just feel the tide turning towards the Cobras. Thing is, yeah, I mean, it's such a big if Rasic bats or not, and how fit he is to bat, isn't it? Because otherwise you look at 4 down, maybe changing the game big time, or perhaps even benefiting Cobras if he can hit them like he hit them before. That's short as well, in the air, but this I think is catchable. Tough one, goes right the way back. And I think it's gone over the line on the full. Wow, yeah, 6 runs, Maximo. I felt like he had a play on it. In the end, he kind of didn't offer, but that kind of guaranteed the ball would go to the boundary. Check it out here on the replay. Well, he was out by the time he withdrew anyway. So Nanjala not able to do anything about it. Rate comes under 13 for the first time in a long time. They're ahead. The Cobras, as far as ahead of that required run rate.
Yeah. It's, well, gone back to just behind after that dot ball. That's how close this game is. So, again, probably a golden ball on the cards here.
You got the tingle. Better length this time. Slightly awkward stop for the fielder, but you can see how this outfield's a bit more forgiving. The ball decelerates towards Saklan Chaudhry, who really didn't look like dropping anything this morning. Dropped what looked like a key catch earlier, but then he recovered to take a good one. 46 off 20. Supercomputer likes the Cobras now. It's been a topsy-turvy contest, really entertaining contest here.
Yeah, it's been really good. Comes the bowler again. And this is in the air. This catchable as well. Player under it. Takes the... drops it. Oh, it's the second one he's put down, Shazadul. Wow.
Well, I'll tell you what happened here, basically, is that he kind of flinches at the moment of impact. That's kind of how I read it anyway. Almost like he was expecting to drop it. You look at the hands here, last moment, and then it's a mad scramble. Again, he doesn't get another opportunity.
How lucky has Chris Dowell been in this innings? I think it's
there.
Twice he's been dropped. I think it was Shazadul was dropped in twice, I think, and there was the one off the no ball as well. It was caught on the boundary. So, well, he's still there. He's on 35 off 14, and Burhan 23 off 8. 87 the score. Well, unlucky for some, 87. Let's see who it's unlucky for. Is it Dowell? He'll finally have to meet his maker. Budapest Blinders are up against the Royal Eagles in the next game. That should be really good. And
Really looking forward to this one, to be honest.
It should be a great game.
Yeah, I think that's their Blinders out to prove a point. Royal Eagles winning the toss and batting first, so at least they won't have to go out there and chase 258, but we'll see how they go with the stick. That game coming up in 25 minutes. Back to the action here. Game in the balance. First one is manoeuvred away. Bit of foot fielding. I mean, not the textbook way to do it, but it's good enough from Masi. Just a single.
This is the man I think who can take it away from the from Kashmir, who's Mohammad Burhan. He's a big hitter of the ball. Hits it very, very cleanly. He's 23 off 8. See what Anjala can do. Oh, he can. That's what he can do. He can bowl him with a beautiful Yorker. And that's the end of Burhan. That's a big victory there in that with that delivery.
Yeah, and it's a lack of pace, I think, does him. I think he's threw his shot early. Just swings. Ball doesn't quite arrive, but that in angle. Anjala, well, makes amends pretty quickly, doesn't he? And let's peek and see who's coming out here. But I can tell you the score now is 88 for 4. And there's Mohammad Siddiqui, who is ready to take it on. So look, now what I can tell you, if another wicket falls, for sure, Russick can bat. He's allowed to bat. Now whether he can or not, we don't know.
Well, that's it. Is he fit to bat? I mean, is he ill? Is he injured? We don't know. I'm sure we'll find out during the break to see what happened. You can see Latifullah with the pads on over there. Whoa, straight through him. That's actually a pretty good bowler to bring on at this stage in Babu Anjala. We saw him opening the bowling and getting amazing amount of in-swing.
He's got potentially this over in the 10th. You're looking for him to ice the game here. This would be a stunning upset. You would have never have guessed it was possible.
No.
After the first 2 games today. This has worked off the back foot. Siddiqui, by the way, has a top score of 7 from the network. I'm sure he can hold it a bit, but obviously wouldn't necessarily expect him to be the main instigator in this chase.
I honestly, unless they can wheel Sheikh Razik out, I can't really see the Cobras winning this.
Swing and a miss, well bowled, not too short to doubt, good areas. And so basically the strategy for me is that if Razik is fit, which I don't know, I can cast my eyes over there, but if he is fit, at the minute, because there's now like a minutes thing, that if the minute he's allowed to bat, you retire someone out, probably Siddiqui, and you get him out. Last ball of the 8th. Gets a piece of it, but not the whole thing. Dowell will retain the strike, moves to 37. That was the good over that Kashmir needed just to settle. Remember, they never won a game on ECN. Could it be a famous one over the ECL 24 representatives, Cobras, and who are 90 for 8 after 4. That means that 42 are required off this last 2 overs.
honestly, I can't see it happening. I mean, I've been wrong before. I don't mind being wrong.
They've got options as well to bowl. They've used 6 bowlers, which gives them a degree of flexibility in their bowling lineup.
I've got to Sakleen Chowdhury.
Yeah, well, Sakline bowled 1 over for 15. Probably take that at this stage. Anyway, here we go. 9th over. It's going to start with a blast for 6. What a shot from Dowell, who moves into the 40s. Just takes it off a length and deposits it into the jungle.
Yeah, that's right in the area he likes to hit, Dowell, and that's a nice shot. It's a topsy-turvy game, this one.
Well, I mean, you should know by now. Look at the way Dowell's setting up. You've got to bowl him Yorker.
Yeah.
You can't just sit there and bowl it into a kind of flat bat height. Game's alive. Kashmir, this is where I've never really been in a winning position so far today. We're in their ECN career. He gets a piece of this too. Curving away from the fielder. That's 4 more. So 6 and 4. Dowell approaches his half century. He's keeping the Cobras alive right now.
He is. Still need 31 for these next 2 overs, but it's a good start in this 9th. All happens in the 9th, right, Vinny?
All happens in the 9th. Now, Sakline's got a job to do here. He needs to try and bounce the ball in the popping crease. The line doesn't matter so much. Anything from tram line to the stumps. But don't get too short. Does in the air, but false shot. Steepler out of the reach of the fielder, Rahman. They should come back for 2. They will get 2 keepers out of position. And what that does do, keeps Dowell on strike, who's on 49.
Again, another stroke of luck there. Was slightly over the fielder. Couldn't get back. So he's on 49 off 20. Looks like a good innings, but it's been sketchy in parts.
Yeah, slightly sketchy is a good way to put it, but he's still there. 4 sixes along the way. Dowell, we did see make 8 appearances last year. That's just I was going to say it's a better length, but it might go for 4 as well, doesn't it? It's 50 for Chris Dowell. Did really well to manufacture that. And that was pretty close to the Yorker. It was just slightly overcooked. However, raced along the outfield. This is just what the doctor ordered for the Cobras. Say it all happens in the 9th. Well, so far it has. 6-4-2-4. 16 off the first 4 balls. 53 off 21 for Chris Dowell.
Then a couple of nice tight deliveries here. A couple of dot balls or singles. But, well, still got to favour the Kashmir. 26 off 8. But need a couple of dot balls. This one's...
Yeah, carve away just for 1 this time. It's probably not a bad result, because I think now you say to Siddiqui, look, we're not going to take a 1 here, but you can have a swing and just try and get us 4 or 6. I think that Dowell's on strike. Next over, you guarantee that. You give yourself a prayer. But obviously you'd love it. You'd rather have 25 with Dowell on strike than 24 with Siddiqui on strike. Well, let's see what Siddiqui can do. Last ball of the 9th. Launches it. Well, take my words back. He's got that 6. It's Maximo time. It gets it under 20. And we've got a humdinger on our hands, folks, after 9 overs. Cobras 113 for 4.
Oh, this is a really good game. A fantastic effort from Kashmir. Just running out of bowling slightly, except the bowler left is Babu Hanjala, who bowled very well in the last over. Look at that. 1 for 3. Shazadul also up the top. Did a lot of damage with those 2 wickets, only for 10 runs. But well, let's see if Hanjala can keep it together, whether these 2 can get there. This is the golden ball.
18 would make a golden ball. They're currently 113. 131 was the first inning score. If we do have a tie, we haven't had one since the 10th of June, and we go to a golden ball. Batting team gets 1 more chance to win the game, but they need 2 or more to do it. Here we go with the 10th over. 19 to win for the Cobras. Dowell misses out on the first one. Oh, you can see Kashmir's a lot of nerves around at the moment. There's a lot of cheers, even though it wasn't a wicket, it was a dot ball, which is probably just as good.
Absolutely. Keeper does the right thing. Takes the ball, runs up to the stumps. Just waiting for a player to come in so he can toss it. Tossing the ball, doesn't want any unnecessary run.
Dowell gets the second one, but he doesn't really get it. Probably wants 2 here. Are they going to hustle? They didn't really. And now they're going to be stuck with a single. Well, maybe not a bad thing, because Siddiqui did just come off a 6. You could see Kashmir trying to get around each other. Now, can Siddiqui be the hero? We just saw him bang a Maximo last time out. but it's really getting close to last chance saloon at the moment for the Cobras. Gets it, but it looks up, but it's still going up as it passes the boundary. It's Maximal Sainz Carreras, 12 off 3, game's alive.
Absolutely alive. Well, that was a big hit there from Siddiqui.
Siddiqui never hit a 6 on the network until the last over. And now he's hit 2. So 12 off 3. No matter what happens, this ball's still live. Hanjala's just got to get it right. 12 to win. Pushes it, but it's too wide. Yeah, you can see.
Well, a 4 and a 6.
He's still appealing for trying to say it's off the pitch, is he? I mean, what's this kerfuffle about? Trying to say it's off the pitch. To be honest, it looks like it is. That is off the pitch. That's going to be a no ball. Yeah, we'll check that out again. It's just pitched off the surface, and that's why he was saying, hey, come on. Now, how does that change things? It basically means, because it's a free hit next ball, that you can sky it and probably get 2 rather than be out. So I think probably umpire slightly obscured with that, with the bowler coming through. All right, so free hit coming up. Can only be run out off this. Time to swing away. Doesn't change the equation though. 11 off 3. Goes for it, gets it. Maximo! 6 to Siddiqui, who's quickly firming to be the hero. That is very costly. And now it's 5 off 2 and they can win the game with 1 hit.
That's it. It's really, really good batting from Siddiqui. And just allowing him to get his arms free. Needs to bowl one probably short of a length into his body. Just to reduce that to no runs. 5 off 2. Well, dot and a 4. That's what we want. We want a golden ball, Benny. Well,
all right, huge. Got to stop it somehow. Got to stop it.
They do.
Yeah, they do stop it now. They're going to come back for 2. And I think he's, well, I don't know.
Gone, I think.
Even in the,
oh, hold on.
okay, so now there's been a collision. Now, I don't think this is 4. We had a good look at it. But we'll come back to it in a second. First thing, let's look at the boundary stop. Now, you just got to worry about the fielder touching the ball, not the other fielder. Now, who touches it?
Boom.
He's inside there. He only touches now. So I don't think that's 4. So here's my analysis, right? It only depends who the same fielder touching the ball and touching the rope. And so 3 is the only fielder that touches the rope. And he might touch it there, but he's not touching. Then he is, and it's not him that's touching it. So I don't think that's 4. But now we've got to go to the run out. So we'll check it on the replay. And do we even get a look at him? Because he runs very wide. And then kind of makes the late decision. Say, we got to, I think he's out.
I think so.
So let's have a look.
Can't see him.
I mean, you might have to go umpire's call. If he's out of frame.
I thought he called him out on field.
If he called him out on field, I think it stays out. I think the umpire's got the better. And it's not like he grounded his bat or anything.
Let's look. Let's see if we can see Steve Anthony just on the left-hand side. Oh, he's just going out of frame.
Yeah, exactly. Oh. But to me, he looks out. But Steve is going to have the best call of anyone here because he'll know whether he's run in or not. And to be honest, normally if you're out of frame, normally you're out because you run out of frame, you lose the benefit. But I think it's probably going to be an umpire's call here.
He's gone, I think. He's going to walk.
So, I mean, the boundary, I don't know if they want to look at the boundary again, but to me, there's no issues with the boundary because even if one fielder's touching the other that's touching the ball, unless he's deliberately trying to help him. All right, so they've given it 2. Well, that firms us for a golden ball.
Wow.
It must have been called in on the field. That's all we can think there. So now you've got a situation where you've got 2 for a golden ball, 3 to win. 2 for a golden ball, 3 to win.
Well, they bring the field in.
Wow. I mean, yeah, I wouldn't necessarily be bringing them all in. Your first thing is you got to make sure you don't concede a boundary and you lose the game. So that was highly contentious, but I assume they got it right, Steve. If he said he's in, then I think you got to go for it.
I thought I saw him call it on field. It looked like he put a finger up. Maybe he was just saying wait. Not quite sure.
All right, well, I'll tell you what, golden ball people will love it. We've got a 50-50 contest now with 1 ball to go. What a game in match 8. It's ECN in the first degree. Siddiqui 21 off 7. You probably favour him here, but there's so much pressure when it gets down to the last ball. I mean, he's got to hit it, number 1.
Yeah.
But the one thing I say, I would probably even sub out Dow maybe for a faster runner, honestly, at this stage, if you want to be super technical.
No.
I would.
No.
He made that look hard. He should have been back easily. Strategically, if you had a top coach, that's what they'd do. They'd say, all right, who's the quickest? Because that could be the difference between pushing a golden ball and not. So 2 for a tie. Basically, a boundary wins it. If the ball stays on the field, I think that's we're going to get some drama. Hanjala, pressure on him. He's got to get it right. Last ball, 2 for a golden ball, 3 for the win. And he will win it. He goes over the top, and it's Maximo for Siddiqui, an unlikely hero. And he's pulled off a dramatic chase, a last ball finish, and the Cobras win it. Heartbreak for Kashmir on their first day in ECN cricket.
Absolute heartbreak. And, well, Kashmir, they're not here to make up the numbers. That was a very good performance from them, both with the bat and the ball. And they were very lucky to get away with that, Cobras. And a really good performance from Kashmir. But congratulations to the Cobras. They get 3 points out of the game. 1 point for Kashmir, who are devastated. You can see at least 2 players sitting on the ground. But, desolate.
That's heartbreaking, really. But hey, credit to Siddiqui. And when the pressure was on, he was ice cold. Again, kind of a slop ball. He was able to get a good swing at it, but he comes up with the goods. And the Cobras get home 135 to 131 in a highly dramatic match 8. And look, I know Kashmir didn't win. They did take their first point out of the contest. But no one thought that was going to be a close game, but it was a real ECN classic in the end.
Absolutely. Fantastic effort from Kashmir. Well done to them. Even though they did go down, that'll give them a lot of heart for the rest of the tournament. But Cobras, they know they've got out of jail with this one. They've got one more game to go against the Blinders, and they'll have to play better than that to get up against them. So, well, almost got that golden ball. Siddiqui, the hero in the end. Also Chris Dow, and with a nice 50. Again, a stroke of luck in that, but you know, you make your own luck sometimes, and that's what happens in cricket.
Yeah, that's cricket, but it can be a cruel game sometimes. I suppose it may be long game. You think of Kashmir, they were very competitive there, obviously against a team that have made it all the way to the ECL, and they still have 8 more matches to press their case for advancement in the tournament. But it's a cracker of a game. It had a bit of everything at last over that kind of the collision, the boundary stop, the no ball that was originally a wide, then it was no ball, the run out that was pretty close. In the end, it doesn't make too much of a difference because that last bomb pretty much takes care of business. Blinders versus Eagles coming up in match 9. At the moment, we are on schedule, so should come back in 10 minutes for that one. Well, everyone, sit down and watch these highlights. Cobras look like they'd made a meal of this chase. That early wicket making a bit of a mess of things. Jane, who has a pair to show for his day so far, but we saw obviously Rasik not able to bat. He never did bat in the innings. Polaruthu wasn't quite able to recapture the magic. But yeah, a few missed opportunities in there for Kashmir along the way, but a bit of everything here in match 8.
Yeah, absolutely. Look, this was a nice catch out there. That was Suckling, but a couple went down. Shazadul put a couple down, which was probably unlike him. But I'm sort of a bit devastated for Kashmir. This one was the one which I thought was probably not right. But Polaruthu hit the 100 in the last game, never really got going. And of course, Sheikh Razik never took the field with the bat. It was some sort of illness or injury. We'll try and find that out. But that was really affected, I think, the way that the Cobras went about this. That's they'll put that one down. But really, I think it was there for Kashmir to win. And I guess measured run chase maybe, but it was a very just issue or affair for the Cobras in the end. So man mowing his lawn, this is the other drop catch, and he'd be very upset with himself. So a few went down, and right at the end, good hitting from Chris Dow, and also from Ahmed Siddiqui. Got him over the line, but only just. So as we see some of the players come in, the Blinders players rocking up in front of us. That was the collision. Did save a run. Again, that run out, can't really tell. Can't really tell where the batsman is.
That was the one though. That was crazy town, wasn't it, Siddiqui? Every little boy or girl's dream to hit the last ball for 6 and to bring up a victory for your team. And that's exactly what they do. Well, he's got the 5-4-3 on his back. It was 5-4-3-2 on liftoff as the Cobras bite back late in the piece and get across the finish line with the last ball. 55 of 24 for Dow, but he was kind of upstaged, wasn't he, in the end by Siddiqui, who just came good at the right time. Just the 3 wides, 3 no balls in there, so that's one area I think that Kashmir improved a lot.
Yeah.
So close yet so far. But like I said, long game, they still have 8 more games to press their case. The Cobras win a bit of a classic. 2 for 10. Great figures for Shahzadul Chowdhury. And singles for Masi and Hanjala in there, but unfortunately, he'll be heartbroken. Just couldn't keep that last ball in the ballpark. We're on golden ball alert. Danny, we've got close, but maybe we'll get one before the end of the day. It's Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo. It's a bit of housekeeping. I think we will have a slight delay. It's a 10-minute delay with the next game because that one ran over slightly. So we'll be back in around about 15 minutes, take you into match 9. Blinders are back for the first time since they won ECS 23. Vinny Sander, Mr. Maximo with Danny Hudacek. We'll see you after a short break with more European Cricket Series.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch. Hello and welcome back. Time for the fourth match of the day, and still two more matches to go on day two, and they'll both feature the defending champions because the Budapest Blinders are here on deck to defend their crown. Their first game sees them play the Royal Eagles. So Suleiman Saeed has the coin in his hand. Let's see what happens at the coin toss.
Eagle, it's your call.
Tails.
Tails. And it's tails.
We will bat first.
So the toss has been won by the Royal Eagles and they've elected to bat first. Well, no real surprises there. We saw in their last game, they got whacked for a record equaling 257 by the Cobras. So that's obviously something they want to avoid here. They're running into another good team in the Blinders. Watch out for Ali Farasat, the captain of the Blinders. He's a very, very talented cricketer, but they've got a lot of talent across the board. Yeah, one or two players not here, I think, from last year's final today, but we might see them during the series as it moves on. But look, I just think it will be a very interesting start with the Eagles playing their third game, maybe a bit of fatigue coming in for them. But the Blinders also, I mean, they're fresh, I suppose, into the competition, and they'll want to make a very good impression, I'm sure, in their first two games of the tournament, which are the last two games of day two. Well, Danny Hudacek is standing by. I know you're looking forward to this one. I can tell you the Eagles, they have decided to set a target this time. How many can they get? We're about to find out. Over to you as we get ready for the start of match 9.
Well, thanks, Vinny, and welcome back to everyone to Hungary. It's lovely GB Oval here for the European Cricket Series. A match between the Budapest Blinders, first time we'll see them in this tournament, and the Royal Eagles, who got absolutely thumped by the Cobras in the previous game. They did have a win earlier in the day. This is their third, so they'll be a little bit tired. The Blinders should be pretty fresh though. And this is match 9 of the second day of the tournament. So the Blinders, defending champions. As Vinny said, probably a couple of players to come into this side as well. Look out for the captain, Ali Farasat. He's a very, very handy player. So he's also been very kind to give us lifts to and from the ground, pick us up from the train station and the airport. So thank you for Ali for providing that for us as the hosts here. So it looks like it's going to be Sandeep Mahandas who will be opening the bowling for the Blinders. We see here the two teams, and well, Eagles are 1-1, Blinders first time we'll see them. See what they bring to the party this year. They were very good last year, and I guess an offshoot somewhat of the Tigers, and their main rivals, the Tigers, are on the other side of the group. Won't see them. There's some good games to play in Group B. 81% says a supercomputer for Bub. Look at that, Bub. Put it as Blinders and against Ree. So, just about ready for a start in this match. The Eagles, it was a good toss to win. Trying to set a total for the Blinders to chase. As you can see from the last game, hit 130 odd. It's always going to be a difficult one to achieve. You put a bit of pressure on the batting side. Here comes the first ball, and right in the block hole. Very good delivery to start with from Mohandas, just well as the batsman. He's also there with Fayaz Khan. He's been pumped up the order. I think it's a good move. He's had a pretty good day, taken lots of catches, done very well behind the stumps, and looks pretty handy with the bat as well. This comes in again, and again a dot ball. Didn't try to attack at the batsman. Let's have a look at this. Just prod it back, hit him in the hip, and there's a chat already between the batsman. Again, the Eagles have got a few new players in. Reuben George has come in. So they've, I think, giving quite a few players a bit of a chance. The Eagles. And it's again just prodded down. Good effort by the fielder. Well taken single by the Eagles. Of course, the Eagles are part of the Tigers, the main rivals here for the Blinders. Big in-swing Yorker there. And they're, I guess, a seconds team, and they'll be, I'm sure they're mixed with some of the Falcons, who are the third team for that organisation, for that club. And so you'll see quite a few players pop in and out of the team. Comes Mahandas again. Again, another big in swing. This is in the air, just falling in front of Abbas, who shies at the stumps. Just missed. Well, Abbas Ghani, he could have gone for the catch. It's just popped over in the end. Had a shy at the stumps. It would have been out by a mile if he'd hit, and he wasn't too far away from it. There's a very short cover in for that sort of catch as well. Oh, it's got through the batsman again. Good start from Mahandas. Getting a lot of in-swing. Something like this. Came in late and cut in as well. Not far away from the stumps. There's a very, very short cover. It's a good position, actually. It's Ali Farasat, the captain. There's also a very short mid-wicket. So anything mishit like that, but that's hit straight. Again, he's got his angles right, the skipper. That's Willie Gamager out there. End of a pretty good over from the blinders. As you see here, European Cricket Series, what's coming up? Like about 2 weeks in Hungary, we're only in a second day. Then Bulgaria, Italy, this time in Rome. We're up in Brescia earlier in the year. Then Austria, Croatia, then the European Cricket Championships, the ECC, the Euros of Cricket. That's a fantastic tournament with 2 divisions this year for the first time. Then Malta, Spain again, and then the European Cricket Championship for women. The last tournament scheduled this year, starting on the 9th of December, again from Khartoum. So some fantastic cricket on the way from Europe and the European Cricket Network. So new bowler will be Kalum Akuragoda. Again, persisting with that short mid-wicket, short cover. He's slightly back as Parasat, and now is moving in. Comes a bowler and short and called a wide. Let's have another look at this. And yeah, fair enough. It was always moving away. Might have caught the line, but as I said, the umpire has a slightly different look at it to what we do. 4 on the board. Well, that's a wild one. That's called no ball this time. Let's have another look at this. Of course, if it misses the pitch and hits the turf, there's a Abbas Ghani goes and has a chat to him. If it hits the grass, you're not playing on turf this week, or ever really on the network with these European Cricket Series. So let's see if he can bring it back. He's bowling pretty good pace, but a bit wide, a bit wild, I should say. Another wide, still a free hit. It's got one of those actions that he's got a very shoulder-driven action. Just brings it across himself a bit. Needs to start it straighter. That's a bit better. It's about the line he wants to bowl, or he's trying to bowl. With good pace. Giving the ball to lift quite a bit. I'd like to see what would happen if he got one a bit straighter to the batsman. Just cramped them up a little bit. Bowler again, and whoa, that's a pretty good Yorker. Kept out well by Dilbar. Gone to that short cover. Got right down and covered any eventuality, did Dilbar. Good afternoon, Mandrake. Good to see you in the chat. Seen some good cricket today. Seen a bit of everything, really. Just not sure what's happening. The pink rag. And he's just handing it to the umpire. Doesn't really need it out there, I don't think. It's not gonna rain today any more than what it has. We had about 5 drops of rain, pretty big drops, but didn't last very long. This bowler comes in again, and this is hit over the top, and the field back. It should go over the boundary. Will it? Well, I think he's done pretty well. And well, it's got past the backing, and it's a bit of comedy cricket here. They've taken an extra run, but I think it's okay on the boundary. We'll have another look at it. It's bounced, and he's flicked it back there, and it's stopped, and he's okay, and he jumps back in. Is he got his foot on the rope? I don't think so. I think it's fine, and that's I think, I'm not sure if they ran 2 or 3 then. There's one on the overthrow, and again that one's close to that line, but called okay by the umpire. Let's have a look at this one. Well, we didn't, but I can assure you it was inside that line. There we go, quite comfortably. Comes bowler again, and I'll have to hurry for this one. Shy the stumps, could be gone, you know, and looking for the replay. A great piece of fielding, direct hit, and I think he might be gone. Let's have a look. Good pick up and throw, and he is out. Yep, absolutely gone. Not even close, really. Can't see where the ball hits, but let's have a look where the ball deflects to. So it's hit the stumps, deflected, and really not in frame. Well, he's in frame, but he hasn't got the bat down. But you can see the ball deflect. You can't see it hit the stumps from that angle because of their fielder. Let's have a look at this. So this is, look at the ball come out the back. There we go, and batsman short. That's out. It has to be gone. It's well, I'm not sure what's happening, but that's definitely out. I wonder if we can. Let's have a look, maybe from front on. I'm not sure if we can, but all right, let's have a look. So it's got to hit the stumps because the ball gets deflected. It didn't hit the keeper because the stumps were broken, and he's miles short. He's got to be out. Well, what? I don't get it. What? Oh, it's not going to matter. Well, it will matter because there's no player back there. That's going to be 6. I'm pretty dumbfounded at why that wasn't given out. So, oh well, okay. Let's move on, shall we? It was a direct hit. It was clearly a direct hit. You see the ball deflect. Oh well. Great mysteries of the world. I don't know. Anyway, you could see from front on that it was a direct hit for the stumps, and then the ball deflected, and you could see the batsman did not make his ground. I think on evidence that would hold up in court. So anyway, let's move on. Mohandas will take the 3rd over, and be bowling to Faiz Khan. 16 on the board, and comes in. And that's gone. Big outside edge, and the finger goes up, and Faiz will have to go. Good bowling from Mohandas, and well deserved. His first over was fantastic, and the next one gets him a wicket. So first wicket down for the Eagles. Let's have a look at this again. The thick outside edge, and that little deflection, and finger goes up from the umpire. It's again 1 wicket down. New batsman coming in. Looks like it's Garang Talreja. So a nice easy catch there for Kajila. Kajla, I should say, the keeper, Summer Kajla. So, been a good start here from Sandeep Mohandas. The quality bowler is Mohandas, keeping it really tight. I agree with you, Mandrake. All right. So, Mohandas got his first wicket. Only 3 runs conceded in his first over. 16 for 1. The Eagles will have to get a few runs on the board. A total of about 130 we saw in the last game is always competitive here. And this one's left outside off stump. No, I called a wide in the end by the umpire. Have another look at it. Where that line is, well, it looked like it was in that line, but again, the umpire's got a better view of it. Well, it comes in again, and that's well left outside off stump. Looking like a test match player is Thalreja. Not sure why he left that. See a little bit the tactics here a bit different from what you saw from a couple of the other teams. Looks like Sandeep's going to go around the wicket to the left-hander. Maybe get away from him. And again, that's a beautiful delivery. It's like an outswinger to a left-hander. Let's have a look at this. Bowling in swing technically, but just leaving the left-hander. Lovely delivery. So Dalreja facing Mohandas again. 3 balls left of this this spell. Been really good. So just slightly over pitch. Got past the fielder. That'll be 4. That's a pretty good effort there from Willigamaga, but couldn't get down to it. That's a boundary of 4. The Eagles have another look. Just slightly over pitch. Punched it down the ground. Fielder just can't quite get down to it. It's a pretty good effort. Couple of balls left of this spell. 21 for 1 at the moment. 2 balls left in the power play. That's a nice shot again. This one straight to the fielder. No run. It's all a bit quiet here. No lusty hitting. Pretty tight bowling. Sure it'll change. Mohandas coming again. This one's in the air. Player drops it. Well, that's Akarugoda there, the bowler who took the second over. He's always moving forward, but it's not a difficult catch. Let's have a look at this. And just coming forward, drops it. And, well, it's not been fantastic here so far from the blinders. See here, 3 off the first, 13 off the second, and 6 off the third. It was a good over, good spell actually for Sandeep Mohandas. He's getting movement away from the left-hander into the right-hander. So we have a new bowler, Abbas Ghani. Will be bowling to the left-hander. It's Gaurang Talreja. So 22 off the power play, not a great one. Only lost to 1 wicket, the Eagles, but just not enough runs at the moment. I'm sure they'll try to increase that rate. But now they've got players out on the boundary, end of the power play. You can have a lot of protection out there. Long run as Ghani comes in. And a bit short. Should be called a wide. And it hasn't been. And I'm not sure if he's called one for the over. Let's have a look. Interesting. So, have another look. And Well, it's gone past leg stump. I'm not sure why that wasn't called a wide. Well, that's not a wide. That's straight through him. Lovely delivery, and that's the end of Talreja. That was quick and straight, and good bowling from Ghani. So again, the Blinders, well, they definitely want to win here. They're a good side. They're one of the top sides in the country, defending champions, and I'm sure that they want to prove a point. They've got a big game coming up next against the Cobras, but they really need to win this one first, and they need to win it convincingly, just to give them a bit of confidence coming in. It's their first game. They're fresh, and it is pretty hot conditions. The third game today for the Eagles, though, they're not as fresh, but we'll see how they what kind of total they can mount up here. It's not looking fantastic for them at the moment, though. That's their Richie Benno score, 2 for 22. So Richie Benno, the greatest of all cricket commentators. You could argue with me, but you'd be wrong. So it's the skipper to come in, Sachin Chauhan. Ghani bowling to him. And whoa, straight through him. I don't know how they missed the stumps. That was a very good delivery. Have another look at it from a different angle. And you can see the bowler thought it wasn't far away as well. Look at this. And, oh, just missed that leg stump. Ball comes in again. And just dabs it down to the covers. Ball picked up. Nice throw. Oh, there's a little appeal. He looked home by a while, the batsman, so just a single gets him off the mark. So he's not going the fastest here, and whoa, that's pretty close, you know. I think he's not got the bat down there. There he is, he's fine. Pretty close. Here comes Ghani again. And that's called a wide as well, swinging away from the batsman. And the right-hander. Have another look, and well, again, probably inside that line. So it has changed the regulation for this year. If it's inside the line, or whoa, that was nasty. It's going to go for 5, and that was a horrible beamer. Definitely called a no ball there. I think it was an apology from the bowler. There should be if there wasn't. Let's have a look at this. It's just straight at the head. Got past the keeper, and 5 free runs and a free hit. Let's have a look height-wise. It was right at his head. So you have to bowl this one. There's a free hit. Can't get anything but a run out. That's the only way you can really get out. This is high in the air, and 6. Nice shot. And Dilbar finally breaks the shackles a little bit, and hits a big 6. Have a look at this. Got down on one knee, played it a bit inverted, and really good shot for 6. Bowler comes in again, and that's a good ball. Just got a bit of bat on that Dilbar, just to keep it out. End of an eventful over there from Ghani. He's taken 1 for 9, and the Eagles move on. So let's have a look here. So they're 35 for 2 after 4, going at just under 9 and over. They want to increase that. They want to get it up to about the 120, 130 mark, but they really have to take a few risks here to the Eagles. You can see that they can hit from that 6, hit off the free hit, but conserving wickets isn't really what the aim is. They've lost 2 already, but they wouldn't want to leave too many in the sheds, and just leave a few runs. Well, be 20 runs short. They need to have a bit of a go. So, new bowler is Ahmed Khan, bowling to the skipper, Chauhan. He's got an ominous first name is in Sachin, as Chauhan. And well, it looks like a like a Tendulkar with that shot. That's a lovely shot over the top onto the tent for 6. And this is going to be a bit of a comeback. Not really a comeback, but a bit of a charge, I'd say, maybe for the Eagles. Comes again and nice shot into the covers. They should just get to 1. And that'll bring Dilbar back on strike. So 42 for 2. Dilbar, 17 off 13, going okay. Comes in again, big swing and a miss, called a wide. Let's have another look at this one. And again, yeah, that one's clearly away from that line. Then again, and this one's got a thick outside edge, going towards the boundary, and get him for 6 runs actually. It's gone all the way. Difficult to see where that boundary is from our position. Let's have another look at this. Got it towards the toe end of the bat. Got plenty of it, and yeah, 6 calls the fielder out there, and that's Ikram. Dilbar moves on to 23. 49, the score at the moment. It's come to Dilbar. And again, hits that one. It's very open when he hit it. A good piece of fielding. Loses his glasses. Almost knocked it onto his glasses, did the fielder. No problem with that. Let's have a look at this. So he's slipped over, going for it. There we go. Knocks the glasses over, knocks the ball towards the glasses, but no issue. Doesn't stand on his glasses as well, which is that's good for him. Otherwise, it could have been an expensive bit of fielding. And a good over for the Eagles. They've brought their 50 up as well. Here comes Ahmed Khan. Oh, it's a full toss. This is possibly going to. It's going to be called a wide. I think we'll check for a no ball. I think it's definitely wide, but if it's higher than that hip height, and he's back in his crease, moves forward a little bit, and I think that's going to be called. That's high. Yeah, I think it's going to be a no ball. So it's changed. Call's been changed. No ball, free hit. And that's the advantage of having a no ball over a wide. There's this one. You can have a free shot at it. It's been pretty well hit. Straight to the fielder, who goes for the run out. The throw is wild. Aims it somewhere near the pitch. And just be an extra single for Chauhan. Dilbar back on strike. 1 ball left of this over. It's been 17 from it. And it's not been the best one for the Blinders. Defending champions, of course. But a little bit scrappy in parts. The bowler again. And better delivery. No run. So at the halfway mark, it's going to be a little drinks break. 52 for 2 are the Eagles.
Hello, I've come back. And yeah, plenty of talking points there. Obviously, we've got Blinders taking the Eagles. They did meet last year. Blinders got chocolates on that occasion. Of course, Blinders did win the 2023 series, but a few talking points. Yeah, I got to say, super lucky to survive that run out. I mean, it seemed pretty clear. Even if he's kind of lucky in a variety of ways, because obviously the ultimate decision was because you didn't see the stumps get hit.
But you did from the front on.
Yeah,
it was a direct hit.
I'm trying to work out how it could possibly. It's like a perfect storm where they weren't satisfied that you had the evidence, but plus the on-field umpire didn't give it out either, because obviously they've gone to the on-field call.
Yeah,
and it, to be honest, even live, I felt I would have given it out. But anyway, look, it's done. It's done. It's dusted. I still think Blinders will be reasonably happy where they are. Haven't really been hurt the scoreboard yet, but yeah, just maybe a little bit rusty. I love Mohandas early. I love the way he swings the ball. He's a bit of a genius with that new ball. But anyway, welcome, and we still have this game and another one, of course. Tonight we've got the rematch of last year's final in match 10 with the Blinders taking on the Cobras.
That should be a good one. And well, the Cobras, they had one good win and then one scratchy win today, but they'll be playing the third game. The Blinders will be playing 2 in a row. They'll be a little bit fresher, I think. So it's going to be a good one. We'll see the best of both teams, I think, in that game. As the sun starts to creep into this marshmallow, Vinny, it's getting a bit steamy in here.
Yeah, it
So
sure is.
We do have Ellen, the
Ellen
fan.
the Fan, spelled E-L-I-N. It's obviously a brand, but yeah, I'm a huge fan of Ellen.
Brand, it's her name.
Well, it's both. It's Ellen for Player of the Series, I say.
Oh, for sure. For sure, definitely bringing the most comfort to the commentary marshmallow. So, Wayne saying hi to us, and also Meda and Meda Gooch.
Yeah, just popping into the chat and say hello everyone there. I know Meda will be watching on, of course. He's heavily involved in this Blinders organisation before they relocated. Meda and Steph to Estonia, where we both see them in the national colours.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, anyway, good to see you on there, mates. Hopefully enjoying your day off. Well, day off. She's got a couple of weeks off, actually, at the moment. Good to see you spending your time watching ECN anyway. Anyway, this will be one that sneaks past the outside edge. Abaskani, another very good player. I mean, it's another one who's called wide. Again, letter of the law. Did that get some of the line on the way through? We've talked about the fact umpire has a slightly different perspective, so I suppose you let that one go. That's moving the ball well, though.
It's a good ball there. Carney did let that one slip, which is not the greatest delivery I've ever seen. The one almost took the batter's head off. But apart from that, it was pretty tidy. So Chauhan's on 9 off 8. Dilbar 24 off 16. Good little partnership. 53 for 2. We're into the 6th. This is hitting the air away from the fielder. Should be just a single. I'll bring Dilbar back on strike. So, Blinders, we've got 83% according to the super computer.
Yeah, that seems about right. I mean, it'd be a big upset if the Blinders would lose the Eagles first up.
Well, it's almost a big upset in the previous game though, Vinny.
Actually, a bit of a Tortuga had to handle there, but bowled by Garney. That's what a good Yorker looks like. We haven't really seen too many executed. I think we've seen a few tried that have been overcooked and turn out as big full tosses, sometimes no ball full tosses. But yeah, when you get it right, to be honest, I think it's really the only tactic which if you can hit your spot, you're going to have the best chance of success as a bowler. The offer length on this pitch is just so flat, isn't it?
It is. Yeah,
it's one of our favourites. That's Asanka Welegamage. He took one of the best catches ever, actually, at the Cartmore Oval, playing for Hungary.
Was that the one who rolled?
Yeah, I don't even know how to describe it. It was just like a Superman catch. Superman one-hander. Maybe I can find a video of that catch from Asanka. I'll put it in the chat. So a few people can turn the clock back. Anyway, that's the end of the 6th over, and the Eagles are 55 for 2.
Yeah, it's going just under, or just around 9 and over. As I said, they want to pick that up a little bit, as we see here. Dilbar's been there since the start, 25 off 18. And the skipper, Chauhan, is 10 off 10. Been 13 extras as well. But I think they just need to take a few risks here. The Eagles just swing the bat a little bit. It's been pretty tight bowling, but at the same time, need to get on with it. It's a left armour coming on for the Blinders. Taking a long run. That's Ibra Ahmed. So that'll change the angle a little bit. Quite a tall man as well.
4 overs. At the moment, they're on for 98. Even that looks a bit of a stretch at the moment. Kind of defends this one. Has some big strides there, doesn't he, Ibra? But he couldn't get around the non-striker. Get through for the single.
It's a good start from him. And again, the skipper, hand on shoulder, having a chat. But yeah, really good start. Right on the money. Bowling to Chahan now. I'm sure he's just saying, keep it tight, keep it tight. Wickets will come if you need them. We need dot balls. That's short, and that's a good ball.
Yeah, Ibra's got all the tools of a good fast bowler. You can kind of see that straight away. One of the things he could build a bit more in his run-ups. He's got the little baby steps in there. Such a big guy. I mean, this could be a fact, maybe the fact that he just doesn't quite have his rhythm at the moment. You know, things can change. Cricket's one of those funny things. Compared to baseball pitches where they don't have a run-up, there's a lot less that can kind of vary and maybe go wrong. But yeah, he kind of builds, and then he has these little steps in the middle where I feel he's actually kind of losing a bit of momentum. Still good bowler. It's in the air, but will fall safely. Thoughts of two. Not so sure it's there. Blinders typically fancy themselves as a very good fielding side. But yeah, Ibra, fun player to watch. Everyone loves a big left armer.
Yeah, well, not about big. Tall is the word. I wouldn't describe him as big, but uses his height well. But yeah, I like watching left arm bowlers. Growing up, I don't remember too many. Mike Whitney was one. Bruce Reid. Bruce Reid, great bowler until he kept on snapping. Well, it's a pretty well run single.
Yeah, I suppose they didn't hesitate there. That's how they got away with it. Just the big strides of Ibra. Thought he might be able to turn it into an opportunity.
I remember Bruce Reid playing indoor cricket as well.
I played indoor cricket against Bruce Reid.
That one must have been
a fair bit.
Difficult.
Yes, I've faced him. I faced him a lot. And okay, he was probably getting on a bit. I'm trying to work out how old he would have been when I faced him. But I described it as facing a normal bowler that was standing on a ladder. If you know what I'm saying.
I think he was very underrated, Bruce Reid. I think he was a fantastic bowler. Just kept on snapping. Oh, nice shot. 6 runs. And that's Mazzy. Drops it.
Now
Protects
that's well
the equipment, though.
That's a proper Kevin Costner, I call that. Because it's not about the catch. It's about protecting the equipment and actually protecting the officials. So Mazzy, I'll say, well done. He pushes the ball to safety. We don't want to lose umpire Steve. Look at that. Deflects it away from the officials. Take a bow, Mars. Who, by the way, is a blinder.
He is
in his spare time.
Blinder, yeah.
Which he doesn't have much of. Anyway, last ball of the over coming up from Irfan.
Short cut past the, well, not past the field. A good piece of fielding. Oh, if that would have hit, that would have been out. They'll look for another one. This could be a trouble if it hits. Oh,
yeah.
no.
Hit the edge of the pitch, so we'll never know. I was going to say it was going to be out if he hit, but I don't really know anymore. And then the second time, one of them wanted the overthrow, one of them did, and it caused another opportunity, but there was nobody home, you see, because the bowler, Ibra, had gone to back up that end, and he said, hold on, that's my end, and that's where the runner, he just cut a point, saying good luck. Don't think it's going to hit anyway. I thought it might have actually gone for a 6, and not Maximo 6, if it bounced off the pitch and went to the boundary. But anyway, that's ECN cricket in a nutshell. 66 for 2 after 7. Let's have a look at some of the events coming up. Of course, we've got this 12-day ECS culminating in an ECI, and I think Romania and Czechia are the 2 countries that are going to come at the end of week 2.
Down here.
So I know that you'll be back home by then, but
I'll be watching
I'm sure you'll be tuning in. Bulgaria, the next stop after that. Some bonus cricket in Croatia, 1 weekend worth. And then off to Rome. Why start the over?
Riaz Afridi get a gig on that.
I'm super curious about whether they pick him or not. He said he was struggling with shin splints.
Yeah.
But I'm
Tell
trying
you
to
what, could you imagine him on this pitch?
Yeah.
He's rapid.
There's bounce in it, but it's pretty consistent bounce. That's the thing.
It's hit over the top, over cow corner for 6. Nice shot there from Dilbar. And they're getting to a decent score, 73 for 2 now. Still 3 overs to go, and that'll help the scoring.
Yeah, nicely struck away over the leg side. It's just worked out. Bruce Reid would have been about 37, 38 years old when I faced him. So, and of course, he had all those injuries. But it was the bounce. It wasn't like too quick to see. And I don't think he was bowling quick. You know, he's bowling 4 or 6 steps, still zippy. But it was those Because that extra bounce ball would be quite full, but still kind of get up to your chest.
Yeah.
And I'll tell you something you probably wouldn't think. He was actually a very good batter
Really?
in indoor cricket. Very good, yeah. I mean, there's some famous footage. I mean, I think there was a game that they just needed one to win. And he was batting number 11 for Australia. And he missed all 6 balls in the last over.
Yeah.
And there was either a tie or they lost by a run. Just goes down the ground, it'll only be a single. But, yeah, no, Bruce, he actually owned, he was a half owner of one of the indoor cricket centres. When I was first playing for Western Australia, actually, he was still playing in the competition and represented Western Australia in indoor cricket as well after his outdoor days were over. Yeah, so you can probably look up some Bruce Reid indoor action if you wanted these days on YouTube. Slashed away. This is going to be another teaser for the Blinders. Somehow only have 2 wickets, but I suppose they've kept the run rate down to below 10, so they still feel that they're in with a good chance in this game.
Yeah, look, I mean, if they can get over 100, 110, it's something to try to defend. Blinders should get it though. Whoa, this is going to be 4 runs, and I don't think the batsman knew much about it. Let's have a look. I think it's probably not over the shoulder. It can't be a wide, and
Yeah, it's just
all right.
I think it's his first of the over the shoulder, and it doesn't actually matter if it's over the head if it's hit. It would be a wide if it was over his head, but you can't. If you hit it wide, it's not a wide anymore.
Yeah.
So that's the end of the 8th over, and the score's 80 for 2.
80 for 2. So going at 10 and over. Again, 100. I don't think it's going to be enough against the Blinders. It's been a reasonable performance for the Eagles. They haven't really tried to launch an attack at anyone in particular. And well, let's see. They've got the left armour again in Ibra to come on for over number 9.
Yeah, Ibra, love to watch him. Lanky with the walking stick 77 on his back.
I mean, you're right about that run up, Penny.
And it could, I don't know if it's just a today thing or it's something he consistently does. But the theory would be that if anything, you need to make it, well, actually either make it longer or shorter, so that the steps, even if you're taking less steps, make them longer, or take the same amount of steps but start further back. It's just that he actually gets into quite a good rhythm about halfway. So about,
and he gets
about here, and then
that's it. A little skips, yeah.
Cat in a hot tin roof.
Oh, good ball though. They come out all right. Well,
that's the thing. They're coming out all right, but if he was building and was hitting the crease with that momentum, if it kept building at the same pace, it would be a lot quicker, and I think it'd be just as awkward. That's what he was doing. But like I said, it's something I remember from bowling. It's that, so yeah, some days you just little changes in how big your steps are can just completely throw you off.
Yeah.
And then you end up putting extra couple of steps in there.
A lot of it's psychological as well. This is hit nicely, but there's a player out there who doesn't go for the catch. It's a good throw back to the keeper.
Hey, just something I've spotted. Clock watching. I think they're all right. They've got 90 seconds to bowl 3 balls. But talking about a guy with a pretty long run up. And he's not exactly racing through. To be fair, batter not ready to face, but the bowler's not ready to turn around.
He's shining the ball on his forehead. So I'll get in the squid off his forehead.
I might give him 5 seconds there. 3 legal balls I think would be all right, but if there's a wide, it could be an expensive one in more ways than one.
Comes in, bowling to Dilbar.
Uh-oh. Now we're on clock watch, and they're going to get an extra run. So, now probably looking overthrow. And that's the thing. So they've got 53 seconds to bowl 2 balls.
Not getting there.
Otherwise, 3 balls, right? Because that must be bowled again.
Yeah, I'm not getting there.
I think the horn's coming.
Well, it'll help the Eagles a bit. Slow down, but if they can get some, get a few more runs off this bowling, and now an over and a half to go. I'll get that 5-run penalty. That's a nice shot. Turned around the corner. Good fielding.
Oh yeah, excellent work.
And they'll look for 2. They'll get it pretty comfortably, I think. And well, yeah, they do. And 20 seconds to bowl 2 deliveries. Not going to happen.
They won't even get close, actually. I reckon they'll expire before this ball even goes, so get ready.
So, yeah, good piece of work there. Out on the boundary. Here comes the left armour. Coming again, bowling to Chowan this time. It's just wide of him. Not called a wide.
Yeah, well, there goes the clock. So, yeah, well, here comes the message saying, no, time's up. And to be honest, it was just a bit of a lack of awareness from the blinders. You'd expect them to be experienced enough to know. So here, I bet this is a signal coming. And here we go, 5 runs. That's because just wasn't able to get it done in time.
All right.
Yes.
So Ibra was in his final ball of his spell. Been okay. And this one has gone over the keeper. It's I wonder if that was over the shoulder again.
Yeah.
Did hit him. Not called a no ball, of course, not called wide.
All right, so
is it second for the over though, Vinny?
yeah, I mean that's the question. Let's have a look.
I reckon it's second for the over. Should be no ball, no?
Yeah, you're right. There was one that was definitely over, right, earlier in the over.
I'm not sure if he called it
Something
though.
about the fielders is trying to get in the way today of these. So maybe if he stands at the crease, maybe hits him in the shoulder, but certainly borderline. So yeah, just confirmation. 5 runs to the batting team. Overs were not bowled in time, and so
Well, it's got to get very strict, otherwise you're going to see things sort of escalating.
The idea is it's not done on interpretation. It's done on some pretty hard and fast rules.
Yeah.
And that clock, like we said, it's managed during the innings. So if it runs out before you bowl that last ball of the night, then you cop the penalty.
Well,
That's just the way it is.
They need a big over here to get they get 15, 20 runs off this. They got 17 off his first with Khan coming to bowl. And well, that's a good start. That's 6. Nice shot there from Dilbar. Moves on to 42. That was short and wide from the bowler. As I said, if they get 15 or 20, it'll be a competitive score. At the moment, they're just under the 100 mark. 10 and over. It's not easy, but it's very achievable for teams on this this ground and of this the quality of the blinders, the defending champions. In fact, it's Chauhan who goes on to 34 off 21. Bowling again, and this one's, well, didn't get it away. Nothing in it, so dot ball. So, we're just looking at the 12th man's bib. That's sponsored. Well, it's got the blinders on it.
Pretty
Gold,
professional.
looking good. Very good. Like the kit.
Now both teams got to say, look, pretty good in what they're wearing.
It's going to be caught. No, it's going to be dropped. It's going to be run out. That's what it's going to be. Well, in the end, that's the end of Chauhan. It was a drop catch and then an easy run out. Let's have a look at this again. So it should have been out here. Was dropped.
Didn't really panic, did he? Just checking. Again, that's actually pretty interesting. Let's watch how these stumps go down, right? Because is he catch it first? I think so. And I mean just. Oh.
Which hand did he take
Yeah,
it?
I was going to say, does he break the stumps with his non-caught hand?
I think he might. That's a difficult one to see.
Yeah, this is super interesting. And I think benefit of the doubt here. I think if the left hand breaks the stumps, it's not out, right? Although they probably owed one. Let's have a look. I
think it might. It looks like that stump moves.
Yeah.
Is he coming back?
Yeah, let's have a look at this angle. Let me look one more time. Maybe a bit slower. Let's have a look. Yeah, so
it's not new
takes
batsman.
it. I mean, look, he had the ball in his hands when the stump's first broken, and then the left hand follows through. Probably shouldn't matter too much. You could argue they probably deserved the rub of the green on the run-outs after that one earlier. But anyway, that was a pretty funny one, wasn't it? Yeah, I mean, it did look like the ball was caught in both hands, but then pretty quickly it was only in the right hand. But maybe in that pretty quickly, the stumps were broken. So.
Yeah, true.
Yeah. We've had a few weird ones today. Couple to come, though. Can they break the 100 here, Eagles? Well, maybe. Oh, what a stop by the goalkeeper. Down to his right.
Hockey style.
I wouldn't be trying to kick any ball if I was a keeper. I mean,
it does hurt.
You won't find this in the textbook. There you go.
Not a good ball.
saves the penalty. Free hit then to finish. 99 plus this for the Eagles.
Well, it's got 2 balls left. It's gone towards the boundary. It's gone between the fielders. 4 runs. And yeah, 1 ball remaining.
Yeah, so 103 now. Funny thing was that run out was one of those ones you got to kind of have an internal sense of timing. So he didn't need to rush to break the stumps.
Yeah.
He just had to make sure he took the ball cleanly, which he did. But then he did kind of, I think he rushed to whip the bails off. Last ball coming up.
Well, it's been hit hard to mid-wicket, fumbles it, and well,
Sandeep's got the yips a little bit, but anyway, all's well that ends well. Even though they give up the 5-er, they only concede 104 to the Eagles, who are 1-1 on the day. Blinders will need 105 to open their ECS with a win.
Yeah, it was a reasonable effort from the Eagles. They got over the 100 mark. It's a target to bowl to, but I don't know if it's going to be enough against this Blinders side. They need early wickets, I think. But well, we'll see some of the highlights coming up in just a minute as the players walk off the field. And the Blinders, it's the first time we've seen them. Seen some pretty good bowling from them. I was impressed with Mohandas and also the left armer Ibrar in particular. But we know they've got players coming back. As you can see here, this was the run out, direct hit, and well, I'll call it not out. So that was a wicket first up. First wicket the caught behind. We saw one get through the fielder for 4, but it was pretty slow going for the most part. Catch goes down. It was getting a little bit scrappy. They do pride themselves on their fielding, the Blinders, and it's a pretty good fielding performance. There were a couple of beamers which are pretty naughty, and I don't think there were anything from 16 yards like Roy Gilchrist. I don't think it was on purpose. This is a good effort there from a fielder. But in the end, a few sixes, a few big hits, a few lucky streaky shots over the keeper. But again, good fielding there from the Blinders. So don't know if it's enough runs for the Eagles. This was the drop and then the run out. You see it was taken, and the ball probably hitting the stumps. This is another beamer. It was stopped by the keeper with his foot, and right at the end, the 4 that went through the 2 fielders. So not a bad effort from the Eagles. They are a second division side against their defending champions. They've gone past that 100 mark. It is psychological as well. As you can see here, Shrez Dilbar, the opener, 41 off 30. Also the skipper, Chauhan, 34 off 25. 22 extras for the Blinders. They won't be happy with that at all. 104 for 3. It's a very achievable target for them. So Blinders look to make a good time in getting that, possibly even getting that 4-point win. We'll see the equation. It'll be around about 72, I think, for them to get that, or the 7 overs to 72 to get the extra point for the Eagles. So let's see the bowling figures. It was pretty good from Mohandas. Habas Ghani was good as well. Ibra Ahmed as well. Only wickets for Ghani and Mohandas. Expensive. There's Ahmed Khan, also Kurugoda. Not a bad display. 22 extras. They'll need to fix that. So 9 wides, 4 no balls. So you see here, Royal Eagles 104 for 3. Not a bad effort from them. With the Blinders, they need 105 to win. The 60 balls, the 10 overs here in Hungary. Match 9 in the European Cricket Series Hungary. The Royal Eagles against the Budapest Blinders. We're back here for the second innings in a few minutes' time. See you then.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Well, welcome back to this European Cricket Series Hungary match between the Eagles and the Blinders. And well, it's a decent score on the board for the Eagles. 105 the target. Don't know if it's going to be enough against a very good Blinders side. So 72 is the target for the Eagles to restrict the Blinders. I've got a point if they get to that, the Blinders, and if they can get there in 7 overs or less, then the Blinders will get the additional point, which will be pretty handy in what was going to be a pretty tight group here. Lots of good teams playing in this side of the draw in Group B. So, about to start. And looks like it'll be Abbas Ghani to face the first ball. It'll be Vivek Singh to open for the Eagles. So last time they bowled the Eagles, the Cobras hit 257 against them, which is an ECN record, equal ECN record. So let's see if their bowling attack can recover a little bit, or will have had a bit of a chat. Here comes first ball. It's hit just over the bowler, just be a single, slightly mishit there by Ghani. That'll bring Akura Goda on strike. So it's a 3 over power play, as you know. There's 2 players back. There's one at long on and one at third man on the boundary. Everyone else has to be in the circle for the first 3 overs. It's a 30-metre circle. As bowler comes in again. And it's down leg side. Just turned off his hip by the batsman. Just a single. Very watchful. We'll bring Ghani back on strike. Got some good batting to the Blinders in their lineup. Put Willie Kamage, also Ali Farasat listed as coming in 3 and 4. It's a bit short, and that's been absolutely hammered over the cow corner for 6. Just dropped it too short. Didn't get away with it. Let's have another look at this. And pretty easy shot there on a flat track. The ball comes through quite nicely on this pitch as well. So sometimes when the ball holds up, it can affect your rhythm a little bit. This one just goes just a fraction, well, not even a fraction short, well too short. And 6 runs, first 6 of the innings for the Blinders. So as I said, it should be pretty comfortable on paper for the Blinders. That's not how it all works in cricket. Saw in the last game, and it went down to the wire between the Cobras and Kashmir. And this one a little bit short, well picked up. Good piece of fielding out there. Never really a chance for a run out. Well backed up as well. Good cricket by the Eagles. And just moving around a bit straighter. There's the fielder here in front of us. That's when Sasi. And oh, that's a bit of rubbish and put away for 6. And it was short and it was down leg side. And that was the invitation that he needed, and he took it gladly. Did Ghani. Bit of a pat in the back from one of his teammates there. It's Ajay Jaswal, sorry, who a bit of a pat in the back to the bowler. So don't worry about it. Get the next one right. Get yourself a wicket. And again, lined up. It's got past the fielder, going towards the boundary, and that'll be 4. Well, it wasn't the most convincing looking of shots. Bit of a hack out from outside our stump, but gets the runs, and it's a pretty good over there for the Blinders. 18 from it.
Blinder runs at us and they will bat first.
175 for the since the last golden ball. We almost saw one in the last game. It's a very, very close game, but still nothing yet. 175, well overdue, and I'm sure we'll get one here in Hungary with these teams that are very, very close. Very competitive league here in Hungary. Vinny reckons there's probably 4 or 5 teams that could win it. There's the top 4: Blinders, the defending champions; Tigers, the perennial champions, who missed out last year; Cobras, also UCB, which we haven't seen yet. We'll see them tomorrow, I think, for the first time.
So the Blinders.
Bowler comes in, and this is it over the top of the covers. Bit of a sketchy shot, should reach the boundary and just dribbles over it. And that's 4 runs for Akagaruda. So a bit of a sketchy shot, as I said. Safe because you can hit over the infield. It's only 30 yards to the edge of the circle. That's a bowler again. Bit short and hammered. Has that gone into the trees? Not quite, but big shot over there on the over the point boundary. And well, it's a keeper now having a chat to the bowler. That's Aswin Sasi. Just got to keep it pitched up somewhere. Trying to find that block hole. Trying to find the crease underneath the batsman's bat. Comes in again, and that's going to be called a wide. Bright start from the Blinders. 29 for no loss. 1.2 overs down. Of course, the target is 105. I've got the run rate down to just under 9 and over. It's called a wide again. So he's trying to find that tram line. Not able to, though, the bowler. That one, yeah, wide of it. Good call by the umpire. Comes in again. And down leg side this time. It's got past the keeper, going towards the boundary. And that'll be 5 wides, or a minimo, as we like to call them. That's not what they needed at all, the Eagles. So it's got a little bit of swing in, not able to control the ball. So, and he's getting another chat. Good team man is Jaiswal. Obviously, he's come in from that 30-metre circle, wrap his arm around his friend. That's a better delivery. Ducks the batsman up, and just a single. So Ghani's on 17, and Kurigoda on 12. 36 the score. Halfway through the power play. This is lifted over the top. Is it just over the top of the cover fielder? He'll go back towards the boundary, stop it with his foot. They'll come back for a comfortable 2. And a big throw in directly into the sun. So the keeper does pretty well. As you can see the shadows there, getting slightly longer. It's getting a little later in the afternoon. It's 4:15 here, local time. Plenty of sunlight to come though. No cloud in the sky, pretty much. A high cloud at one bit. But those storms never quite reached us, which is good to see. Oh, this is a nice shot, straight hit over the top of us and over the top of the container. Hasn't been hit today, the container, with the media crew from Spring Media. That's a good thing. Must make a pretty loud noise when it smashes into that. There's a big dent in it from yesterday. It was hit 5 times yesterday. Nothing today. So Group A targeting the container. Group B not quite yet. Comes the bowler ground. It's been an expensive over. 26 from it so far, and a wicket. Well, big swing and a miss there from Ghani. And Sasi, he's paid a lot to get this wicket, but gets it finally. And it's a first one down for the Blinders. Big swing and a miss from Abbas Ghani. And I have to walk back. So it's 26 off the over with a wicket down. And not the greatest of shots. Just a big swing and a miss from the batsman. You see here the Cobras. They've got 2 from 2. They snuck a win past Kashmir Budapest, and the Royal Eagles are 1-1. Kashmir Budapest have lost to Blinders. First time we've seen them, and UCB we haven't seen yet. We'll see them again. We'll see them for the first time, I think, tomorrow or the next day. So, Vinny, back in the marshmallow. How are you enjoying this game?
Yeah, I'm enjoying it immensely, actually. Plenty of talking points. I think with Blinders, they will feel they've got a decent kind of top and middle order that can all hit boundaries. Not too dissimilar to kind of Cobras, what we saw earlier, even though I know they had a bit of a scare, but they were still able to kind of get themselves out a bit of a jam. Now, they're not really in a jam right now. I actually think they should still be attacking. I think they will be attacking this 7-over victory. So just a quick one. They need 61 off 5 overs to do that. So it's about to a ball. I think they fancy themselves to do that against the Eagles. It looks like Ajay Jaiswal is going to bowl now for the first time.
I don't think they've got much to lose. It'll be tricky. Oh, this is hitting the air. This is 6. This is going back towards the container. First one it hit.
Yes, well fielded, one hand off the container as well. It's pretty close to the window. Oh, hello, Chris Tapps. I think you're in there. And I know he's got protection, but already that production container has a couple of grizzly-induced dents. In fact, I think you mentioned you can see the seam in one of them.
You can.
Back to the action here. It's a real tough one.
Oh.
Pretty well backed up, actually. Keeper copped it both ways there.
It's called a wide, and Jaiswal was 6 first ball and a big wide. He'll have to bring it back somehow. He's bowling around the wicket to the right-hander. Comes in and this is high in the air. Could be a catch. Player calls for it and takes it. No, doesn't.
Oh, no. Well, it was a proper swirler. I will say that. I think it's Adam Gupta who found himself the unwilling participant in that sky ball of Bonanza. Goes so high. And yeah, because he had his back to us. I was with you. I thought he pouched it, but just popped out. This one, he's going to be okay. Well, again, you got to judge it as it passes the line. Does it get a little bit of the line or not? So I mean, obviously, umpire felt that did. That one doesn't though. It is a tough one with the angle.
Yeah.
Remember, we'll say it again, and people are getting used to it. Everyone's taking a bit of time, but I think it is simpler. So I like that about it. But it just means you have to adjust the goalpost slightly. So if any of that ball touches that blue as it passes the hopping crease, the ball's legal.
Yeah. This has been hit high and long and 6 and into the trees. Well, that one's a little bit straighter there from Jaiswal, and Welligamage says thank you very much. And someone look at that. So it was still just outside off stump, but just in the hitting zone, and this pitch is unforgiving.
Yeah, that's a good word for it actually. It is as flat as they thought the Earth was a couple of thousand years ago. That's good as well, I think.
It's not flat.
He's found the spot.
Of course it's flat. We're living under the firmament, aren't we?
This is a very good call for me. I think as it goes past the crease, I don't think it's fully outside the line. He might have done it again. So, I mean, it's a tough one for a Sanka. You just have to make the adjustment. And the bowlers essentially get the width of the line plus any part of the ball can be on the line. So it actually moves the actual width you can bowl about 2 ball widths.
But there's got to be, like, with the angle there's got to be, I don't know if there's a study, if a mathematician can do the angle bit, but if it's going straight over the line or just clipping it from the right armour, it's going straight. This one's going away always.
See, I know what you're saying, but I'll give you a counter argument to that. That if you step forward, that ball is straighter. So you can cut it off. If you play forward to that, right, you're actually intercepting it before it gets that wide. It gets wider the longer it travels.
Yeah,
right?
agreed.
So,
but how much? Well, I guess it's straighter.
You could argue that if you had a left arm around that just nicked the outside of the line, that's actually harder because the ball's never in the batter's zone.
No, I don't
I think
so.
honestly, I think it
straight.
depends on your setup. You need to set up prepared for it.
Oh, that's a bit of rubbish. It could cost a wicket, and that's gone. Well, that was a pretty awful-looking bouncer. Well, short ball. I don't know if I call it a bouncer. And tried the hook shot.
Let's give him the benefit. Let's call it a bouncer. But it's
All right.
the substitute fielder, Yoganathan Velusamy, that takes the catch. It's kind of, it was too slow to hook, really, for Callum Akuragoda. And so, yeah, well held out there. And a wicket for Arvind Kumar, first up. Ali Farasat is going to come to the crease, the captain. He's a very good striker of the ball. We've seen him playing a lot for Hungary as well. And, yeah, that kind of, the bonus point situation, where is it now? So it's 23 balls to go. They need 46. So they're exactly 12 and over. I still think it's on.
I think it's on, especially with this man at the crease. I want to see the back of him pretty soon, Ali Farasat. So,
All right, now he's ready to go.
Arvind Kumar. And left outside off stump.
This
Have a
one
bit of a
actually
look at
hits the seam and comes back. There's no doubt this one's good. Again, we don't have too much time for replays because they're hustling through these overs.
Yeah, good bowling.
It's seamage.
Oh.
That one didn't come back though. That's just classic natural variation. You could argue he might have been lucky on that one that came back. I don't know how deliberate it was. But yeah, Farasat. Got all the mannerisms so far, but not giving too much time to settle. I like this. Short run, keep the batter rushing, keep him off rhythm.
It's a streaky shot in the air. Just be a single.
I remember playing I suppose in retrospect, some of the first 2020s in Australia at club level when I was playing in first grade. And I remember when I was batting, I typically batted a bit higher in those games.
Well, let's put that in the slot.
Well, it's a good shot, isn't it? From Sankaweli Gamagate. Puts it up and out of here into the jungle. Maximo says Carreras. But what I was going to say is quite often big grounds in those days as well. Having to run twos constantly. And there were some bowlers that would just bowl off two steps, spinners, bang. And they weren't bowling anything special, but it was the fact that you never had time to get your breath back. You felt rushed. You wanted to tap your bat, kind of get in your rhythm, and you couldn't. There's an element of this at the moment from Arvind Kumar.
Couldn't you just step away?
Yeah, but okay, then you could step away, but then when you step back and tap your bat, they're already on you. So you just weren't in your natural rhythm.
Well, talking about natural rhythm, that's looks like a pretty natural shot there. Just short by the bowler, who started off this over pretty well. It's been hammered.
Yeah, nice shot. Just a fraction short, and Asanka was all over it. Yeah, so what you're saying is right. You can pull away, but you maybe get away with that once. Because basically you're saying when you tap your bat, you're ready to go. And most batters like to kind of tap the bat a couple of times, have a bit of a routine, but as soon as you tap bat, bang, he's on you, he's bowling. And so, yeah, you might buy yourself 4 or 5 seconds, but especially if you're legging out a lot of twos. And you can see, I love the way they're getting through overs quickly. They shouldn't have any issues with time. Anyway, Welagamage will retain the strike, moves to 19. Kumar with a successful over. Does go for 16. And the score is 75 for 2 after 4.
Yeah, look, don't need too many runs now. And even though they've got a couple of wickets, they've been expensive overs. I saw one before go for 26. And with that wicket, let's have a look. So you see, one went for 26, it was a wicket. One went for about 20 odd, 19, and it was a wicket. But you can see well above the expected rate. Going at about 18s and over, almost 19. They get the blinders. Looking pretty good in this game against the Eagles. They want to finish it in the next 3 overs to get that bonus point. Jaswell coming back again. Called a wide. And you can see where he's aiming for. He's aiming for that tram line. Good defensive bowling. Just got it wrong a few times. Comes in again. It's a bit straight. Hit in the air. Player under it. And just over his head. And 6 runs. Well, nice shot. It's got good power. And does the batsman Welagamage. And that's what happens. If you get it too straight, it's going to get launched. And just like that, it's gone to the fielder though. Dropped it. Well, that could be costly.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those flat ones where you kind of need to have a mixture of soft and hard hands. You know, the soft hand's what you're taught, but you need to be able to absorb the impact. So that's one of these things you get. if you get your hands even, millimetres away from where they're meant to be, it's just going to bounce out with how hard and how flat that ball was hit.
How many drop catches have we seen that should have been taken in this tournament so far? It's just, there's too many for me.
Down the ground as well. You can't blame cold hands either when you're here.
Oh, well, gone. Played onto these stumps, and that's the end of Ali Farasat. Good wicket there for the Eagles. Yeah, a dangerous batsman.
I'll be disappointed. He just basically tries to hit across this one. It's kind of his shot, but I think he just looked like he lifted his head a bit, maybe a bit too early, or just misjudged the line of the trajectory of the delivery. But he'll be the third to fall. Still in decent shape though. The Blinders 83 for 3 halfway through the fifth.
So the new batsman is Omar Zahid. And well, I'll say that Sanka Willigamaga is going pretty well from the other end. Zahid, let's see what he can do with the bat. They looking pretty good, as you said, Vinny. They've got the point. 73 was the target for the point. They've got that comfortably within the first 5 overs.
Yeah.
Now they'll launch an attack. See if they can get that fourth for the. Oh, nice shot.
That'll do. Not a bad way to get your eye. And Omar Zahid just goes maximo and slams this. Bit of slam ball. That's out of here. Says Cobras. That's the thing. I mean, Ali will be disappointed he got out so cheaply, but doesn't waste a lot of time. Deep order. Omar comes out number 5. Bashed that one, didn't he, into the jungle.
That was quite brutal.
So I think players that like kind of that tape ball style slap over mid-wicket, they just love bowlers going around the wicket. It suits their game so well.
Again, I
it's kind of angles straight onto their bat.
Yeah.
It's one thing if you can get it wider though.
Like that.
Okay, that one obviously just gets a bit of the line as well. Yeah, it's a tough one. You got to try and pinpoint the moment it goes, well, almost half a chance for stumping. It goes past the crease.
Just want to come in again and charges him just over the bowler. Bit of a misfield. I'll only get the one though.
That'll take us to the end of the 5th over. So it's 90 for 3 after 5. So let's welcome you into the box. Vinny Sandy, Mr. Maximo for ECN. And the Budapest Blinders look on track to bring up their first win of the series. The question is, how quickly can they do it? If they can do it next 2 overs, they'll take all the points. We really haven't had too many bonus point results.
No.
Although the ones we did have a pretty big one-sided game earlier when we saw the 2-5-7.
Yep.
But of course, we're looking forward to the Cobras and the Blinders who are going to play in match 10. In fact, there's the teams. The teams are out. Now, my big question was, will Sheikh Raziq play? And he has been listed there. We know that he left the field with a bit of an injury earlier on. And
Well, it is a big game.
yeah,
so.
it's a big game. I'm sure he doesn't want to miss that one. Obviously, he felt they were in comfortable position against the Vikings, but it wasn't that comfortable because the Cobras won off the very last ball earlier on. Don't forget Pularuthu, who scored a ton earlier in the day. Cobras 2 centurions in 1 innings. First time it's ever been done. Blinders, though, obviously you're seeing them right now, and they'll be pretty keen to make sure they get that win over the Cobras, who look a bit undermanned. We thought at the start of the day, maybe compared to the side they had last year, but anytime you have a final rematch, it's going to be a spicy one.
That's going to be a great game. Looking forward to that coming up next after this game. Still not over here. Looks like the Eagles won't get the win, but they might save a point.
15 off 12 for the point, so
It's looking pretty good for them.
looking pretty good. But it only takes one good over, if maybe 5 or less, and win the over comprehensively. Maybe you can squeeze a point out of this game. Eagles.
You watch this one sail over the boundary though, Vinny.
You might be right. Reb and George to bowl, over number 6.
It's in the air. Play going back. Not tall enough. And that's 6 runs there. And
Shoot doesn't look happy. I don't know if we got that on the camera, but he was going to go for it. But I think he was a bit worried that he was going to get too close to the field. So in the end, he lets it bounce in front of him. But Danny Hudacek, you are right. Once again, that one sails out of here. Says Carreras. Just 9 to win now for the Blinders.
And, well, pretty well bowled. Gave himself a bit of space on the leg side. And the bowler saw him. Tucked him up.
I was going to say the Blinders won the toss, selected to bat as well in match 10. Yeah, Rasek. Let's see if he's hampered at all. Don't forget, he scored the first century of the day, first century of the tournament, quickly followed by Jeremy, his teammate.
Oh, we have to be out there for the 10 overs fielding. Oh, it's been hammered as well, bit short, and that's brings the scores up to 103, 100 up in the 6th over for the Blinders. And it's going to be a pretty convincing victory.
Yeah, well,
Welligamage in good form.
Start the figurative car because this one's almost done. Belted away. And now just 2 runs required. Well, a bit like tennis, you know, they take 2 balls, they throw the one back they don't want.
Yeah.
This one could be over the way Asanka's hitting him. Well, it will not be just yet, but it will tie the scores. In fact, no ball. So Asanka basically has time to party, and we'll get a free hit to finish things off. And I'll be amazed if this next delivery isn't the last of match 9.
Yeah, me too. Free hit. Yes. Where do you think he's going to hit it? Hopefully
Maybe
not
straight
at us.
up and just jog the single. Nope. That was pretty well struck into the jungle, over and out. Welligamage puts on the finishing touches, and the Blinders off to a perfect start, taking all 4 points against the Eagles.
Yeah, very good victory there for the Blinders. They did a good job with the ball, restricting the Eagles down to 105, and then launched an attack pretty early and got over the line. So a big win there for the Blinders. Still with well, they still had an over left after this to get that extra point. So fantastic effort, and the Eagles, not a bad performance to be honest, but they'll go home after a long day with a win and 2 losses. You know how hard it is in this heat here in Hungary, and they'll have a bit of a rest overnight.
Yeah, I mean, it's obviously been a pretty big day for the Royal Eagles as well. So I'm sure they'll have a few sore bodies, you're right. But how well did Asanka bat? He's a real entertainer. You saw it right there. So the Blinders take only 5.4 overs to chase this down, taking all the points. But they will be back in around about 25 minutes. We should be back on time now. And they will, in fact, be batting first. I'd be tempted, just throw him up to open. You know, because he's just batting so well. Or, I mean, I suppose they don't lose too much if they have him at 3 with 2 good openers in Abaskani and Akuragoda, if that's the way they wanted to go. But well done to the Blinders, who start their defence of the ECS title last year with a win. Let's go back and look at the highlights then. It was 105 to win. Yeah, Blinders probably still have to tighten a few things up. Obviously, the time thing, giving away the time penalty in the first innings, but they were able to make it up pretty quickly as Abaskani and Callum Akuragoda were able to get them off to a pretty brisk start, magical type start. We saw Ghani chop on for 25. That just brought Asanka to the crease, and he was in a mood. 6 sixes, not even a 4 in his 38 not out of 12 balls.
Yeah, it's a great innings and exactly what they needed. You see a couple of catches went down for the Eagles, unfortunately, but some big hitting. We'll see that with the scorecard. But Welligamage was pretty good. Hit the ball hard. Uma's ahead when he came in. Hit nice 6 first up, showing his attention. But comfortable victory in the end for the Blinders. It's their campaign underway, and as the defending champions want another victory, another title under their belt come next week. And it's they're going to be fighting with a couple of other teams for the top spot in this group. And it'll be an important game with one of their rivals, the Cobras, coming up next. In this game, again, as I said, a pretty comfortable victory. Some big hitting from Asanka there, and got them the victory they needed. And all 4 points. It could be vital, that extra point, the bonus point. We didn't see any 4-point victories in the Group A games yesterday. Might show that it's a tighter group than this. But,
it's funny though, we've seen Royal Eagles, for example, on both sides of a bonus point result. In fact, all 3 of their games have been bonus points.
Yeah.
They won the first one, and they didn't take a single point out of their second and third.
Yep.
This is what the scorecard looked like at the end, with Asanka Welligamage stealing the show with 38 off 12. Mentioned those 6 maximos. Some useful contributions though from Abaskani and Callum Akuragoda. but also Zahid certainly made his presence felt at the end with a couple of big bombs, finishing on 14 not out. Wickets for Sasi Jaiswal and Arvind Kumar in there, but no one really able to stop the march of the Blinders, who start with a 4-point win. So we'll be back in about 20 minutes, and it will be a rematch of last year's final. Can Mr. Slick and the Cobras get their revenge on the Blinders, or will the Blinders go 2-0 on their first day back in the European Cricket Series? Find out after the break. Vinny Sandu, Mr. Maximo with you, with Danny Duhudjek, and we will be back for some random questions, maybe some food chat as well. The other side of this break, you're watching the European Cricket Series.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch. Hello and welcome back. Time for the last game of the day, match number 10. And this is a good one because it's a rematch of last year's European Cricket Series final here in Hungary. Cobras, well, they made a very, very strong start. In fact, they equalled the highest score ever in an ECN T10 match earlier in the day, 257, including the first instance of two different batters reaching a century in the same innings. They had a bit of a scare against Kashmir, but they did get over the line over the last ball. They're here taking on their rivals, the Budapest Blinders, who, of course, are making their entry to the competition this evening. So let's get ready for the coin toss. Sully has the coin, and with the two captains, let's see who wins it.
Blinders, it's your call.
Heads.
Heads is the call, and it's heads.
We're gonna bat first.
Blinder runs the toss, and they will bat first.
So the Blinders win the toss and they have elected to bat first. So this first chance to actually set a total in the series. Now, when these two teams did meet in the ECS 23 final here, the Cobras batted first and the Budapest Blinders were able to chase it down. So I suppose this will have a slightly different feel to it, but it's a good chance for the Blinders to set a total. For the Cobras, I suppose the big issue was Rasiq. We saw him going off the field earlier on, and we're about to see what kind of role, if any, he'll play in this game. Teams to come out shortly, but yeah, looking forward to seeing exactly how these two teams approach it. Cobras, remember, it's their third game of the day, so maybe some fatigue will be a factor for them. Danny Hudacek standing by. Of course, last game of the day means maybe some random questions, and I would even appreciate some food chat at this time of the day. Danny, over to you. Let's get ready for the start of the final rematch from last year. Time for match.
Well, thanks, Vinny, and welcome back to everyone here in Hungary for this European Cricket Series match 10 of day 2, game between the Budapest Blinders and the Cobras. This will be a fantastic game to end up day 2, and a good toss to win, I think, for the Blinders, opting to bat first. We'll see here, Blinders. Ali Farasat missing out last game. Willie Gamage looking fabulous though. Abasghani, he fell pretty early, but was looking impressive as well for the Cobras. They've got an impressive team as well. Sheikh Razik, as Vinny said, we'll see how he is. He's in the lineup, but was an issue in the previous game, and he missed most of it. Didn't get to bat at all, but he is a quality performer for the Cobras. You saw him earlier in the day. Hit 100 off 22 balls. Cobras and Blinders pretty even. Slight favourites to the for the Blinders, who are the defending champions, but really nothing between these two sides. And there's a good rivalry between them as well. The Blinders only came in a couple of years ago, an offshoot of the Tigers. Wasn't a friendly offshoot either. And they've picked up some good players. I think we'll see the destroyer Stefan Gooch sometime in the near future. I know they're being strengthened again tomorrow by other players as well, coming in to this lineup. I know that also the Cobras have a couple of players to bring in as well. So we're almost underway. The final game of today will be Sheikh Razik to open the bowling. So obviously he's a little bit better from that injury or the illness. I'm not quite sure what it was earlier in the day. And as I said, opening up. 2 men back, 1 right in front of us at mid-off. Here comes the first ball of the game. Good ball to Abasghani. Got up on him, pretty big. And Akira Goda is the batsman on the non-strikers end. Good start from Rasik. He's a quality player, both for the Cobras and for the Hungarian national side. Comes in again and it's prodded down into the covers. They've got a short cover in, and it's a good spot, I think, in this format, especially early on. Also a short mid-wicket. Don't see it too often, but I think it's good in the first few overs, especially in the power play. It just stops any inkling that batsmen take quick singles. The chance for a catch as well. It's, I think, 2 really good positions early on. Sanjay Kumar's the man at cover for the Cobras. There's a bowler again. This is hit high in the air. Don't think there's a chance for a catch. Is there? Not quite. Just over the head of Mohammed Burhan, who took a spectacular one-handed catch in the previous game. He was just a little bit in and got enough of it, did the batsman. Maybe a bit of luck early on for Ghani. It'll bring Akuragoda on strike for the first time. First runs on the board. Bit streaky though for the blinders. And oh, that's pretty close, you know. That's pretty close. And not out, says the umpire. Well, I'd like to have another look at that. And looked pretty straight. Let's have a look. Marsic. And maybe hit him out just outside the line of off stump. Wasn't coming in. I think it's a pretty good call from the umpire. It was definitely doubt there. Just to hit him in line, unless it's well, it wasn't coming in. Nice, is it over the top towards the boundary? I think it's gone all the way for 6, and it has. So Ghani squeezes one out over point for a 6. Not too much wrong with the delivery from Rusick. And that's what you can expect on this ground. A lot of 6s. We saw a bunch of them yesterday. There were, I think, 13 per innings. So 13 every 10 overs, which is pretty astounding. We'll see the first one here in this game between the Cobras and the Tigers. You can see the quality of these two sides. And they've picked up the intensity as well. Rusick coming in a bit short, and it's tucked up Ghani, who doesn't like the shorter ball, it seems. It's the end of the over. So you see here, European Cricket Series, the calendar for 2024. We're in Hungary for here for a couple of weeks. Then to Bulgaria, Romania, Italy, Rome. We were in Brescia earlier in the year. That was a good series as well. Quality cricket in Italy. Then Austria, Croatia, European Cricket Championships. Will be fantastic this year with the 2 divisions. There'll be 6 different groups in that. And then Malta, Spain again. And also the European Cricket Championship for women, which will be very well contested. Again in 2 divisions. There's the Challenger Division and the Premier Division. And that'll be great cricket for the rest of the year here on the European Cricket Network, on YouTube, and in fan code in India. I think it's a great initiative from the European Cricket Network to bring you all these games. Fabulous cricket from this part of the world. So the new bowler will be Matha, bowling to Akuragoda. So left armour. And beats him outside off stump. Not too much pace in the ball, but put it in the right area. So Ashutosh Mathur. I'm seeing quite a few good left armers around Europe now. Just change the angle slightly. And this is hit towards us. It's just past us. It's going to be 4 runs. Just bounced inside the rope. Didn't get all of it. Did the batsman. Just got enough. And with the power play, you can only have 2 players back, so you can't have fielders everywhere. We've got a player now straight, very straight, exactly where that ball went. It's again a bit of a reactionary captaincy maybe from the Cobras. This one hit down the ground just for a single. That's what they're aiming at the moment. It's been a pretty good line and length bowled by the bowlers so far. Kept into that sort of area, or hitting towards that area. So bowling to Ghani, who charges. Hits it pretty well just over the fielder, and that's 4 runs. Neat piece of fielding there from Abdullah from the Cobras. It was 12th man, I think, today. Maybe an extra substitute. under the boundary for the blinders. Bowler comes in and tucks him up. It's called a wide. Doesn't seem to like it on his body too much, does Ghani. He's having a bit of a go at himself. Why he didn't hit it into the massive gap between the man at 45, and there's no square leg. There's a mid-wicket, and but anything square is going to go race to the boundary if you get enough of it. The ball's left in this over. Train goes past, and big swing and a miss there from Ghani. Matthew's gone for 10 so far. 18 the score. Just under 10 and over. Hasn't been the quickest start from the blinders. Haven't lost a wicket though. So here comes Matthew. Bowling again to Ghani. And gets a good piece of it straight down the ground. It will be cut off. It's a good piece of fielding there. Just a single in the end. And well, his fielding partner out there was slow to respond. Sanjay Kumar. It was Mohammad Siddiqui who came across really nicely. He actually ended up winning the game for the Cobras against a very spirited Kashmir side. They looked for all money to win, but some big hitting right at the end from Siddiqui was enough to get them over the line. It was a good innings at the right time by Mohammad Siddiqui. And a great game, very close. Came down to the final ball. So the man I just mentioned in Sanjay Kumar, he'll come on to bowl. He's a tricky bowler, and probably been the best of the Cobra bowlers throughout this the first day that they played here. Picked up a few wickets, and he'll be bowling to Ghani. And lifted over the top of the field, just over the top of the field, going towards the boundary, and that'll be 4 runs. Didn't hit it too hard, just hit it enough so he can get it over the fielders who are on the 30-metre circle. And of course, this is the last over of the power play. And nice shot. Again, pretty much risk-free. Comes the bowler again. And a big swing and miss there from Ghani. Dot ball. 23 the score. So not the greatest power play from blinders. Haven't lost a wicket though. And the field restrictions will be lifted after this over. They still need 4 players inside the circle. 4 fielders. Oh, this is high in the air. Player going back. Don't think he'll reach it. And will stop it from going over the boundary. They'll come back for 2. So pretty good result there for the blinders in a sense. 2 more runs to the total. Move them on to 25. 3 balls left in the power play. Ghani's on 18. Garoda's on 5. Once again, he's not hitting it very freely as Ghani. He's 18 off 12 now. Garugoda 5 off 4. Nothing flowing really yet for the blinders. Going at just about 9.5 and over. Expected score still 140. So this supercomputer knows something that I don't. And that one is missed again. As I said, Ajay Kumar, I think he's been the pick of the bowlers for the Cobras so far today. Kept it pretty much on line, got some wickets, kept it pretty tight for the most part. And then again, this is hit high in the air and will go all the way for 6. Just a little bit short from the bowler. And finally, Ghani gets hold of one. It's not really out of the middle of the bat. Looked a bit top edge-ish. Still was effective enough to get that 6 runs. End of the power play. 31 on the board. They're mounting up every over. 8, then 11, then 12. But just under 10.5 and over. I think the blinders would like a few more. And they've set themselves at least a platform to launch an attack. against these Cobra bowlers. So, well, Vinny Sandhu is back in the marshmallow. It's pretty warm outside.
I'm back and I've come back. I see an overheated tablet, which I'll just try and... What's the best way to cool down a tablet? I mean, if you want to warm something up, I know you put it to your body.
You put it in water, don't you?
I hope not.
Okay.
Anyway, hey, love to see a 50-50 contest. That's what the supercomputer is saying right now as Ashraf Mathur is going to bowl over number 4. How have you seen it so far? I mean, Blinders haven't lost a wicket, but they're certainly not going the kind of pace they want to.
They're not just not very fluid at the moment. That's what's going on. And again, just mishitting the ball slightly. It's been pretty good bowling from the Cobras, to be fair, without being penetrating.
The other thing is Callum hasn't really faced too much. He's only faced 5 balls for 6. I think, put it this way, if they're only going at 10 and over at the 5 over mark, I think someone has to make way for Asanka.
You like this retiring batsman, don't you?
Yeah, but I think sometimes you got to be proactive. That'll help, because that's going to be up and over the top. And Maximo. Well, Sanjay Kumar with a little... It's actually fake fielding in that he pretended it was going to be catchable, but it wasn't, unless he was 40 metres tall and 6 runs.
I'm getting ants doing breaststroke in my water here, Vinny. I'm not very happy.
Oh, no. So you've got water in the glass. That is basically an ant swimming pool that you've got right there.
Let's just crawl back in. Almost got it out. Got 2 of them in there. There's 1 gone.
So, yeah.
Of course, I'm saving them more than anything. I don't want to destroy life.
Yeah, I know you don't want to, but there's probably all kinds of bacteria you're destroying every moment.
No.
Don't want to think
Good
about
Hungarian water that kills all the bacteria.
Good for you. Anyway, that's more of a shot. That's nice. Goes with the line of the ball. Maximo for Ghani. And maybe I'm good luck for the Blinders, because they've finally got a couple close to the middle.
Yeah, look, as soon as you walk back in, they put on the show. That's saying something, isn't it? Must be the duck shirt.
Yeah, well, the duck shirt, I know the batters quiver when I turn up in the duck shirt, but these two are off their ducks. Blinders, their nose is in front, but it's a tiny nose.
Whoa.
Oh, now maybe a bit more. Nothing tiny about that. That is big boy sixing. That's Maximo for Ghani. He's picked up the pace, and it brings up the 50 and the 50 partnership for the Blinders.
Sometimes it just takes a bowler that you like to face, but it just hadn't really clicked until this over. Matthew, he'd bowled an over before this, and they really didn't get hold of him. 50 up, and now they're going at 13 and over. It's looking better for the Blinders. And Ghani's moved on to 42.
Yeah, just like that. It's gone 16.66. Can he finish it with a bang? Not really. It's a good length, low full toss. Should be handled by Sanjay, it is, but Ghani, who's got the hot hand, will retain the strike after 4 overs. The Blinders 51 without loss.
Yeah, looking much better for the Blinders. Cobras need a wicket or 2. And then got some good batsmen coming in after that. As you see here, just the graph. Doesn't really tell us too much, really, at this stage.
Tells you they're going upwards, which is something they had to do after they were languishing in single-digit run rate. And then, of course, they got to 10 after 3, more or less. But that magical over 20 coming off the 4. 3 Maximos, 2 Toth Mathur, who now is done for the day. With the ball, at least, he finishes none for 31. As Jeremy Pularuthu is going to bowl now. Surely fatigue's a factor for the Cobras, playing their 3rd game. Played games 2, 4, 5 today. Pularuthu just misses the mark, and I mean just first ball.
By the way, Vinny, we're talking about food talk.
Please.
What are we doing for dinner tonight?
That's a good question. I remember that I've had, I can't remember what it's called, but it's like a strawberry soup here once. I have to look at what that's actually called. But that's the one thing, when they say, what's something interesting Hungarian that you've had? I know they're big on their kind of goulash and stuff like that here as well. But that's something unusual that I had.
I like strawberries. I like soup. I've just never had one in the same bowl. So
yeah, but yeah, you know, you think of strawberries like a dessert. I wonder if everything... Oh, that could be a power issue.
It is a power issue.
Looks like we might have an outing.
Yeah, look, Ellen's stopped, Mona's stopped, and I think we might have to stop the cricket a little bit. So Well, it continues without us.
Well, maybe. Maybe it's partial. So maybe we are still on. In the air, 6. Well, just went after it. Had 0 cairns given. Maximo. Another one disappears out of the park.
Well, let's see what happens.
We must still be on. Because someone's got power. I guess it always fascinates me when some things work and some don't. I know our commentary headsets have backup power.
Do they?
But only for so long.
Oh, okay.
So we're still on.
All right.
Jeremy with the 777 slot machine shirt. Bangs it in. Gets banged for 6. Maximo. 6 more. Maybe I have been good luck for the blinders, as that will be 6 runs. And it brings up Abasgani's half century. Very well struck. I feel like I've gone a bit Amish though, because I can't tell you exactly what he's on because all my screens have disappeared, but I know you can still hear my voice. Well, I think you can still hear my voice. Let's just continue. Flying blind. In the air at 6 more. That one's up in the heavens now. Maximo! Says Mars. And Budapest blinders are going to town. First 3 overs didn't produce too much, but the next 3 being very productive.
Yeah, absolutely. It's been big hitting here from one of these two. It is Ghani,
That's
isn't it?
Abascani, I can tell you that much. And he's gone past 50. I can tell you that much too. It's maybe now we're just either waiting for the ball or waiting for everyone to realise that we're not broadcasting one way or another. We'll find out.
We're going to get a ball sooner or later. The fans back on. Ellen is giving us fresh air.
That's good to hear.
So we have power back in. She's a good indicator. And we have a screen as well.
All right. We're back.
Well, that's really weird. It looks like the umpire's frozen, but the players are moving. Oh, there he goes. There he moves.
Okay.
I thought there was a glitch in the system.
Glitch in the matrix. All right. Well, nobody wants delays. Okay, so dinner tonight. Well, I know that Mark Hooch is in the chat. Hey, Mark. Saying maybe the cherry soup. I'm sure mine was strawberry when I had it, but I'm definitely willing to try cherry soup.
Yeah.
It's like an entree. Like I said, it's like beginning of the meal, not end.
Cold or warm?
Cold.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I like cherries. I like strawberries too. There's a Hungarian restaurant just across from the hotel. But you know what? Closes at 6. What kind of restaurant closes at 6?
Hungarians like to party. They want to close the businesses early so they can get on it. 70 without loss now.
Oh, that's close.
I think he's hit it. Oh, he's gone. I reckon he smashed that. You can tell by the reaction. I don't know. Maybe I'm crazy and I can't really hear, but my spider senses were up.
He's not happy.
Let's have a look. He's hit it. I don't think he can do much about it here, because if he hasn't hit it, he's out.
Yeah.
I just picked. Do you see a little deflection here?
Yeah.
I do. But unfortunately, there's only one man whose opinion matters, and he says you're on your way. So a bit of a lucky break, maybe, but it is the breakthrough that the Cobras were after. 70 for 1.
He was looking good, Ghani. Unfortunate for him. But, well, if the umpire has no doubt, then he has no doubt. So that's out.
Hey, Steve calls it as he sees it. It's not a criticism of him at all. He gets one look at it. He didn't pick up that there was anything. Obviously, we're speculating as well. But, hey, you know, I did say that Willagoma Gate needed to get a hit. Does replace Ghani, who goes 61 off 24. Really warmed things up. Can Asanka keep the party going? He gets lucky first up. Well, certainly an edge on this one. It's gone straight past the stumps and it's gone down to the fine leg boundary for 4.
That's a lucky one, but gets away with it. He's a dangerous batsman as well. Would have been 2 out of the way for the Cobras. So after 5, 74 for 1. And going at just about 15 and over. It's pretty good going when you consider that it was not a great power play. But they scored, I think, 31 in the power play and 43 in the next 2 overs.
Hey, let's play a bit of, we won't play golden ball roulette, but let's play some ECC roulette, because I think we're about 11 weeks away from the ECC, right?
Is that all?
That's all. So I'm going to pick a random team. What if I just close my eyes, point at the screen, and I've pointed at the Ireland 11. Okay, I'll be curious to see what kind of Ireland 11 we get. They typically pick a really young side. I mean, famously, they They got knocked out by Spain at the first attempts, but they did make the championship week last year. Very good side as well. Yeah, Seamus Lynch, the machine, or Ellen McInerney. Probably one to watch out for. Why don't you welcome me into the box now? Because the camera has turned itself back on. That's good news. And Vinny Sandu, Mr. Maximo with Danny Hujek. Yeah, give us your Hungarian food tips. We're talking about all you out there that are watching in Hungary. You know there's a lot of you out there. What should we be looking for? Maybe recommend some places and some delicacies.
Well, I know that Langosh is Hungarian. We have it in the Czech Republic. It's not very exciting in the Czech Republic. It's much better here. It's basically like deep fried pizza base. So that you get a pizza base and you deep fry it and then you add things to it. In Hungary, there's all sorts of stuff that goes on it. In the Czech Republic, you have a choice of ketchup, cheese, and garlic, or garlic, cheese, and ketchup, or cheese, garlic, and ketchup. Yeah. Or you can miss one of those completely and go right out the box. And
what a selection.
I know, it's amazing.
Tell you one thing that this is kind of leaning more towards drink chat than food chat, but the palinka, I remember that very well from last time. It's a traditional liqueur here, and it is quite strong. Comes in different flavors, but they're all like, it's like different types of fire, is how I would describe it.
There is another one. It's the that herbal liqueur Unicum, which is I don't know if it's a tourist thing or not. It used to be produced years ago, and then it's made a comeback after communism. And well, if the local Hungarians can tell us if Unicum is actually drunk by the locals, or if it's just
if it's the Foster's beer of Hungary.
Well, I know in the Czech Republic we have Bekarovka, which is definitely drunk by the locals. Anytime you have a stomach ache, you drink Bekarovka. That's
what about Slivovica?
Slivovica is a cure-all for everything else.
Is there a difference? I mean, they both tasted like burning to me.
No, there's a huge difference. I mean,
normally I might have had a few drinks before I tried them. That's why maybe my...
Slivovica is a plum brandy.
Okay.
The commercial ones do taste like paint thinner. Not that I've really tasted paint thinner, but that's what I imagine it would taste like.
Sure.
It does rip you apart. But everyone's... The best Slivovica is made by somebody's grandfather in Moravia somewhere.
Sounds right.
And yeah, often you get it, and actually got a really nice deep plum flavour, and can be fantastic. But Bekarovka is a herbal. It's a secret recipe from Kalovivari.
Oh, is it secret? Right, picked up. I think that's got the legs. Does. Heads up. That's out of here. Maximo. Oh, Callum, like I said, hasn't faced too much at all, but trying to make up for lost time. Lifts that one up and out of the ground.
So yeah.
Okay, so is it like a KFC secret herbs and spices?
Sort of, or Coca-Cola, for instance. No one really knows the exact recipe. There's I don't know how many herbs and all sorts of different things in it. I know the base of it is a thing in Czech called lich, and it's got this is 6 again. Nice shot over the top. And the ball retrievers have a lot to do out there.
The Tarzans have been incredibly busy today. We've seen an amazing amount of runs. And
it's not even bothering.
I mean, Callum's a guy. I mean, I did mention the thought of retiring someone out potentially earlier if it didn't move to get Asanka out there. But it's hard to imagine you retire any of the top 3 out from the blinders.
Yeah, you can't really.
Because, I mean, look what Callum can do. And he hasn't really had too much of a chance to do too much so far. But he's just launched a couple of monsters out of the ground. 89 now. And the blinders firmly in the lead, according to the supercomputer. It's Vicky in the air, but I think he's gone with it just enough to get 6 more. Maximo for Callum Agoda. And he moves into the 30s now. In fact, that will, not quite actually, won't quite bring up the 100. It scores 89. He's actually on 26. Geez, they're very quick to put that 6 on the score line. Well, that's 3 in a row. Still 2 to come in the over.
They're going to pull one up now as well. Right now. No, good shot.
Nicked it. And it bounced off the keeper, so it was a very fine edge. It's not really a realistic chance for the keeper.
It was a good shot. It was a late cut. No chance for the keeper.
Better late than never.
Going back to Bekarovka, if someone's going to have a stomach ache in the Czech Republic, Bekarovka is the thing that people go for. That's a massive 6 over cow corner. That's into the trees.
Well, that is the 100 now. No fooling As Welligamage picks up where he left off earlier on, and that's the end of the 6th over. It goes for 28. They get a bit tricky on Vicky. It's 102 for 1 after 6.
Well, let's have a look here. This is the batting lineup. Yeah, Carlos Garni, 61. Was disappointed with his LBW, but the umpire gave him out, so he had to go. And Kurigoda, 27. And also Gage doing his job. So only 1 wicket down, 100 up, 4 overs left, and expected score 165. So as I mentioned, the secret ingredient or the alcoholic ingredient in Bekarovka is lih, which in English is ethanol.
Ah.
Which sounds a bit scary, but that's kind of what it is with a lot of spirits, whether it's ethanol and flavouring.
Alcohol, ethanol.
Yeah, that's what it is.
So
it's not methanol's the one you shouldn't drink.
So the secret ingredient is alcohol.
Yeah,
basically what you told me.
It is. But a lot of things are for instance,
secrets out.
Well, no, but it's ethanol and flavouring. That makes sense.
Okay, the flavouring.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
So it's not brewed. It's not made together. It's not distilled together.
It's like saying the Colonel's secret recipe is salt.
Well,
it's the other stuff.
Chicken is the secret ingredient, and then the rest of it is embellishment, and that's basically what it is with a lot of alcohol here. That's another massive hit, and that's over the trees, into the trees again. Well, it's going to be an expensive week, or 2 weeks here in Hungary. Grizzlies, I mean, how much are they per ball, Vinny?
I don't know, but I think we're going to be starting a bit of a fund to raise money for more grizzlies. I mean, I'm not one for deforestation, but if you were to clear this land, you're going to find a lot of them. Probably make enough to plant twice as many trees if you sold the grizzlies off. But yeah, Rusick, we saw him go off before. He's been bothered by a bit of I heard it was a bit of a back complaint.
That's right.
Just seizing up, but he's bowling anyway. Probably feels it's an important game.
It is.
Yeah, we saw him bowling earlier on, but he's coming out to bowl his 2nd in the 7th over.
Yeah, it's if he's been having back spasms and things, then I think it's well, the rest has done him good, put it that way. Hopefully they'll do it with a bat for the Cobras as well. 110 for 1 now. Rossi comes in again and launched again. Nice shot. And that's well, I think it's the substitute fielders have got out of the way. One of them's, I don't know what he's doing, holding his head. Maybe. No, it's all right. So
I think Wayne might have given us the recipe for the strawberry soup, but he just called it basically a smoothie with a nip of wine when he broke down the ingredients.
That's
one way to put it. Top edge, but flying miles. I reckon this is 6. Yeah, thanks for coming. That's out of here. Maximo for Welligamage. I said this earlier, bowlers that bounce the ball on the pitch are probably going to have a bad time. And what I mean is I think you've got to get it right up there to give them nothing to work with. Even though that was a bit of a top edge, it flew miles over the rope.
It offers no sanctuary, does it?
The pitch is such a big factor, even more than the outfield, I think. You look at some of the huge scores we've seen, they're on pitches where there's no natural variation. All right, that time he doesn't hit the pitch, and it goes for 6 anyway. So Maximo attempted Yorker, but again, doesn't come out as Yorker, comes as a low full toss.
Yep.
And Asanka's in the form of his life. He just casually puts another one into the jungle to be lost forever.
Yes, indeed. And, well, it's a pretty big score.
I'm glad we're not playing at the other end now that I've seen how far these guys are hitting the ball now.
Oh, yeah, there'd be broken windows and... Oh, dropped!
Hit it pretty hard, but it was catchable now. Potentially an overthrow, well backed up. But it was hit hard, but it wasn't at a supersonic speed. That's frustration. But it will be the end of the over. 129 for 1 after 7. They've actually scored, I'd make it 98 runs in the last 4 overs. That's a crazy turnaround. This one's coming up tomorrow. And we're back to some Group A action. And it's actually pretty much a reshuffling of the teams we saw yesterday because we still don't have Duna Bogdani involved. They'll start on the weekend. But the Kangaroos versus the Tigers. That sounds like a pretty exciting matchup if you get them both in the ring. Then we've got Zalmi and the Tigers in match 2. We'll also see the Budapest Super Kings on day 3, which starts at the very same time of 7 a.m. GMT, 9 o'clock in Central Europe and 12:30 in India tomorrow.
Good to see those teams again.
Can I give everyone a tip?
Hmm.
Random life tip for me. Oh, that's well bowled. See, that's the length.
Yeah.
Just do that or try it. Sanka gets in a bit of a muddle, gets cramped. If you have the kind of a watch, you know, some watches, I know a lot of smart watches can do it to show more than one time zone.
Mm-hmm.
So I've got on my watch, so I typically have different ones. Well, to say that's a no ball is pretty obvious, although the keeper does well to knock it down partially. You're going to take it on because there's no real keeper, only a fake keeper at the stumps, and it pays off. Sanka gets through. It's a no ball plus 2 byes coming up. That one went very, very wrong. Slow ball, I think, attempt. Did he get a touch on that? Both gloves disappearing on the way through. Maybe there was an edge on it. But yeah, put Central European time in as your time, as one of your times, and then you can find out what time it is here. And you can, if you're watching ECN.
I was about to say, because I live in Central Europe.
Like for you, it's easy. You don't have to do anything.
Yeah.
But say a lot of our viewers are watching, a lot of watching from North America this time of day. Probably still have a few Aussies around.
Yeah.
But yeah, make that your secondary time on your watch if you can do that.
Fair enough.
And then, I'm not saying you have to completely change your circadian rhythm. I'm just saying you can probably feel a bit closer to us. There's an argument for universal time, actually, but I don't think it'll work in practice.
What's the largest country in the world with only one time zone, Vinny?
I would believe it is China.
It is China. Yeah. It's it should have a lot.
Creates a few. Well, that's they're a mini model of if you had the whole world at one time, which some people have said. Oh, now they're going to take it on.
Well run.
That's very, very cheeky. Right, they're going to get through for a bite. Yeah, Budapest Blinders, they're pretty used to the format by now. I suppose both these teams are. Just saying, look, okay, he could get run out again, but those stumps would have to disappear over, not just be hit.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, in the end, we saw them get through pretty easy. Kurugoda gets the strike back. Yeah, so some people think universal time, then there'd never be any confusion. It would make kind of global businesses a lot easier. But then the problem is, somewhere they're going to have to change a day at a weird time. All right, this is up. That's going to be 6 as well. It's Maximo. Steals the strike and then feasts on it with 6 more. Budapest Blinders now up to 140s and climbing. So, yeah, I suppose the logistics come where you might go to work at, instead of 9 to 5 during the day, you might go at 10 a.m. or 10 p.m. at night, or 10 p.m. you'd start, which would actually be the morning, and then go have to change a day, which makes it a bit complicated. Right now, it's another one that's going to the skies. This ball flies into the bush. It's Maximo again for Kurugoda. End of the 8th over. And it's 1-4-7 for 1. What an acceleration this has been by the Budapest Blinders.
Yeah, been a really good partnership. Started off though with some big hitting from Abbas-Ghani. He's the wicket that went down. Let's have a look at that. So you can see it started off pretty slowly, kept on going up. And Ghani's wicket there in the 5th over, it continues to go up, but I think it was a big hitting from him that started to launch the onslaught. So 2 overs to go, 147. It's going to be a big score, going at 18 and over.
Yeah, it's crazy. They're on 180 pace after being actually 31 in the power play. Right, this is going to be dragged into the gap. Sheikh Razik, he tries to basically wax on, wax off it back into play, but it's not off the middle of the hand, and that sneaks away for another boundary.
Yeah, it's a good effort, but knocked it down. Let's have a look. And tried to pat it down, but just had too much on it.
Yeah, needed to get a bit more forwardsage in that. So 150's up now. Sanjay trying to bite back. Disappears again. This is into the hole. Very similar. This time it's into the gap. This is, I think, 4. We'll have to check, because I think he steps out of bounds before he hits it, even though the ball never bounces out.
Yeah, he's definitely...
that's kind of what Sheikh Razik's saying.
Yeah.
So he's not wasting any time. Just watch the last step. Yeah, well, definitely he's out. Although, I don't know, you can't see because Sheikh Razik's in the way.
Yeah, maybe he leapt.
No,
it's a leaping leopard outside the boundary.
Anyway, 4 runs given. Now wide given. Look, it's going to be an exciting chase.
Yeah.
Those Cobras, don't forget they hit 257 earlier in the day.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I want to say a quick hello as well to Sadhu, who said this is like video game mode. It's been activated by the blinders. I like the way you put that. Hello to Chris Smith as well. Hopefully you're well, Chris. Great to see you. And anyone, if you haven't said hello yet, make sure you get the live chat, ECN European Cricket Network, and say hi, maybe drop in a random question.
Here comes Sanjay again. And hit hard.
Oh, Steve goes down. And it's going to be 4. But Steve, he's done really well. Steve's been in the firing line. And look, that ponytail stays safely tucked away. To be honest, Steve would have had to be a lot taller for this to actually put him in any real danger.
For the real Hulk Hogan, that would have got him between the eyes.
Well, Steve, we're glad you're still with us. You might want to have your affairs in order. The ball seems to be following him this series. That's whacked. That is going to be 1 bounce for to Laserbeam. By the way, apart from almost putting Steve in the next life, Kellen brought up his 50 with that shot down the ground, and now he gets 4 more.
It's been good innings from both of these batsmen. Really good partnership. And Akuragoda, 54-17. Willie Gamage, 39-13. Wasn't quite the pace set by Sheikh Razik when he hit his 100 or 22 earlier in the day. But it's a better bowling lineup, I think.
Still 7 balls to party. It's just going down leg side. Steve quick to say, nah, that one's not out. That'll be leg by given though, and that'll be the end of the over. So Callum will get the strike back. Well, 2 very good partnerships in this inning so far. So basically, first pair put on 70 in just under 5 overs, and then the next 4 or so, these 2 have put on 95. So even though maybe they got the rough end of the stick with the Ghani dismissal, obviously hasn't hurt them too much. And look at that hitting, particularly in front of the wicket from Callum Akuragoda in this innings.
It's just massive hitting down the ground and into the trees.
And he was kind of starved of the strike early, wasn't he, as well? So it's been a really good kind of, what's the word? Kind of coming of age, if you want to think of it. Watched for a while, saw it, now he's doing the business. Sometimes you run into funny euphemisms by the end of the game, but this one's going to be out of here.
It's the last game of the day, Vinny. I totally understand.
I'll give you some random commentary as well. Don't you worry about that. But Akuragoda is going Big Daddy style now. Moves to 60, 172 and counting. If you're ever going to see the highest chase beaten, it might be here. We saw it pretty much beaten last year a couple of times here. He's late on this, but should be looking for 2. Probably not interested in running after batting the 10. So he hands it back to Welagamage. Yeah, it was crazy. We had basically 2 of the highest chases ever in consecutive games in the ECIs last year. So, I mean, I could just see a world where, say they make 185. Who's to say the Cobras can't chase that down? Yeah, well, they made 257 earlier. That could be some history to come. We'll see.
Well, it would have been the 3rd game of the day, so a lot of these players will be pretty tired.
Yeah, agree. That's miles in the air. Catchable, though. Sheikh Razik doesn't drop too many. Comes around to his left and takes care of business. So Asanka will go late in the piece. And that partnership is broken finally at 103. 3 balls remaining, 173 for 2.
Yeah, nice catch. It did go miles in the air, and that's exactly the play you want under it. And Razik judges it really well and hangs on to it. So, new batsman will come out. Only 3 balls remaining. Looks like it's Ali Farasat. Not a bad batsman to come in at this time, or any time, really.
Yeah, true. I suppose the issue was he missed out earlier. I suppose he's got no pressure on him at all here. Just basically swing away, see what you can do. Can they get up to that 180 mark? Fancy themselves. No bad result here except for a dot, probably. Or a wicket.
Or a wicket, yeah.
For the blinders. Big swing and a miss, though. Yeah, just a wild kind of heave to the leg side. Pretty well located by Iqbal.
Yeah, I like his bowling, Iqbal. He's pretty handy. I think he only bowled a 1 over in the last game.
Come on, Ali. Let's see what you got. Well, he's got a little bit of bat on that, and that's all he needed to. Wasn't really a smart ball from Iqbal. He just beat him outside the off stump, so I feel like this is a misexecution. And it'll be Farasat's first boundary of the tournament.
Yeah, it wasn't a great ball, but did what he needed to do. Just get a little bit on it, get that score up to 177. So what is the highest score defended? Or
high score
that chased?
To be chased down was 183 by Spain, when Netherlands knocked him out of the Euros last year. I guess short, but it's not quite a bounce. Interesting, because the one before was a bounce. So Steve said, look, I'd like to have a closer look at this. Let's see. Where's the ball? Probably is. Yeah, that's going to be a no ball.
Yeah.
Definitely. I know he's slightly crouched, but he's still on the way up.
But he's also, it's still going up, and he's about...
So it's at the crease. So it's still going up. So there's the no ball. Looked good, but I think you're right. He did move forward, so it didn't look as high as it actually was. So I suppose that's common sense umpiring. What it means is Farasat can basically don the immunity cloak and go to town. Last ball, take 2. Well, it gets past the bowler. It looks like they're happy with the 1. So 179 for 2 will be the final score. What an acceleration, though, from the Budapest Blinders. We're only 31 after the power play. From there, they put 148 on in 7. So that's 21.14 and over from that point forward. And they've set 180 for the Cobras. But I suppose if any team can do it, even with the fatigue factor, the Cobras, they could potentially pull off one of the biggest chases in ECN history.
Well, I think Blinders have to bowl well. They've got a pretty good bowling attack. But the Cobras have a big pats on the back there for the final over. But we'll have a look at some of the highlights. And well, it was a big shout early outside the line. Good decision by the umpire, and really didn't get going at all in that the first 3 overs. The Blinders, good work there in the outfield, but it was Abbas Ghani who really started off the attack. That was the wicket, an inside edge, I think, but maybe a little bit unlucky. Batted very well though. He started to launch an attack, and then the rest of the batsmen followed suit. So it was a really good partnership.
Always love the double glove
throw down,
even though you only need one hand to throw. And they did throw that one with the gloves on. Hit the stumps, but gave away a bye there, Nilesh. He's had a pretty good day behind the something, all things considered. But yeah, it just started to rain Maximos, didn't it? And in the end, we saw 19 of them in the 10 overs. Well, Steve, he was just getting acquainted with the GB Oval pitch there, getting a good look at it. But, yeah, 2 very good partnerships set this up. Top 3 firing for the Blinders. I know that Ghani might feel a little bit aggrieved to be given out LBW, but didn't slow him down too much. Welligamage came out pretty much, picked up where he left off. I think that the umpires had a few hairy ones to deal with, but I think they've dealt with most things pretty well today. And one thing's for sure, Cobras, they're going to have to bat really well, better than they batted earlier against Kashmir, because they need 180 for the win. As far as the scorecard goes, Ghani with 61. Batted very, very well, 24 balls. And Kuragota ends up catching him, 61 not out of 20 for him. 39 of 14 for Welligamage. And that score, a colossal 179. Bowling-wise, not too much to shout about. But Pularuthu had a wicket, so did Shafakat Iqbal. But no one able to stop the bleeding for the Cobras, really. Job's done. Half done for the Blinders at the Cobras. Want to change the narrative. 180 will be the target when we return to Hungary for the final innings of day 2 here in the European Cricket Series.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Hello to you wherever you're watching from around the world, and get ready for the last innings of what's been a highly entertaining and actually record-breaking day 2 in Hungary. 179 for the Blinders against the Cobras in a rematch of the 2023 final. Something about matches number 10. There's something about them. Things happen. They're normally really good games. This could be no exception. Could we see a 180 chase? I think it would only be the second time we've seen it completed. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo. Got Danny Hu to check with me. Obviously, saw the bonus point target there for the Cobras. They'll need 126 if they're going to salvage their point. But I think they go into this 10 overs feeling they can chase this down.
Yeah, of course they think they can do it. It's you have to have the confidence after what happened earlier in the day.
Mohandas gets us going. He likes to bend the ball in. He's a natural in-swing bowler. The thing about Sandu's quite interesting. He does have the occasional one that goes the other way. Whether it's deliberate or not, I'm still not quite sure. But he can be a little bit unpredictable and surprise you.
One interesting thing is they haven't. Oh, it's a nice in-swinger. They haven't continued with Nilesh in the opening spot after getting 2 ducks.
Yeah, a golden and a second baller for Nilesh so far. I think it kind of makes sense. You want to get guys out of there that are basically in form. That's what you'd be thinking at least. And this is in the air and it's just down to the grasp of Akura Goda, and it's going to run away for the first boundary. The first runs of the innings.
It wasn't far away, and just a bit of a false shot in the air, but tried it. See there, as the player comes into shot, not too far away from the point fielder either. So
yeah, so they've gone for Abhijit Kumar at the other end, and we'll be hoping that he can make an impact. It's in for the first time in the series, in the air, hanging for quite a while. Ibra Ahmed goes back, but he won't be able to chase it down. So we have a couple of fours to get this chase going.
Yeah, well, showing his intention as Jeremy having a big swing at this Grizzly early on.
Now, Abhijit Kumar, it's the first time we've actually seen him playing on ECN, so let's see what he's got. We won't see him just yet. Interesting, he was listed number 11 on the team sheet, but they've batted him opening. That's quite a big turn up.
Nothing to lose.
Slow ball, drops. Bit of a chase required. It's missed by Welligamage. Doesn't miss much. That'll be cuatro carreras. That's 3 boundaries now in this first over.
I think it's okay. No ball. Wise was dipping.
Because he was on the move, he couldn't react to slightly different bounce that he expected. But no matter what he does it fast. Welligamage. Whether it's batting, whether it's fielding. Last ball, the first over coming up. Another innie nicked onto the pad. They'll get through for a single, so we still won't get a look at Abhijit, but we will see more of Jeremy Pularuthu as we get to the end of the first over. It's 13 without loss.
13's not a bad over, but they need over 18. 176 since the last golden ball. What's the highest golden ball?
Well, I'm glad you asked. It was 177, 177 in Estonia recently in an ECI match between Estonia and Malta. And the highest in ECS match was back in Cyprus, 167, 167. And here's some of the highest chases we've ever seen. In fact, the top 10, you'll see that if they do pull this off, it's a 180 target. It will go into number 2, but it would be the highest chase ever in an ECS match, going past that 177 chase down by Pat Barcelona earlier this year. So, I've got to say, though, if Razik's fit, I'm opening with him. I think there's one guy in particular you think can win you the game. You want him out there straight away, but I know he's had issues with his back today, and he's throwing bowling 2 overs, though. Probably what I'd do. You've got to basically put all your chips in on the table with a plan A, which is that probably your 2 guys that scored 100 earlier today. They can do it. I know they're tired and stuff, but it's based what a couple of Maximos can do for a bad back. Suddenly you start to feel all right. Anyway.
Well, we haven't seen Kumar yet. He could be smashing them everywhere.
We're about to find out. Is there a little nick on this? Big appeal. Because it's between the batter and the stumps, there's a few things it might have hit. So it might have just flicked the pad on the way through. Maybe it hit nothing, and it's just the sound of the kind of the bat coming through, or a bit of a shuffle. Because I saw nothing clear here to say it was an inside edge. And that's probably a pretty good decision by Guri in the end.
Yeah, I think might have flicked a pad or something, just any noise. And the fielders will go up. There's a bowler again. Charges over the top, and that should get to the boundary for 4.
Holding up, though.
Oh, good effort.
Good little pat back, good team fielding as well. They'll get to anyway.
Oh, got him.
That's been backed up by Pularuthu, who's had a pretty long day at the office. This won't help. A couple of bruised ribs for his trouble.
He's okay. It's a bit of a pat from one of the blinders.
Well, watch out, Jeremy. I was actually expecting this to go for overthrows, because you see there's a while before Goyal came into the picture. Well, you know what they say? With injured batters, sometimes they become even more dangerous.
Comes the bowler. And hit through the leg side. Didn't get all of it. It's going to go towards the boundary, and that's another 4 runs. Hasn't really hit much cleanly, has Pularuthu, but it's been effective in a sense. Problem is they need almost 19 and over.
Yeah, I mean, it started at 18. It's already pretty much headed to 19. Just 1 or 2 slow overs. That could go well into the 20s and up past 4 a ball. Slower ball, picks it, smacks it. Nice shot by Jeremy. Takes out all his frustration on that Grizzly, and it disappears into the bush. Maximo, and 6 runs to the Cobras.
He waited on that very well. Nice shot. So he's well, he hit 100 this morning. He's looking very good. He's 25 off 10 already, and well, Kumar hasn't faced a ball yet.
Yeah, he's done. He's getting his eye in, though, from the other end.
Doing his bit.
Yeah, he'll say, yeah, 25 partnership and 10. We're going all right.
Jeez, I hope he doesn't get a first baller.
You put the kibosh on him now. Couple to come in the second. Wahid whacked, and it'll beat the fielder and go to the boundary, even with a slightly spongy outfield. So Jeremy, strange. I mean, sometimes he's at it, sometimes he hasn't today. But when he's at it, he's looked very, very good. That's a cracking shot.
Agreed. Yeah, look, he's getting the score up to where it needs to be, sort of. So about 18 and over they need. So they need 36. So 6 here will get them pretty much on target. Here comes Wahid, the bowler. And, whoa, this could be gone. Just out of the reach of Abbas. And shy at the stumps, might have been gone as well. So they're going about 15. They're going 15s exactly. They need 18s.
Hanging in there. Maybe point and row return for me is like 24 in this innings, because it is such a high scoring ground. But as you say, it is the end of the second over, and the score is 30 without loss. All 30 off the bat of Jeremy Pularuthu, who does retain the strike again. So this is the tail of the tape so far. Eagles had a strange day. They had a 4-pointer to start and then got donutted in their other 2 games. Basically, the winner of this game will feel in the best position to get that auto-qualifying spot. Still plenty of cricket to go, though. Sandeep does come back. He likes to use that new ball. Still newish. Starting the third over. And he's lifted up and out of the ground. Maximal! Very good shot by Pularuthu. I think I mentioned earlier, his highest score before today was 0.
Yeah.
And then he whacked 101 not out. Okay, kind of had a bit of an off game in the middle game they had, but thing with Mohandas, he does swing the ball a lot, but he's one of those guys that kind of swings from the hand. So once you've seen that kind of stock ball, you can kind of account for it. And Jeremy picked that one perfectly.
He did. So is this Jeremy Pularuthu from an alternative universe?
Maybe.
So in another universe, he'd be getting ducks again.
Maybe. I don't know. Maybe he's just been misappropriated. All right.
What?
Backwards throw. Can you do fake fielding to yourself? Abbas almost did. That one slipped out of his hand. I think it's just a case when Pularuthu's played before, and he's played mostly as a bowler and hasn't really batted up the top. But I mean, you can see he's got all the equipment to be very, very useful.
He's proven something along the line to his skipper. I said, all right, he'll give you a chance up the top, and he's smashing the ball everywhere.
You're right. Long on back. Deep square back as well. Has to hustle. Oh, I think this could be very close. Kind of had a slight delay in getting the ball onto the stumps in the end. Pularuthu feels pretty confident here. Let's see what the pictures tell us. Definitely would have been out direct. Does he get there off Mohandas?
Oh, I can't tell.
I mean, I don't know if we can zoom on that. I know that there's shadows there, there's foot's there. My instinct is that he's just out. What are you saying?
I think that's my instinct as well, but
out.
Is that the line?
That's the line. I reckon that's out.
That's out.
For me, that's conclusive.
Yep.
Whoa! And they're not going to check it.
Okay.
Gee whiz. Whoa. All right. Well, blinders. I don't know what they've done to the officials today, but that looked out for all money to me when we got the zoom in. I've got to say, it's quick work by Spring Productions too, but I guess they'll keep batting.
Wow. Okay.
Are we living in an alternate universe now?
I think so.
And they've bowled another ball now, so hey, that becomes history. He just had to hold up the game there and have a closer look, and I think we would have had a run out. Flicked away this time, and that'll run away for 4. So Pularuthu doing pretty much all the work so far. Moves into the 40s, and so do the Cobras.
Yeah, 42. The score, 1 ball left in this over, but again, just not quite enough. It's a pretty good rate that they're going at, but it's creeping up It's 19 and over, just over 19 and over.
I don't think maybe there wasn't an appeal, but I'm pretty sure I heard something.
I heard something.
I heard noise, which I think was an appeal.
The umpire's pretty confident.
Ooh. What's this? Does this bounce on the line? You'd be the judge.
Yep.
It's not a wide.
No.
It's a habit, but that's one. That's the one you were talking about earlier. You said round hook's tough. I mean, that's just as tough, I think, to get a bat on. But I think it was actually perfectly executed.
That's a wide.
Let's have a look at this one. I think this is 3 millimetres to the left, and it probably does miss the line. But again, it's very close. It's Sandeep. Let's have a look. And that one for me does miss the whole line.
Yeah.
So a little bit inside that. Should have been all right. Anyway, keeping the game interesting. Last ball of the power play. And that's gone and out of the ground. Coming, over the top. That's cube bound. It's Maximo. And it brings up the 50 as well. It takes us to the end of the power play. 50 without loss after 3.
Yeah, it looks like a good power play. And it wasn't a terrible one. They can still go from here. They've haven't lost a wicket yet. Going at about 17s. They're pretty much on the rate.
It feels like that's some sort of a decay curve that I studied back when I was doing introductory calculus in year 11. Kind of the way that innings kind of got out of control. They did kind of peg things back a little bit towards the end, but not much. Anyway, still got a prayer. They've still at that rate in the 18s, so ready for over number 4.
It's more than a prayer. I think they're doing well. Just not quite at the rate yet, but we saw the acceleration from the blinders a little bit later. We might see the same thing here with the Cobras. And you're right, we haven't seen Rasik yet. How devastating he can be as well. So it's Akuragoda, the new bowler.
Well, that's going to be it. No ball. That's hit him high. It's exactly illustrates why there are no balls, those kind of deliveries. I know it's accidental. This is a sweaty palms kind of day. Well, this is kind of the last thing you're expecting. Steve got the teapot stance in the background. Bang. He's quick to get that arm out.
Very quick.
And we got a free hit coming up.
Kumar, he's only faced one ball. So, see what he can do. And hits it pretty straight.
You can let it bounce if you want. That's exactly what Carney does. They can't really cash in the free hit. All right. So we got Kumar back. You can see that he's only faced 2 balls. One of them was that beamer. So he's probably saying, hey, what's going on here? Steve probably got some issues with his son. He's going to camp there for a while on the other side. Makes sense.
Yeah, I think it's a good move. Is he getting in front of the camera?
No, he won't. Because our umpires, that's where Steve's side is, and he knows just to creep a little bit to the left to make sure he's not in the way.
Good work.
They do good work, these umpires.
Yeah, they do.
I've said it many, many times. I mean it.
It's short, gets away with it. So, short ball just outside of stump. Hard to do anything with it. It's not over the shoulder.
Yeah, probably that is about shoulder height, isn't it? Umpires have been kept busy. So much you have to think about as an umpire all the time.
Yeah, especially, I mean, it's a 5th game of the day. Been a long day for these guys. That's another good ball. Very flingy action.
Yeah, he does have that. It's fun action, actually, Callum. Because, yeah, there's a real whip over the top. The last bit. Kumar, 1 of 5. That might be all. Abbas is going to run around this. Just going to make sure he keeps it inside the boundary. So another attempted Yorker there. It's gone wrong. Kurigoda's got to be careful because that was, I don't think it's quite too high.
I think it's okay.
I think it's not going to be a no ball, but it's close. All right. I mean, I've seen them give it. Probably going to, hate to say it, it's going to hit him in the box. Anyway, we're back. And this is an awkward one for Asanka. More awkward for the officials, who almost have their heads taken off. That's going to be 4 runs, and it's going to be 50 for Pularuthu. Second time he's passed the mark in the day. And if the scorers weren't aware where that was for, they were aware pretty quickly as the ball disappeared into their tent.
Yeah, well, look, good bowling from Jeremy. Good batting from Jeremy. You can see here the rate was going up, slightly going down that over, and the blue line is what they need to be at to get the point. But they want to get to that red line up the top, which just kept on increasing for the blinders. So it's going to be Basgani who'll be bowling. Bowling to Kumar, who's not really been going at all, has he? And missed another one.
Well, you know what?
It's about time, isn't it?
I know you want to give him a go. It's his first innings on ECN, but I've got to question it. If Rasik's in the side, you've got to bat him. Okay, and if not Rasik, then maybe go to like a Siddiqui who won things for them before. You're going to have to do something drastic. Run rate required out past 20. Kumar, squeeze a 1 here, and that's all he's going to get. Also puts more pressure on Jeremy to keep scoring at a crazy rate.
Absolutely. So we'll see what happens. I don't know if it's in the mindset of the Cobras to do that, but they need to do something. Almost halfway through this innings, and nowhere near halfway through to the score. Comes Ghani again. Short. Hit pretty well. Going to be caught though. Oh, straight through him. Well, that's not something you see very often. A miscatch there from a very good fielder.
Well, here's the thing with gazelles. They don't like standing still. And to be honest, he charged at this, didn't need to. Could have stood still. And he catched it about shoulder high. Asanka's exciting to watch though. And he wanted to put a bit of mayo on it. It's just his instinct. Tried to take a kind of running mark. Burst through his hands, went for 4. Pularuthu living a charmed life. Moves to 56. Now, wide attempted Yorker. They're going to throw. They probably shouldn't have thrown. Shouldn't cost him a run though. There's see a little bit more of Kumar. 3 off 8. I think you got to replace him. If he doesn't hit a boundary by the end of this over, I think you have to at Drinks. If you're serious about trying to win this game, it's still kind of in touch if they could go at a magical rate. But, you know, to me, it's a bit of a no-brainer. Obviously nothing against Kumar at all. And he will get a kind of streaky one. Well, he gets a boundary, so I mean, I suppose he saves himself for now. But even that, I mean, it certainly wasn't a convincing one. And he'll take the runs. His first boundary on ECN.
Well, he's looking to hit it over cover and got nowhere near that. But I'll take the 4 runs. And see, the blind is getting a little bit frustrated. Got frustrated with the fielder who couldn't reach that, which is, well, just that competitiveness coming in to the blinders. I hope they don't start to really have a go at each other. It's another good ball. I'll take a single. Might be a leg by actually. It will be. So it's a pretty good over again. So as you see here, the 2 groups. There's the Group B games: the Cobras, Blinders, Eagles, the Kashmir, and USC. We haven't seen yet in Group B. And Group A, we've seen all the teams except for Dinabogdani. We'll see at the weekend. And Budapest Army, Royal Tigers. They're looking good up the top. Danubian Kangaroos are an exciting side, and the Super Kings. So they'll all be looking forward to getting into the round 2, the series next week. Also, the top team will get directly to the finals, and we'll have the double chance. It's a big incentive to win these groups. But also, if you come second in the group, with 6 teams playing in that mini tournament, it'll be 2 points for a team that comes second, 1 point head start for the team that comes third, and then nothing for the one that comes fourth. So again, you want to get as high up the ladder as you can.
Yeah, and then look, fourth, typically you see the teams that finish in second, they're obviously in the best position, obviously on form and on points to to get those last 2 spots in the finals. But yeah, all it takes is one game essentially to make it up. And if fourth can beat second with, say, a normal win, then you catch them. And you do have 5 more games to press your case. So it looks like we do have a retired out here with Abhijit being retired out. We thought it would happen, and it has. He's been retired out for 7 off 10. Sheikh Razik comes to the crease. So, I mean, like I said, I think it's a bit of a tactical misstep. You can't call it any other way. You're chasing 180 against the defending champions. You've got to put your proven performance top of the deck. 2 players have hit hundreds today.
We've still got 5 overs to go.
We do, but...
We hit 100 off 22.
True, but Abhijit Kumar, 7 off 10. Doesn't do a lot for his confidence either.
That's true.
I suppose at least he didn't have a lot of the strike because he clunked a few ones, and Pularuthu's been doing most of it. Anyway, up in the air, it is Sheikh Razik. It could be gone first ball. He won't be. Another misjudgment. And Mr. Slick gets a bit lucky first ball. So the score was actually 69 for 1 after 5. Make that 70 for 1 with Razik off the mark.
So Omar Zahid completely misjudged it. Like he was going back. It was a difficult one. And then tried to snatch at it.
Ran back too far in the end. And this one does him for pace. Kuragota getting a second over here in the 6.
That's a good ball. Jeremy doing the full pirouette. Trying to swing at that very hard. But these are the 2 batsmen that they need out there, the Cobras. And there's Ed Vinny. Swing hit along the ground, just be a single. Bring Razik back on strike.
Well, these 2 earlier on had that incredible partnership. And they came together very, very early in the piece. And we saw Jane gone last ball the first over. They put on 159 in just 5.5 overs.
That's good bowling. It's 1 for the over.
So their pace, when they were batting together in that partnership, get ready for this, they were going at 28.9 and over. So they were going at basically, if they batted the whole 10 overs at pace, they would have scored 289. And that is insane. It's actually got to slow down around that. In the air, 6. Yeah, good shot. It turned out to not quite be a Yorker. And this time, Razik doesn't miss out. Maximo, his first, up to walking 677 now, the Cobras.
It's one of those things with these 2 is if you don't put it in the right spot, and there are plenty of spots you can put it, but in one of the right spots, it's being launched for 6.
Yeah, true. So why isn't he opening? I know he might have his back issue or whatever. Bat as long as you can. If you can't do it anymore, then retire hurt or out or whatever. But
it's a long tournament though, Vinny, as well.
Yeah, but I mean, there's certain moments matter more than others. I think, have a crack at it in the first 3 or 5 overs. There's other times you can have a rest. Anyway, miss hit. Could be a good miss hit though, because it won't carry to the fielder. Mahundis out there at deep mid wicket, end of the over. And Cobra 79 for 1 after 6. That rate has crept out past what I was calling the point of no return with 101 required off 24. It's basically over 25 and over required now.
Yeah, it's going to be a difficult one for the Cobras. They're not playing the Eagles. No disrespect to the Eagles, but they are not the blinders. They're a very good side, defending champions, and hopefully they'll wrap this game up. But it's still a possibility. Need 126 for the point. That's probably the first target if they can't get towards that main target. It's been hit hard.
Whacked.
That's 4 runs. Nice shot.
Yeah, I mean, if you're a Cobra supporter, you'd probably get frustrated watching Razik come out and, let's say, whacks a quick 50 or something like that. It's not just quite enough to win the game. Because he needed to be out there opening the batting. It's not like he's not comfortable opening the batting. It was him and Vinoth Ravindran for Hungary last year that pulled off what was at the time, I think it might have been the biggest chase, or at least one of, when they chased 174 and 8.
To be fair, Vinny, he wouldn't have got much of the strike anyway.
True, but let's say he faces those 10 balls, it might have been more. When you say he didn't get much of the strike, I'll tell you my thoughts on that. Worked out that Kumar didn't get a lot of the strike, but a lot of those times it's because he got one and got to the other end. Because if Razik was on strike, maybe unleash a barrel of 6s or 4s. So, I mean, it's kind of papered over by the fact that Pularuthu was batting so well when he did get the strike. Yeah, Abhijit will probably say, yeah, I was involved in a 69-run partnership for the first wicket, 5 overs. It's good on paper. Anyway, Carney continuing. Again, they'll just go on contact here, not quite handled it, fine leg. Another single, but that rate's crept out. And I've got to say, I think it's getting to the point that we're getting to the very unlikely. The other thing is, can they make that 126? They're still 41 away from that off 21. Imagine with these two at the crease, they should get that, but it's no done deal either.
I mean, wickets possibly is likely. I mean, they're playing every shot like it's the last.
That looks big. It's a bit off the outside half of the bat, but I think this has gone all the way. Still waiting on a signal, but it has gone all the way. Maximal signalled by umpire Steve. Let's have a look on the replay. I read this as 6. Just opens the face slightly, and I think that's a good call.
So, still in with a shot, but again, a lot more have to go over the rope. Razik is 19 off 7, and Polaruthu 59 off 24, 91 the score. 126 the first target they need to get that point.
Well, that's Noe. That's going to be 7 up. And I know they want to check this. First, they'll have to go find the ball. But, yeah, for me, whenever you see someone kind of basically almost hooking behind square, I think it's got to be waist high.
He was slightly back in his crease, but I think it is. I think it's right.
Yeah, you've got to be calling
has
that.
to be.
So no ball called, +6. Little window of opportunity here for Sheikh Razik. We'll get it to cash in the free hit as well.
Yeah, so a little let off. That run rate gone down to about 24 and a half. An expensive one here from Ghani. Or will be after this ball. Or maybe not.
Misses out. Don't know if there's any bat on it. It seemed like pad. But they'll scramble through for one. Maybe it was off the QN note. Not quite signalled. All right, so we're going to have to see a grandstand finish, but we have seen these kind of ridiculous finishes from time to time. Thinking about that 184 chase. It was 183 chase, sorry, the highest. Had a big 3 overs to count as Zulfikar was the man on that occasion. But Cobras bring up the 100, but plenty to do. Still 80 to get. Not giving up yet. It's 70. It's 99 for 1. I thought they brought up the 100, but what did they? No, they didn't run, did they? Well, I have to check that one. Yeah, they didn't run. So it's 99 for 1. Make that 81 to get. This one's coming up tomorrow. It's the classic Roos versus Tigers Stoush to start the day. We'll also see Budapest Zalmi. And we'll see the Budapest Super Kings BSK on day 3. Join us same time. I'm guessing we're going to have the same weather, which I'm going to say hot. It's 7 a.m. GMT tomorrow, 9 o'clock in Central Europe, 12:30 in India.
Yeah, it's been pretty warm. Just the sun coming in into the side of the marshmallow late in the afternoon. I'm standing in front of Ellen, who's doing a fantastic job. She was kidnapped this morning, though.
Yeah, we got her back. I think we need to put the mark on her or something, so everyone knows we own her. Ellen's the fan, by the way.
We don't own her.
I get the.
She helps us.
I get the right side of my face and body basically sunned in the morning, and then I get the left in the afternoon, so I end up evening out.
Yeah.
Anyway, they need a huge over here, don't they, the Cobras? It's Kamran Wahid to bowl. See that? I know it's difficult, but that's the ball. Even if you run in and you try and do it 6 times in a row and you hit 4 of them or 3 of them, and you're not going to go magical.
Yeah, that's true.
It's a practice thing. That's one thing with bowling. Like at nets here, you don't need a batter. You can just practice that again and again. The rhythm of when to release the ball. Razik wants to capitalise. That's what happens when it goes wrong. That's going to disappear for 6. I've got a feeling this could be a 7 up as well. So it is. It has been called. There's umpire Steve, and I think it's a good call as well. Hits it from the waist. So 7 carreras. And every time you think they've drifted out of the picture, they find a way to get that 7 up and give them a fighting chance to 26 and over from here. It's a lot to get.
It is a lot to get, but that was a bit of a gimme. It was a great ball first up, as you mentioned, Vinny, but It's got a long run, does Cameron. It's down near that 30-metre circle.
All right. Missed out the last free hit. How about this time? Mr. Slick on strike. Doesn't quite get it. How far will it fly? More or less the top edge. And it's going to plug. It's just going to... Well, I think it bounced inside, but we're going to have a look at it on the replay. It's a long way from us, so I won't call it just yet. But here it comes down. Watch the rope. It is...
Not sure.
Go look the very right of the screen.
No idea.
It'll have to be whatever they called it. Seemed to me like it was 4, but that's just based on complete of a guess.
There's a blind.
It has been called 4. That's my voice carries. Oh, I hate to be wrong for the first time today. Anyway, here we go. With 16 balls left. 70 to get.
Oh, good bowling.
Yeah, again. I know he's refused it. So isn't that interesting? So this is where it gets funny. Because if you wanted Sheik to face more balls, he could have. And now he's basically overruling Pularuthu facing, who's on 59.
Yeah.
So it's just it's a bit of a botched chase tactically, I think. Well,
Yeah, I think
Sheik,
so.
he wants the strike though. He's got the strike. Probably feels he's the one guy that can win this game for the Cobras, and he's probably right. Slow ball in the air, catchable. Sums a factor to his left. It's held. What a fantastic catch! Wonderful work. And Mr. Slick is going to have to go. You'd have to say that seals the deal for the Blinders. Great catch out there by Abbas Ghani, who had to battle the elements, but he does the job.
Yeah, what a catch. And you're right, the sun right in his eyes, coming around. He knows how important this catch is. Puts his hands right in front of his face. Great catch. And his teammates have rushed up to him. And he's still getting applause, the bowler. Still getting congratulations is the fielder. And that's could be it's definitely a turning point. They need that 126. They should get it pretty comfortably, but that's the end of a very good batsman in Sheikh Razik.
Burhan comes out. We've still got Burhan. We've still got Siddiqui, who was a bit of a miracle maker earlier, but there has to be some sort of super miracle here. They basically need 5 a ball.
Yep.
126 is there. I mean, you imagine they'd get 16 off, 14 balls to go. Mahid bangs it in. Not really timed though. It should just be a single. Yeah, well, it shows you how good Sheikh Razik is to basically turn down a single and say to the guy on 59, no, it's okay, I've got this. But it just, I've never quite seen a batting order like it, given the situation of the game. And like I said, he missed out on the opportunity to face more of the innings. Just, you live and learn. It's not the end of the world for the Cobras, but I just think if they had the time over, they'd do it differently. It's hit pretty well. Asanka kind of had the yips. He always creates a run out. It'll be the end of the over. Pularuthu will retain the strike. 8 overs down, and it's a 112 for 2.
Yeah, well, looks like it's going to be a win for the Blinders. They're defending champions for a reason. They're a really good team, and they want to get to the top of this table in Group B. Let's have a look at the difference here.
Yes, I mean, if you shift your focus, I mean, they need 68 off 2 overs. I honestly don't think that's going to happen.
No,
No
they're going at 14s at the moment.
But 14 off 2 overs to get the point. Bit of a banana peel job, and they should get that. But I mean, if they go crazy trying to hit a 6 every ball and they lose wickets, maybe it's not a done deal after all. But you would imagine, see there it is on the screen now, 14 off 12. The Cobras will salvage a point here. It's been a funny old day. I'm going to see a team that made 257 lose the next game. Well, not the next game they play.
They almost did.
Yeah, they almost. And then they lost to a team that got smashed in the first game. Or almost did. Ali Yilmaz comes on and slips over first ball. So, yeah, we've had a team that looked like completely unable to score runs, then almost knock over the Cobras after they hit 257 game before. We've seen the Blinders. I mean, the Blinders probably, scary to say, they've been the most consistent team today. Haven't been perfect, though. I think they'll be pretty happy to get this win over the team they beat in last year's final. They get on pretty well, though, I think, Blinders and Cobras.
Yeah.
They enjoy the rivalry.
They enjoy the rivalry, and they've got a universal dislike for the Tigers. It's probably what it is. I mean, there's a lot of history there in all these teams.
I think rivalry is important. I've said it. I mean, even the kind of the Tigers. It reminds me of big clubs like in Australian football. There's Collingwood, right?
Yeah.
You know, it's either you're for them or against them. And obviously, they've got some pretty passionate supporters as well, the Tigers. So I just think it's good overall to have these stories.
I think it was the fact that, again, like PCC in Prague, in the Czech Republic, it's these teams that dominate, and this is hit over the top and just one bounce, I think, into the over the rope. Yeah, look, these teams that dominate, and they dominate because they kind of have a monopoly on the players that come to the country or that are developed, and I think that's what Tigers had, but I think that's been broken, and you see some really good sides up against them now, but there's always that thing where we need to beat the Tigers.
Yeah.
And so I don't think it's a personal thing.
No, it's just you're picking your side, picking your team. Swing and a miss this time, and see that equation to at least get the point 7 off 9. Like I said, you'd imagine they do that, but I mean, who knows? The Blinders, I think they'll be very happy with the 3 points, but potentially, if they can bowl really well, maybe take a couple of wickets, they could sneak the 4-pointer. Still some margin to do so. Well, there's another dot. So Yalmar's coming back well. Only 7 off this over so far.
7 off 8 for that point. I don't know what that equation is as well.
Burhan, bit of an off inning so far, but could make up for it. Now, Mode in the air, going, gone. Well, that pretty much as good as guarantees that they'll take a point out of this game. As Yalmaz, there's not a bad line here, but against the length, gives him something to work with. Burhan, I like the way he goes the other way. Here goes over the offside and launches it up to, well, that is basically the 70% mark. They need one more to get them over the top.
Be a good win for the Blinders as well.
Could be
prove
out.
Something.
Sanka, he's got it. And this is one that he catches almost normally. And I suppose it went a bit slower, so he could find the drop zone. He's a very good fielder. Like I said, he's electric. He's great to watch. Obviously, he's batting really well today. It's been exciting in the field, even though he's made a couple of missteps. But there's a reason he fields down the ground. A lot of balls go there, like him down there. So Burhan will go 6 and out to finish the 9th over. It's 125 for 3. Budapest Blinders, they need a maiden this over if they want to take all the points.
It's unlikely. Let's have a look at their bowling figures. It's been pretty expensive, but it's all under the rate they needed. So, but it's Cullum there with a very good run rate of his spell. But they needed 18 and over, and just haven't been able to go at that pace.
Okay, well, you need 6 top balls in a row. I don't think they're really realistically thinking they're a chance, especially Bond will go on 61. Yeah, but we've seen maidens happen. I've even seen maidens happen in the last over. I think even if you didn't have a batter there at all you need is a wide or a no ball.
That's true.
You get over the line anyway. Pularuthu, he's certainly earned a rest after the day he's had. There you go. There's a no ball to get us going. So that'll put him over the top.
That's 5.
And yeah, it's going to be the old non-standard minimum, no ball plus 4 buys.
Another 10 or 11 of those, and they're in with a chance.
Do you think, say you're injured and you couldn't bat, if you could physically just get on the field and sit down, make him bowl you out, you just got 5, even though there was no batter there, it would have had 5 runs. Make the bowler bowl you out.
Somehow I don't think it would have been...
it might happen one day. The team's 9 down, and the guy's got 2 broken legs. He has to go and sit down and hope for the best. Leave the stumps unattempted. Anyway, see their Cobras have achieved a point now. But really, they're just going to have a kind of slow decline here, I think, in the last few deliveries. That's the free hit he missed out.
There's a little friendly spider here.
Ah, okay.
So lots of dragonflies around. I like the dragonflies. They're not quite as many today as there was tomorrow. There was some early on. I think they're all fried in the heat. Oh, it's coming towards you. It's on you.
Oh,
and that goes just bungeed down.
All right, let's try to get inventive this time. Pull the root through, and he won't get anything. I'm still looking at my dragonfly friend. Has he gone away?
No, that was a spider, friend.
Huh.
It was
Okay,
a little green spider. It's gone. That's why I said it bungeed down.
I know we've kind of got an office job because we kind of make an office here, but it's a different kind of office, isn't it?
Yeah. You could have an office with bugs, like a butterfly office. That would be quite interesting. As a sort
Are they
of butterfly
normally
just-
kind of behind glass or something?
You don't like bugs?
It depends. Don't have a general dislike, but I do like my own space. At 6, nice shot by Jeremy. He's got a mountain of runs today. That's gone on top of the 10s. In fact, but it lodged up there. Maximal 6 carreras.
Yeah, I'm not really into mosquitoes or wasps. They're not great. And fleas and ticks are pretty horrible. Leeches, not really a bug, but what a horrible creature that is.
Yeah, well, survival of the fittest. If the bugs get near me and they become casualties, that's the circle of life.
They will probably take over the world one day.
Shot. That was hit pretty well, and it does get over the top. Maximal 73 now to pull the root through. It's hard to believe this is a guy that I didn't want to take a single to earlier. Like I said, just they're going to get close-ish. Maybe within 30 runs or so, but it's just, yeah, gets mismanaged. That's the only way I can put it. I'm not trying to be critical. I obviously just got to point something out that I think, after watching so many games, you just got to call it as you see
I
it.
have to agree with you. And even if it doesn't work, it was a strange move bringing a player who hasn't really played at all in this tournament or ever on the network to open the batting, who was listed at number 11.
Yeah, maybe not number 11. I'm not saying he is, but but you had chasing 180. You almost need everything to go right for you, pretty much everything to go right. So you got to put what you think's your boldest plan that might come off.
Yeah.
Anyway, last ball of the day coming up, and it's going to be a swing and a miss, and that will do it. Put a fork in it. It is done, and the blinders, they will take 7 points out of a possible 8 here on day 2. Very good entry to the competition for them, and I think they'll be really happy with how they played. Still, I think some room for improvement there from the blinders as well, but obviously really good signs. You'd imagine these two teams, and maybe UCB, they'd be the ones that would fancy their chances of topping the table and getting that free passage to finals day and the double chance. And the blinders get an early blow against last year's runner-up here in match 10.
Yeah, it was a very good effort, pretty much all round by the blinders. Good start for their tournament today with 2 big wins in 2. And well, you can see the Cobras, they're walking towards the blinders now, looking pretty tired.
Yeah, that's the other thing. Fatigue factor. Maybe he felt he couldn't bat the 10, but yeah, you'd rather see them try to bat as deep as he could. That's why we got coming up tomorrow. Danubian Kangaroos back in action. They're a bit of an unlucky team, to be honest, on opening day, but they'll get the chance to bring up their first win of the series. Tough fixtures though. Got Tigers first up, Budapest Super Kings in their other match. We'll see Budapest Army, and also we'll see pretty much all the teams, won't we, except for Duna Bogdani in Group A tomorrow. Join us at the same time, 7 a.m. GMT, which is 9 o'clock in Central Europe, and 12:30 in India. Let's stop, drop, and have a look at this chase. And well, Pularuthu basically pulled his weight, didn't he? But it didn't get a lot of support in the first half of the innings. And when you look at that margin of victory, 36 runs, you just feel the Cobras left a bit on the table there.
Yeah, I think you're right, Vinny. And that's one that hit Pularuthu in the chest. Good backing up by him. But he batted very well today. I thought he looked a bit tired in the game, the second game they played. It didn't really look at his best. But you're right, he needed backup, and it didn't really happen. That was a close one. That was the run out.
Yeah.
So, well, it was us getting out of the way, I think.
It was us just bracing for impact, and the cube was shaken but not stirred. And we had a bit of a friendly fire there a couple of times. I say, blinders do pride themselves on their fielding. I know it doesn't always come off for them, but I mean the efforts are there. Someone like Welligamagay, who he's a very good fielder, but he just basically zigged when he needed to zag there. But look, in the end, I suppose the blinders, the longer that they didn't have to deal with Sheikh Razik, the happier they were.
Yep.
They had to deal with him after he was strategically inserted in the 6th over. And yeah, okay, then he comes to the table and he's able to whack a few. But already the rate required was something like for a ball, and it was just a bridge too far. It's a good catch that got rid of him as well. Abasghani, well, that's play of the day type stuff, isn't it, from him? He had a good day as well, coming off half century in the first half of this game. It's despite the best efforts of the Cobras, they weren't quite able to get there, and they fall to their first loss of the competition. But I suppose they'll be reasonably happy. The fact that they take, it'll be 8 points out of the day, 8 points out of the possible 12.
Sure.
So even though that last game's going to be frustrating, it'll sting a little bit. They'll get the chance to come out and try and, I suppose, pick up that points. And look, if they can win the return battle against the Blinders and maybe have a couple of wins against UCB, maybe they still can lock up that top spot.
Absolutely. Look, UCB are key, I think, in this this side of the draw. We haven't seen them yet. Seeing them, hopefully, I think in a couple of days, or is it the weekend, Vinny?
Yeah, well, it won't be too long before we see them. Let's have a quick look at the scorecard. I can tell you that they end up on 143, so 179 to 143, 74 off 33 for Pularuthu, but Kumar, yeah, just hate to see it. You put a guy there to build confidence, but it'll probably do anything but for him. 7 off 10 before he was given the hook at the halfway point. Razik with 35, but couldn't quite ever get them back into the contest in any serious way. Wickets for Waheed and Ali Yalmaz in there. Sayar Kurugoda, probably the best of the bowlers, even though he lost the handle a couple of times. He was actually the only bowler to go for under 10 and over with 17 off his 2. Well, I want to say a big thank you to all of you out there. I want to say big thanks to our fantastic crew at Spring Media. Again, we had a couple of unplanned interruptions, but they were very short and we're able to keep going on. Again, extreme heat at the moment. To all the players, especially the players playing 3 games in a day. You've got to take your hat off to them and say, well done. We saw a bit of history as well, didn't we? With the highest ever score, or equal highest score, 257. And also something we've never seen in basically 5 seasons now of European cricket. 2 batters hitting a ton in the same innings. And it was great to be here. It was great, obviously, if you're watching live as well, to see a little bit of ECN history.
Absolutely. It was great to watch, and I hope everyone else out there in wherever you're watching, whether it's in on YouTube or on FanCode, enjoyed today's play. It was really exciting. It was a great day's play.
Well, I think in the distance I can hear the music coming up, which means it's time to take you to the end of the day. Our fantastic crew here have put together some of the best bits of day 2, and there were some doozies. Group A back on deck tomorrow, and it'll be the Kangaroos against the Tigers to start us off, so don't miss it. Day 3 around the corner. Vinny Sandhu, Mr. Maximo, on behalf of Danny Hudacek, all the Blue Crew and everyone in the European cricket family, stay safe, stay happy and stay sane. We'll see you tomorrow for more European Cricket Series. For now, hasta mañana.
See you guys.